It begins. Welcome to this. Hi, everybody. I'm Forrest Valkai. It's SkepTalk now. I am so tired, and I'm joined by Erika. How are you?
That's how we're starting. I feel ya. Me and Forrest, usually we have time to banter like beforehand. Someone, I won't say who, it wasn't me, was late this time. And it was Forrest. He showed up close to the dime. I was ready to go. He was not. So we did not get an opportunity to chat like we normally do.
You know what?
To answer your question, though, I'm doing poorly. I'm also exhausted. I got back from a conference for the ABAs on Saturday, but it was like, the flights were really weird. And then I was so like discombobulated that I went to campus to teach today, but I only teach Tuesdays and Thursdays. And so I walked up to the classroom and I was like, what am I even doing here? So I'm also exhausted. And, I don't know, man. I was talking to Arden before this, and it's like, I have a lot on my mind, as I'm sure you do as well, Forrest, with regard to things, machinations, with regard to the world at large. Well, normally we get to come on here and just talk science and, get to have fun about that and talk to, people who have differing opinions and, want to put them to the test. But there's just this looming shadow of uncertainty that, I got to talk to a bunch of people at this conference, and it was like, I was saying to Arden, it was like a conference at the end of the world, right? Like it was the most bizarre vibe imaginable, having been around a bunch of scientists who are not sure if their discipline's going to be there next year, or any discipline for that matter.
Yeah, no, that's you and I. So you and I had spoken a little bit ago. I texted you a while ago, and I was like, we should do a thing. And we were like, yeah, we're going to do a thing. And then life happened, and that never happened for me. I saw you put out a video. I'm glad you did, because I didn't have fucking time. I just got back, and by just I mean like a couple of hours ago, my plane landed. I just got back from Florida for Free Flow, the Free Thought in Florida convention, which actually ended yesterday. And my flight out back to Oklahoma was a little bit afternoon yesterday. And I sat on the tarmac for like 4 hours because there was apparently a bad storm. And then when we finally got up in the air, we did this all the way to Chicago, and landed about an hour and a half after my connecting flight had already left. And so I just paced around the Chicago airport all night by the way, there was nobody there because it was like 2 a.m. and there's nobody, and it felt like I was in an apocalypse movie. It was wild. I've got a bunch of pictures of me just in like empty airport for like a mile, and it's freaky looking. And
like no clip in the back rooms.
Yes, it's crazy. And then at 8 a.m., I got a flight back here to Tulsa finally. And I got home, collapsed on the couch, and then woke up in time for SkepTalk. So I think I've slept for about 3 hours over the past couple of days, and it was just getting here. I am on my way down from the anxiety medication that I take to get on planes because I'm terrified of planes. So my brain's real foggy, and also I have a new camera that Jimmy Snow sent me that makes me no longer look like a redhead, but I do look somehow like I'm undersaturated and also pink at the same time. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here for the ride, I'm just showing up. I'm here for work.
You're finally matching like the the shadowy cabal, right? Like you're finally matching like the shadows are thrown on you as we plot in dark rooms against I don't know whatever thing is that people call in, like, I mean we're just we're an evil organization. That's what we are. But no, I empathize with you immensely because I have also been in that exact position where it's like Oh my God. You're coming back from like a flight and you miss it by 30 minutes. It's their fault that you missed it, mind you,
Yep.
because like for the flight that I'm talking about, I was coming also back from Florida, and I'm pretty sure it was also free flow, weirdly enough, a couple of years ago. But it was like I was coming back, it was problems, mechanical issues, not even weather. And then they were like, sorry, we're not going to be covering this. So you can either pay $250 to, take an Uber out to a hotel, because everybody was delayed by the weather who got into Dallas Fort Worth. So they were like, you can either pay all of this money to stay somewhere, or you can sleep in the airport. And I was like, I'm tough. I'll sleep in the airport. And it was miserable. It was abject misery. You can't find, it's freezing cold. You can't find anywhere to lay down. Eventually, I took a lot of I was like a chimpanzee. I took a lot of my laundry out of my bag and created like a nice little nest out of my dirty clothes, and just kind of like huddled as they vacuumed around my body in the Dallas Fort Worth airport. It was awful. It was absolute misery. And then you're exhausted for days. You don't recover from a night in the airport for days. It is horrible. And I'm also an anxious flyer, so I empathize with that too.
Fucking hate this camera. Just give me 2 seconds.
Sure, I'll keep talking. I would love to.
I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to let you know.
No. I will keep talking. I'm an anxious flyer as well. I hate it, but I don't take anything for it. I just kind of nervously vibrate in my seat and wait till we land, which, as I'm sure is you feel the same way. It's wonderful for international flights because you're just like, oh, I'm over the open sea for 8 or maybe even 15 hours. And if something happens, that's it.
I'm flying to Borneo this year. And let me tell you, I have already shat my pants in advance. This is my first time trying it. I just got some just really, really chill. So it's not nothing too crazy, just some normal style medicine that I got from my doctor to try to make it a little bit less intolerable. I'm hoping.
I have done the Southeast Asia route before, and it's long, dude. Like you know this. I don't have to tell you, but I went. I went JFK to Dubai, spent a couple hours in Dubai, and then did Dubai to Bangkok. It's like 2 12-hour flights, and by the end of it, I was cooked. Like you pretty much don't want to go to Southeast Asia unless you're staying for at least a month, in my opinion. So, it's just a long way to get there. It takes forever.
It is.
Of course, it's wonderful, but it takes forever. Oceania is, I imagine, the same way. But Borneo is going to be a blast. It's going to be so fun.
Is that good? That's something, right?
I mean, ask Arden. I don't know.
It looks quite a bit better. I think the colors are a lot nicer, a lot brighter. So,
okay, give me 2 seconds here to try to fix that up and make that less stupid. Is this operational? Yes. Can I make this less stupid a little bit? That's I can live with that. Okay, we're gonna leave that there. Yeah, no, it already makes me feel a little less awful about this whole situation because I was looking fucking cooked. Oh, that's
dude. You guys are so good to. You're so good to the audience. I show up in 480p and I'm like tough shit. I'm in front of the camera. That's as good as it's gonna get. You can see me, and plus it obscures it obscures my adult acne, which I'm always happy to do. Is to keep you guys guessing. You don't get to see all my pores.
I am here. I provide for the audience. Let me show you every pore I own.
Do.
I'm gonna bring this up a little bit. Now I just look like a fucking ghost. This is the show, y'all. This is what you tuned into. This is what you're here for.
Enjoy. It's just going to be this for 6 hours. 6 full hours of watching Forrest adjust the contrast of the camera.
Adjust the camera.
That's it. That's all you get.
It turned out. Oh, that's good. Yes.
You'll like it.
Yes. I hope Jimmy's watching this right now. I hope he because he tunes in to check on us every now and then, and I hope he's checking us out at this moment. Like this is what's going on my network. This is what my channel is. Why is it so much different?
He's gonna have an issue.
Oh, hey, look at that. Oh my God.
I was in another tab.
Why is it so much? Then that's probably a good thing. Ooh,
no, that's perfect.
Why is it?
Keep it that.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna leave it right there. And I'm gonna lighten it. I'm gonna make it a little cooler. just a little bit, not that much. I'm gonna put it right there. That looks fine. That's what it is. That's what you're getting, y'all. That's what the show today is.
You're gonna have to live with that, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Ugh. All right. Well, what a show. What an event. What an adventure it's already been. We've already started, and you know, the lines are coming in, the people are calling, and we had a lot more calls, and then they saw half of that and they were like, never mind.
Give up.
But
they were like, I could, but will I?
I'd rather talk to somebody who's serious. Gosh.
Dude, how was the vibe at Free? Fill me in.
Free Flow is great. Free Flow is fantastic. I have never I understand why Seth said that's like one of his favorite conventions, because honestly the vibes were immaculate. People were incredibly chill. We had great speakers, lines of people wanting to come out and hang out and like get to know everybody. Nobody too crazy, you know what I mean? No, nothing too despicable happening. But yeah, I loved it. I loved it a lot. I'm gonna put this here so I can remind Arden to help me fix that at the end of the show. There we go. Yeah, no, it was wild. I picked up a copy of Deconverted by Seth Andrews and a copy of Christianity Made Me Talk Like an Idiot by Seth Andrews. Because he had a table where he was signing books, and if I, for even one moment, can make his life worse, then it's been a good conference for me. So I made sure to hang out for a while and buy some books. So that's fun. And then somebody brought me this fucking tooth. Look at that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
This megalodon tooth, a little tongue stone. Just what a wonderful gift. Incredibly cool. They run a scuba diving school, and they offered to give me free scuba diving lessons anytime I want. So I'm losing my fucking mind over that.
That is an ideal gift. I don't have a PO box because I'm notoriously secretive about where I go to university, but I'm not going to be teaching next semester, probably because I'm taking the semester to finish my dissertation. And my plan is to finally open up a PO box, because I have had so many people offer to send me various bones.
You got to do it.
Of the human and non-human variety, and I want that free osteological material more than anything. I want that.
You really, you got to do it. You get sent.
Go.
You get sent some weird. I was gonna say you get sent some weird stuff, and you also get sent some wonderful stuff.
That's what I want.
Over here, I'm trying to dig through these without like holding up anybody's address, because I actually have like a pile of things. This is from like one of the people who went on my Galapagos trips. Sent me a Christmas card that like just arrived. Because apparently there was like a thing going on in Canada, like the post people were striking, and so like I just got this recently, but it's got like a picture of our group number 1 from the Galapagos Adventures. Look at them,
so
super sweet.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Audrey. And we've got like people sent me. I was passing out those little little red cards with your constitutional rights. Somebody with a printing press sent me a few bags that they printed themselves and laminated themselves, and like so I can pass those out and whatnot. Just people are awesome, yo. You've got to invest in one, because it's very much worth your time.
It's a good time to be investing as well in knowing your constitutional rights, since you can get disappeared now in the United States. So, folks, make sure you're up to date on your constitutional rights, and make sure that you have a plan for people to get your story out there if something befalls you.
Seriously, gosh. With that, do you want to start doing the things, or do we have something else going on? We probably have announcements, don't we?
Dude, I don't. Hey, man, you're the host. They should have probably made me the host, because I'm not sleep deprived, but it's you. So
no, you know what? I'm the boy. I'm the boy, and so I'm going to do the thing. Yep.
I love being a passenger princess on this stuff. I just hang out on the side. I rib, I banter. I don't have to remember anything.
Right.
I get to roll up in 5 minutes till the show starts. It's great. And of course I do that even when I'm hosting. So.
Well, I mean, if half of the people who said on my Instagram and TikTok that they would call in and easily handily disprove evolution because I don't have any videos of one animal becoming another, if half of them called in, we'll have a good long show tonight. We'll see what goes on. I'm planning personally to go for as long as we possibly can. I think Arden has a hard cutoff around like 5 a.m. And I think that she's lazy. And we should just go for as long as we want. It'll be great. I've got no obligations tomorrow.
Forrest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm keeping a list.
Yep.
She told me the same. She was like, I could maybe push it to 6 or 7 a.m., but not any further than that. And I was like, well, how are we expected to continually? I mean, we're going on an exponential record-breaking show here, right? Where like we break each record, but like by more each time. So eventually, we'll just never quit. We'll never stop. It'll be the show that never ends. For your consideration,
it just goes
for your pleasure.
On and on, my friends. Such a good
Let's
song.
do calls. I'm down. Oh wait,
unless
you have announcements. Do you have announcements or no?
I don't, because I don't know what the schedule looks like. But there are other shows, y'all, and I'm sure Arden will send me the schedule eventually. And until then, we're gonna do a thing. It's Alfred. That's what we're going to do. We're going to talk to Alfred, calling in from toasted xanthan gum. Stuff that makes some things chewy, but like aromatic.
You're still doing. I see. You're still doing the bit. I was curious. Actually, until you started, I was like, I wonder if he's still doing that. It comes to me every now and again, but I'm pleased to see it. Some things never change.
Just incredibly stupid is what's going on, and so like I kind of have to just roll with it. You know what I mean? Let's talk to Alfred, who says this is all that's written on the screen. It just says evolution from a Roman Catholic perspective. Let's see what that means. Alfred, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you. Before I begin, can I make a quick comment? I know some of the calls you guys get from alleged theists, I almost wonder if they're controlled opposition. I'm not saying that's the case. It's just like, it's almost as if this show functions as a bug light for, let's say, really sophisticated Christians. And what you're getting from callers, it's not representative of Christianity as a whole. I'm sure you know that. Just as this show isn't representative of all atheists. Just that comment.
I mean, these shows are combative by nature a little bit, and so like it's kind of tricky to say. Like we're going to invite a lot of people who are vehement God warriors that are out to prove their case and act a little bit foolish, and we're going to invite some trolls because it's a public platform, and so that's what's going to happen. But I feel like the majority of people who call in are the people who are just genuinely bought into this the thought process, and they are trying like hell to make it make sense to them, and so they're trying like hell to make it make sense to others, or they genuinely just don't understand how anybody could think any other way. I think the majority of the calls we get may not be like good arguments, but I think they are good faith.
Yeah, I agree. So I don't know how many calls you guys get from Catholics. Most of the theists who call in seem to be, frankly, Bible-thumping ignoramuses, and when I hear, well, I just read in my Bible, yada, yada, yada. Often these people, candidly, they should not be reading the Bible. They read the first 3 chapters of Genesis, and they interpret it literally. They think it's an actual account of something that happened, and we Catholics know better, or at least we should. We hold the Bible as inspired. Just for us, it's not everything. We have apostolic tradition, the catechism, the magisterium, church pronouncements, all of that. So for us Catholics, the Bible, it's a library of different books, different genres, and we get that the earth isn't 6,000 years old, and there's room for the theory of evolution. It doesn't contradict any dogma. And I'm not saying anything heretical when I say humans evolved from apes or all that jazz,
Sure. The I guess the issue that I would take with it is that, like, just like so many things with the Catholic Church, that is still, hooray, but that is also a very new phenomenon. You know what I mean? That, like, that the infallible word of God has recently changed to make it that this is acceptable.
Okay. I mean, would you say a little more?
Sure.
The Bible hasn't changed.
Back in the day, right, but the infallible vicar of Christ on earth certainly does, and that person's subjective opinions, which also happen to be the unchanging word of God, does change. And so, like, it's for the same reason why the Catholic Church recently, within the past couple of decades, apologized to Galileo and said, actually, you know what, dude was probably right, despite, you know, everything we put him through. So, like,
Yeah.
Yes, the Catholic Church does now accept evolution, and that's radical. It raises a lot more questions about the God that they believe in, but at least they're keeping up with the science, so that way they can keep up with, you know, modern times and stay relevant. Like I say, it's hooray! That's one less thing that we have to fight through. It's still like it's usually the way it's presented to me is it's either deistic or theistic driven evolution, where either God set up the universe in such a way that evolution would happen on its own, or God drove evolution intentionally. So still has a magical aspect to it. No matter what, you still have the you know, you have this issue where it's like, okay, well, now the whole Adam and Eve thing, that's poetry, except for where it isn't, except for where it is, kind of thing. You know, it's just deciding new parts of the Bible that were absolute, undeniable, unequivocal truth just a minute ago, but now definitely aren't, because evolution doesn't conflict with faith, because the science is so overwhelming that, like, we have to be able to just kind of keep up and tread water and keep getting donations in. I don't know. I think it's wonderful that religious organizations like the Catholic Church are willing to adapt a little bit. I wish they do it a whole hell of a lot more, but that's just me. And I'm certainly not going to sit here and, like, try to hold you guys to a higher standard, or to, like, give you guys higher praise than I'm going to give any other, as you would call them, Bible thumping ignoramus who believes the silly things that they believe for the same reason that you believe the things you believe.
Sure. And one thing you seem to be implying that from the beginning, Israelites, Jews, Christians just understood the scriptures literally, and that later, you know, we got smart enough to interpret them metaphorically. You know, because
that's not entirely what I'm saying, but that does play a lot of the part into it. Yeah, is that, like, this is the absolute truth until it isn't.
I know you're a biologist. You're not a Bible. You know, I don't even know how you pronounce it. Exegeti or something. Yes. Do you think the ancient Israelites, when they wrote the first 10 chapters of Genesis, do you think they took that as a 100% literal, accurate depiction of what happened in the past? Do you honestly think that?
I have no idea, but I know that millions and millions of Christians today do. So it doesn't really super matter to me. And I also know that millions and millions of Christians historically have as well. And so, like, when we talk about, like, this being an adapting thing, I know that the Catholic Church did, and at one point or another believe that those were literal things. They wouldn't have tortured people to death for not believing it if they didn't. So, like, it's I don't know what the very first Jews who wrote these words down believed. It's not my area of expertise, but I do know that plenty of people who have preached the Bible, plenty more than it would be necessary for it to be a horrible crime against humanity, have believed that, and still do to this day.
All right. Well, I anticipate you're going to be getting a lot of calls from people who are arguing against evolution, so have fun.
I hope so.
So,
did you have any other further questions?
Yes.
So we really enjoy getting these types of calls, like the kinds of calls from, you know, Bible thumping ignoramuses, if you will. I mean, I tend to hope that they're simply uninformed, but I've been doing this for long enough here on the internet to know that isn't always the case. In fact, especially if they're willing to call into a show like this, usually it's explicitly not. Usually it's quite intentional. But that being said, I'm one of the people who is extremely sympathetic to the deistic or theistic evolutionary perspective. And you've sort of caught me at a time when I'm like way more informed than I would honestly like to be, because I've had to spend so much time. Like, I've read 10 books in the past month just on the history of creationism and the history of science, like basically through the 18th century with the Diluvialists up to the present day, through the fundamentalism of the 1920s and through the creation science rise in the 1960s and through the intelligent design advocacy movement in the 1990s and early 2000s. And I concur with you that it is true, right, that creationists like that we have today are a relatively new thing. That is not to say that anti-intellectualism, because of taking sort of a scriptural basis, is a new thing, as Forrest sort of pointed out when we were talking about Galileo. And actually, I think that's why the Catholic Church had such an easier time accepting evolution. No. But what I'm saying is, I think the reason the Catholic Church is so chill with evolution is because they already kind of did this rodeo with geocentrism, right? So they already kind of had the duked it out with science and came out the other side. And you can see this historically. The popes that came after geocentrism was sort of plinked out of existence are basically saying, all right, when Darwin comes along and before him, when Cuvier and Lyell come along and start to imply that the Earth is quite a bit older than people had previously given it credit for, you see the Catholic Church actively take their hands up and go, we know that the Bible and science don't contradict each other. Therefore, if the Bible is saying this and science is saying this, there is some way to harmonize them, right? And that's because, again, they already did this. Evangelical Christianity would have a very different experience, in part because of a bunch of random stuff that sort of set the stage in the United States for hyper-democracy, hardcore Protestantism, and cultural divisiveness. But all of that being said, I appreciate your perspective, and I'm glad to hear that you're accepting of evolution and that your faith works with it. I'm sure Forrest and I and you could disagree on a million things philosophically, but I am so pleased to at least start off the evening agreeing on the science. So that's where I'll throw my penny into the hat.
Penny added.
All right. Well, thank you,
Forrest. Thank you.
All right. See you later. I feel like
I'm looking at the calls.
The TLDR was just like, Catholics can believe in evolution. Like, yeah.
But like,
I'm curious. I'm curious to know where the hang up is, though. Like, is that meant to say that religion isn't that bad? Is that meant to say that, like, everybody could do whatever? I don't know.
Well, and like, you and me have hosted this show so many times and have encountered theistic evolutionists, and I spend a ton of time talking about them on my channel in a very positive light. Like, I don't know if you rolled in here thinking that we were going to be like, wait, they can? Wait, they can? Right. They can actually accept that? That's oh my God, shut it down. Who knew? It's like, no, I'm totally down with that. But part of the purpose of this channel is to reach the people that don't, right? Like,
right.
I can't, I'm not going to speak for you. I'll speak for myself here, but like, it is not my goal to dunk on Christians or Muslim people or Jewish people. It's my goal to dunk on creationism. So as long as we're copacetic with that, and not secondarily, but usually tangentially, just because it's not typically what I'm aiming to talk about, I also want them to be okay with things like, science in America, insofar as it has impact on like trans people and climate change and, a woman's right to choose and so on and so forth. So it's like, we can have those conversations too. But like, yeah, I'm glad you accept evolution. Good. Maybe tell that to some of the evangelicals in your life,
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, because it's like, I'm happy that this person believes in evolution. That's wonderful. But I agree with you. My goal is to go after these ideologies, not just these people. And I'm not trying to make any particular Christian look bad. That's not my goal. I'm not trying to make any particular Muslim feel stupid. That's not my goal. My goal is to show how horrific these beliefs can be and how they lead to so much anti-science thinking. And so, like, when it comes to things like this, yeah, wonderful that you believe that. Do you also believe that there's like a divine plan that justifies the atrocities that we see in the world around us, because then we have some issues with that. Do you also have issues with like abortion or with vaccination or with something else? Because then we can talk, like, trying to say, well, some Christians believe in some science is not a groundbreaking thing. For me, it's not news, but it's definitely a reason to, like, for hope, to say, okay, great. Well, now we can get through to you on the next thing. All we have to do is get some guy in a fancy hat to tell you that it's okay to believe this, and you will. We'll be all right.
Well, and like, these, gosh, I don't know. I've had such a lesson in the past several months of like, the history on this actually really matters. Like, I used to be a hater, right? Like, take me away, throw me in the back of the car, because I used to be a hater of the history of science and the history of, like, just history in general. So why do I care what some guy says about something? Like, I want to learn about the thing itself. But I'm converted, man. I'm all about it, because modern creationism of the 1920s came about because of, like, spoiler alert, it's a branch off in part of the Darby dispensationalism, like the end times theologies that ramped up in the late 1800s and talked about, like, the end is near, effectively, which in a way, as I hope to explain in depth, too much depth here soon, it sort of ties creationism in with this weird, almost like a death cult, right? Like, and we'll see where that lands us today.
And that death cult is really the whole of evangelical Christianity. And, like, you're absolutely right. It's like, no, we couldn't have come from a monkey, because that would mean that the world isn't going to end very soon. It really does tie in the beginning and the end very much. They kind of have this whole circle thing. And so, like, the idea, and you brought up, climate change and whatnot earlier. I've said before on the show, if you move into a house and you believe that if the landlord tells you the carpet's going to be replaced next week, you're not going to work very hard to take care of that carpet. You're not going to care. And similarly, if you think that the earth is going to end in the next 50 years when Jesus himself comes down from the clouds and puts an end to all of this nonsense and changes everything, you're not going to care about climate change. You're not going to care too much about hunger. You're not going to care too much about systemic inequality or social justice. You're just not, because it's all going to be over anyway here in just a minute. And so, like, it really does play into everything. If you don't know where you came from and you think that some guy just poofed you into existence from dirt and or a rib, then, like, I'm sorry, you're not going to take these situations as seriously as somebody who knows that, like, we are all here by natural processes, and to natural processes we shall return, and there is no point, and there is no goal, and there is nobody behind the levers. There are no levers. We just have to do the best with what we've got. It's a very different way of thinking about things that produces vastly different outcomes.
Well, and I think it's something that I could certainly do a better job of myself, but it's like, yes, there are consequences to this. We're watching them play out right now, right? Like, there are real-time consequences to believing that the earth is going to end soon. And we need to use all the tools at our disposal to basically be like, look, how many times has the world almost ended? It turns out a lot, right? One of them kicked off the fundamentalism in the 1920s with the Great Disappointment and the origin of Seventh-day Adventism, where they straight up gathered, right? They were like, this is going to be the end. This is going to be the end of times. Jesus didn't come. The dispensation didn't come to pass. It turns out the end of times didn't happen. And then, crazily enough, in a sort of recovery phase, Ellen G. White starts having visions about the origin of the earth and about, when Christ really is coming back. And that's where you get Seventh-day Adventism, which sets the stage for all sorts of bugaboos in the 20s, in the 60s, in the 2000s, and now. And it's like, brother, there's a thread that, like, I feel like a conspiracy theorist sitting up at my board, but it's like, it's really difficult to ignore the similarities. We keep having the same conversations. It's really kind of crazy.
Yep. It is wild. It is wild. And it is just a slightly different verbiage for the exact same script. It's like when you talk about, creationism versus intelligent design, where you have intelligent design trying desperately to separate itself from creationism when it's the same bucket. I made a stupid Spider-Man meme of the three Spider-Men pointing at each other, and it's creationism, intelligent design, and magic. And it's literally, they're the same fucking thing. And, like, dude, that's all it is. Dude. And, like, you're trying to give me some big words like irreducibly complex and, like, the genotype and all these things. Like, oh wow, what's the actual mechanism? Well, it's magic.
oh my God, the paper trail on this, the paper trail for intelligent design is you couldn't have asked for a better paper trail. It goes back to the first mention when Philip Johnson gets all his buddies together and they sit around and they're like, okay, what can we do? Like, McLean versus Arkansas, we can't teach creationism in schools anymore. So what the hell are we going to do? We have to rebrand. We have to rebrand this. Yeah. What are we going to call it? We'll call it intelligent design. And then, the classic story, but this goes all the way up to when they tried to get Of Pandas and People taught in the Dover school district in Pennsylvania. And the local science teachers pour through the history of Pandas and People, which they're saying is a secular hypothesis. They're like, intelligent design is a secular theory. It can stand alongside evolution. And I forget her last name, but Barbara is her first name. She sits down, she's like combing through it. She found after a subpoena the transitional fossil of Pandas and People, earlier versions of it, just had the word creationism instead of intelligent design proponentis, but they control F'd and fucked it up. And so there's one version of Pandas and People that she found that has C design proponentists everywhere where creationism or intelligent design proponents is supposed to be. It's like these people evolutioned themselves. It's crazy to see. Like the audacity of trying to pretend like that's not just creationism. It makes me so mad.
They intelligently designed their branding. That's the only thing that we did. Like oh man, we've got a bunch more people on the line, and we've got a couple of atheists and one agnostic that I'd like to just kind of like power through really quickly because they sound like some short questions that I'd like to get through before so we can open the line for more theists. Really quickly, are you seeing line 17/5?
Let me check. Hold on. I got to pop over to that tab. 17/5. Yeah, I'm seeing that.
17 being yeah. I'm going to jump on that one really quick, and you can see why. There, and then I'm also going to look at line number 2/1 because that'll be pretty quick as well. Let's talk really quickly to Scott. Pronouns Scott, calling in from miserable orangutan. Scott, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. Like we're on the same page that Scott isn't a pronoun, right?
Yeah, it's my pronoun. It'll work for me.
But it is fundamentally not a pronoun. That is a proper noun. So it isn't.
Yeah, but I'm not a fundamentalist.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing: is that you just now have said it's my pronoun and I'm not a fundamentalist. Those are both pronouns. If your pronoun is Scott, you should have said
not being a fundamentalist.
Yeah, but see, there again, you just used I. You should say Scott is not a fundamentalist. Scott, this is Scott's pronoun. You can't say words like I or he if Scott is your pronoun.
In my world,
My's a pronoun.
Doesn't exist.
My's a pronoun and I's a pronoun. So again, if Scott is your pronoun, which is again, can't stress enough. This is not like an ideological thing. This is just proper grammar. Like this is just basic parts of speech. So like, Scott is a proper noun, not a pronoun. So that's. I just want to make sure we are on the same page as to like how this works. This is like 3rd grade grammar.
It is literally so easy to just be like, I want to use he, him. Like, who cares, dude? Like, it's just not a big deal. Why does it matter so much?
I want to know. That's why I took the call. I want to know why it's this big of a problem. Is like, that's really what my issue is.
Oh, is that why we're talking about this?
Well, yeah, because why else would I have asked you? Like, why? I just want to know why this is so weird that you have to make it like this whole thing to like plant your fucking flag on the fact that you don't know how to speak English properly. Like, what's the goal?
He's insulting me now. He's using effing flag, and I can't speak English properly, and wow.
Well, you're literally taking a hard stance against grammar. So like you were sitting here like actually digging your heels in.
I've often been known to take a hard stance against grammar.
Why?
I don't mean to mess with you.
I just want to know why.
All kinds of points and things. But I thought we were going to talk about agnosticism and atheism and Christianity and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so You put in your call screen, why are atheists bothered by agnostics? I'm not. That's the answer to your question. Further follow-up question, like, can you just define the word pronoun for me? Can you just tell me what that is?
A pronoun is, well, you have a proper pronoun, is that Scott is a proper pronoun. And pronoun is, excuse me?
Wrong already. Scott is a proper noun, not a proper pronoun. A pronoun is something different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a pronoun is something that replaces a proper noun. Yeah, so pronoun is something that replaces a proper noun in order to shorten the burden of on speech. So a proper noun would be Scott. So I would have to say Forrest is talking to Scott, and what Forrest wants Scott to know is how pronouns work. That's I would have to be, but because we have pronouns, we can replace the words Forrest and Scott with I want you to know. So I and you are pronouns. He, she, it, they. These are all pronouns that are used to replace proper nouns. So that's what a pronoun is. So you understand this isn't like a thing for you to like. If you're going to fight against this, you are just fighting with the fundamentals of English grammar, and you've been blowing it this entire time because you keep using pronouns throughout this entire call.
Well, of course I have. Because I'm having fun with you.
You just chose not to put he, him on a thing to make a point about what exactly?
Oh, I don't know. Just take a walk with you through screwball land. But I did want to talk about atheists and agnostics.
You've succeeded on that by putting something just pointless and dumb. We have now gotten the opportunity for 4 minutes to explain third grade English to people.
And you open the door and I let you in. When that's not really my place I wanted you to come into, I wanted to go to your place. And that place was the
thing in the call screen.
I feel like if you didn't want Forrest to jump on it, you just would have been like, you know, my pronouns are he, him. Like, who cares, dude? Like, I just don't understand why it gets under people's skin so much. For me, personally,
that's
like,
really
it just doesn't. I don't get it.
I don't get why this is a problem. Like, if it were somebody calling in arguing about evolution, like, I can understand why they have an issue with it. If they're arguing about why we should believe in God, I can understand why they have an issue with it. Like, even the atheist agnostic thing, I can understand why somebody might be confused and we can have talk. I do not fundamentally understand why this is that big of a deal to you at all.
Oh, well, that whole pronoun thing is, my pronouns are this or that or this or whatever. It's just me. I'm Scott. That works for me. Scott this.
I and me are still pronouns. So like, Scott, if I were to talk about you to Erika just now, like if Erika and I were to begin speaking about this call, would you prefer for me to say he called in and said a bunch of dumb shit? Or would you prefer for me to say she called in and said a bunch of dumb shit? Which would make you more comfortable?
I would prefer you to say Scott called in and talked about a bunch of dumb shit.
Oh, okay, yeah, but like, as we have just covered a minute ago, pronouns replace proper nouns. So I can't spend the rest of my days saying, and then he called in and she called in and then Scott called in and Scott said this and Scott said that and Scott couldn't understand this and Scott had a problem with that. And then she called and she didn't do these things. Like, that's just obnoxious, and it means that I have to remember your name for the rest of my fucking life, which I don't want to do. So I just
work for me. Just want to understand my name.
I just want to understand, like, what the big deal is, what the hang. Because, like, at the end of the day, with things like this, we have this Poe's Law situation where it's fundamentally difficult to understand if you are just trolling or if you actually just are like incredibly self-important and lazy.
But you got in on this pronoun stuff, and I've
it's just a part of speech. It's just a part of. Are you how far away are you from being burned out on verbs, Scott? Like, at what point are you going to stop using? At what point are you going to stop using verbs because it's just a bit too much for you?
At what point am I going to stop using verbs because it's just a bit too much for me?
Yeah, verbs are another part of speech. What
Yes,
about
I know.
adverbs? What about adverbs? Those are pretty. They can get complicated. You know, adverbs can be a lot.
I don't know, dude. I just like I can't imagine calling in to want to have a conversation about something specific, right? Like you wanted to come in and talk about atheist perspective on agnostics. Like I mean, here on the line, I'm known for being like, yeah, I consider myself an agnostic. Some people consider that the same as an atheist, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is, if you call in to talk about that, I just don't understand why you would have such a massive hang up on someone having the courtesy to say, what kind of pronouns do you want us to use? Like, why does that bug people so much? Like, oh my God, these people, I can't stand how polite they're being. That just really grinds my gears and makes me so angry. Like,
what's the deal with pronouns are? My pronouns are this, my pronouns are that.
Who cares?
It's just,
why do you care so much?
Well,
Brother,
why are we talking about? I just wanted to talk about the subject of atheists, agnostics, and the faithful.
No, I don't believe that, because if that was true, then you would have just been like, you
No,
can see him, who cares? Like,
he went down that road.
Who did?
Greener said, what are your pronouns? And I just said, Scott will work for me, even though I knew that Scott is not a pronoun. Well, it's a proper pronoun.
Well, it's not a proper pronoun. There's no such thing as a proper pronoun. Yeah,
you just
I was going to say, that's not what you said earlier. Earlier, you were pretending to not know the difference, and apparently you still don't know the difference, but it's just in a different way than you led on. Yeah, it's boring. It's just boring, and it's lazy, and it's a weird fight to pick for no reason. So with that, Scott, I encourage you to go pick up like any introductory grammar book and just kind of pour through it a little bit and try to think about why communication is important. Just try to learn like why communication is important and what it does for us as a species. You know, language has been around for at least like 1.5 million years, and it's really helped us as a species grow. And so you don't have to speak, you know, with perfect Queen's English and all this stuff, but like just taking like a hard stance against like a basic part of speech is the weirdest fucking hill to die on that I've ever heard of. This is what we mean when we're talking about somebody being a sensitive snowflake. It's people like Scott, because Scott can't decide what parts of grammar suit Scott's personal fucking like you know, dignities and ideologies and stuff. Get your ideology out of my grammar, dude. Pardon me, I said your. That's a pronoun. Get Scott's ideology out of my grammar, dude. Anyway, I wanted to take that call for a second because it's so fucking stupid. Erika, do you have anything else for Scott?
I mean, I just want to be like, you know, like you can just come on here and be like, I have a bone to pick with like trans people or whatever. Like that's clearly what this is about.
Yes.
So I wish you would just be straightforward about it. Like you could just come in and say, I don't like that trans people are a thing. Oh, sorry. Scott can just come in and say Scott doesn't like that trans people are a thing, and then we could have that conversation instead of beating around the bush. Because like we have that conversation here on SkepTalk, and Forrest is like super, super educated on it. He just did a massive video that took a shit ton of research for it. I know he'd be happy to talk about it with you. So you could just say that, or you could just act like a normal person and be like, my name's Scott, I use he, him, I want to know why you guys have a bone to pick with agnostics. And then Forrest would be like, I don't. And I would be like, I consider myself an agnostic. The call would be over anyways. So it's like, do you want to have the conversation or not?
I guess that's the last question for Scott. Scott, why is it so difficult to just say that you have an issue with trans people and you don't understand this stuff, and to just ask a question like a person and learn and grow?
I don't have any trouble with trans people.
Okay, why do you have such a problem with pronouns?
Trans people. I've got a relative that's a trans person.
Okay, why do you have such a problem with pronouns then?
Well, I don't know. It's just that, you know, why are we bothering with pronouns? What are your pronouns? That is so
because
now and then.
Because as we just explained, it helps us. Because as we just explained, Scott, it ensures that we are able to communicate effectively. I can't see you. I don't know you. I've never met you. So it's important for me to know how to address you with respect. And so I want to use the correct pronouns for you, because if I sit here saying she, then you might be a little offended by that or uncomfortable by that. You'd probably prefer he. I'm not like, At the end of the day, I'm not going to force anybody to pick one. If you want to say no preference on your pronouns, that's fine. We have callers that do that sometimes. We have non-binary people that do that sometimes. But like, to pick a not pronoun as a pronoun and then make it this thing about, it's just so goofy that we have to pick our pronoun. It's literally just being polite. It's just basic politeness. And what's more important is that as we do these things, it opens the door and allows for trans people to also tell us what they would like to be called if maybe they aren't passing in the way that they want or something like that. There was a certain time when someone establishing their pronouns in a conversation was effectively outing themselves. And now, if we all do this, not only are we communicating more effectively, but also it's protecting those people. We get people who call in that are women that have a deeper voice or men that have a higher voice, and they're cisgender. And it's nice to know what they would prefer because I can't fucking see them. It's just being polite, Scott. Why do you have such a fucking problem with being polite?
Good.
Any answer to that, or were you talking the entire time I was talking? Oh, Scott hung up. Okay.
Cool.
Well, that was fun.
Awesome. I'm glad you took it because I saw it and immediately thought the same thing. Like and half the time, like we don't even bother, but every now and again it's good to be like, hey, what's the hang up here? Like he could have called and said, my pronouns are Scott, and been like, I have an issue with pronouns. And then we could have had that conversation and it would have been fine.
Would have been great.
But it has to be so passive aggressive. Like, and what's so funny is that these are the people who are accusing us of being so particular about language, but they can't just come out and say what their issue is. Like it's so frustrating, and it feels like such a waste of time. Like you could just be honest, and then we can hash it out and it'll be done. Like no harm, no foul,
I will like to the because inevitably every time I do something like that, every time we make a fuss about somebody's pronoun choices or whatever, or lack of choices, we inevitably get a few people in the chat or in the what do you call it, the comment section that are like, oh, you should let this pronoun stuff go. It's a call in and tell me why. If you think that I'm going overboard, if you think that me taking 10 seconds or I guess that was like a 6-minute call to talk to this person about why speech is important. Numbers on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288. My name's Forrest. I'd love to talk to you about pronouns. Anytime.
Call in. I'm just infinitely curious as to why people care so much. Like it's such a small thing to do that makes such a massive amount of people more comfortable in the same way that, like, I don't know about you, but when I was in high school at the beginning, and sometimes in college as well, like in undergrad, you'd write your name down and then they'd say, what do you want to be called? Like what? And that's the space. So like if your name is Jonathan, you could be called John, or if your name's Samantha, you could be called Sam. And it's polite in the same way that's polite, right? Like it's just a nice thing to do that makes infinitely more people feel better, and it makes no one except for the 0.00001% of people who have a stick up their ass about this unhappy. So I just don't think it's, I want you to call in too. If you've got an issue about this, I want to hash through it, and I'd love to watch Forrest systematically walk through this with you as well. I think that would be eminently entertaining.
Speaking of that long video, I'm still getting like I was looking at that again, and I already hate it. It's been out for like 2 seconds, and I already hate it because like I wish that I had put like numbers on the screen as to which citations I was using, which references I was using at what time, because so many fucking people are not understanding that sometimes in the video I would say historically we thought of things this way, and now we know these other things. And I would put stuff in about the historical stuff. And so I have 1,000 comments like, some of your citations disagree with you. And it's like, yeah, that's honesty. That's what that is.
That would be like I'm discussing, the history of literally any argument ever, and they're being like, well, this or the history of any science. Like we're talking about relativity, and they're like, are you aware that your Newtonian citations disagree with relativity? It's like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
America has, if you live in the United States, America has failed you with reading comprehension or you're just lazy. Like I find that that's the problem a lot of times too, where it's like, and I've been doing my best lately as well to be like, okay, if I say something that has a citation, here's the citation, because it just takes a lot of grief out of the picture instead of having to be like, here's the specific line of the specific line, I'll throw it up on the screen just because it's literally, as I'm sure it takes 10 times the amount of editing time just to do all of that.
Mhm.
But it seems like that's how we have to do it these days.
We just have to be ridiculous. Arden, can I read the thing that you put in the producer chat? I don't know if that's private or not.
Oh, wait, sorry, were you saying that to me?
Yeah, I was just asking the very last thing that you put there. Is it okay to read that out loud?
Absolutely, go for it, yeah.
Yeah, so Arden put in, because he was saying, like, I don't hate trans people. I have a trans friend or a trans whatever. And she put in, I also, I have a trans family member. So does my dad. And he's still a fucking bigot. Like, shit, dude. Yeah. It was giving, I can't be racist. I know black people. You know what I mean? It's very much the same as I sit here and defend my use of the N-word.
It's literally worse than that, Forrest. It's like, I can't hate black people. I had slaves. That's what it's like.
Yeah,
it's like I am associated with somebody that I am persecuting actively. And it's like, I honestly, it's baffling. Today, I will never not be baffled by this type of conversation, because it's
so stupid. It's so stupid. I love digging into, because really, I was talking with Seth about this yesterday when we were waiting for the like final lunch thing, and he and I were just kind of sitting there shooting the shit, and he was like, "Do you want to go record this?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so we went into this other room and just mic'd up and had a long conversation that'll be out on his podcast at some point, I'm sure. And that was one of the things we talked about, was like this vehement anti-trans, sex binary whole thing. And like, honestly, the narrative that I get all the fucking time, this is just new propaganda. This is new science that's replacing the way things have always been. It's always been this way, and this is all just new woke stuff. That if you look at a science textbook 60 years ago, you won't find this stuff in there, and that's how I know that it's wrong. That it doesn't make personal sense to me because of my understanding. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to anybody. That you're changing definitions, that you're changing the vocabulary, that you can't prove it in this way. Like all these, the same fucking arguments that I have with creationists, the same arguments that I have with flat earthers, the same arguments that I have with anti-vaxxers, literally word for word, these same arguments are what I have to have with transphobes and people who think that sex is a strict and immutable binary forever. And it's like, I'm sorry. I just don't.
I'll add to that. Go back and check out some of the eugenicists and some of the race realists of the 1920s, like during the movement post Madison Grant, after he wrote The Passing of the Great Race. And look at some of the sentences that these guys put into print. Swap out some of those words with words that we use today, and you will realize that it's the same thing. They couldn't comprehend the idea that humans are far less diverse, especially genetically, than we appear to be at surface level. And it's like, yeah, because the science advances, right? Like fundamentally, this is a problem with people not understanding what the point of science is to move forward and learn more. And necessarily that often means revising previous ideas. But these people, they want to take middle school like science class, not even like a biology class, and they want nothing to advance past that ever, right? They get mad that they put feathers on the birds, and then they get mad that the cosmological constant has changed, and then they get mad that we add more missing links. They get mad about the pronouns. They get mad about genetics. They get mad about race. Yeah, Pluto's not a planet anymore. People get so mad about this, and it's like, dude, like. Yep. I get it. Like, I was sad when they shrunk Dunkleosteus. That dude isn't as big as we thought, but it's like,
it looks stupid. More. It looks stupid.
It looks dumb. It looks really dumb. But he looked like that. Homie looked like that in real life, and so there's a charm to it, I think, as well. But guys, at the end of the day, if you are upset that science is changing, you don't actually like science. I'm really sorry. What you like is a story. Yeah. And you like the story you've been told, but you don't actually like science. You don't actually like progress. So quit pretending that you do. Quit pretending this is about science.
Really, that's the biggest thing that I get from people who like the super sex binary people. They're like, well, if you pick up a textbook from 60 years ago, it won't say this shit. I'm like, yeah. And if you go back 80 years, it won't have plate tectonics. So what do? Should we not be teaching kids in the 2000s about plate tectonics because 60 years ago it wasn't taught yet? Or can we say we learned new stuff and now we move on? And if you don't know the new stuff, good. Be skeptical. It is good for you to be skeptical. But skepticism isn't just disagreeing. It's asking questions. It's trying to figure out how we know what we know. It's talking to experts in various fields and reading up on this stuff. And like, I'm sorry, if you're going to pull, if you're going to go to some textbook, modern biology textbooks that explain the difference between sex and gender and how neither are binary, and you're going to pull one bit from there that talks about XX and XY and ignore the rest, then like, you are doing the thing that you are accusing so many other people of doing and misrepresenting science for your agenda. That's what that's called. So, like, dude, I don't know, man. Just keep up with it.
And like,
I would love to take some of those calls today as well.
Yeah, call in if you have that perspective. Unironically, it's a worse, like you're doing worse than the creationists of the 1800s, because these guys rolled up and they were like, Earth 6,000 years. This shit was done by the flood, and then from Lyell to Buckland to Cuvier, like all of these guys learned, and then they were like, wait a second, the data doesn't seem to be matching my preconceived notions. And they changed their minds. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen. A lot of these people actively changed their mind. Buckland did it. And then later in the 20th century, like Thomas did, or Thomas Morgan did it with regard to genetics, where he was like, oh, I'm skeptical about selection. But it's like, these people are capable of changing their minds. And that's what makes somebody inquisitive. That's what makes them a good scientist. And frankly, it's what makes them like a well-rounded person, because it's the ability to challenge yourself and to, be confronted with stuff that's new and goes against the status quo. It's one of the hardest things a person can do mentally is change their mind. So like, flex on the haters, change your mind. That's the only way to be a real alpha.
Also, love that. Also, shout out to Endangered Languages, who just got muted in chat a minute ago about like that Forrest was policing someone who didn't want to use a pronoun because their name was enough. That's not go back and rewatch that call and take better notes. If Scott had just said, I haven't settled on which pronouns are right for me, we would have called that, we would have went with they, them, and we would have moved on, and that would have been the end of it. But that wasn't what happened, is that Scott didn't know what a pronoun was and was mad that they existed because this is all just too much. That's what happened.
Also, if Scott had rolled up and been like, I'm upset about pronouns because I think it's woke, that would have been the end of it too, because that would have diverted the conversation to that one instead of one about, but instead he was so coy about it. And it's like, dude, come on, like just grow a backbone. If you're going to roll up here and, be racist or sexist or transphobic or a creationist or tell us that ghosts are real or whatever, like I have infinitely more respect just as an interlocutor for somebody who's able to come in and say, this is what I believe, and actually, try to argue it, than somebody who's going to act so lily-livered about it. I don't know. It's wimpy.
Right. We've got a ton more call. The lines are full right now, so I'm going to try to burn through some of these so we can try to open more lines for more people who want to talk about creationism or sex and gender. I'd love to do either one, honestly. But let's talk to, actually, is it okay with you? Can we do a couple of atheists really quick? Because I want to, they're going to be waiting for 1,000 years, and I feel like these are shortish questions. Let's talk to Gabe, pronouns he, him, who wants to know, if humans share 99% of our DNA with other primates, why can't we reproduce with them? This is an easy question, but there's probably a lot more stuff that we can dig into. Gabe, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing?
Good, Forrest. Sorry for asking that disgusting question.
Look, dude, I'm not here to kink shame. I'm here to educate. Erika, do you want to start or do you want me to?
No, I'd love to start. I love this question. So humans and chimpanzees, we're one another's closest living relatives. We share, the numbers on this are 98.8% for coding DNA. So that's the DNA that codes for proteins. And it's approximately 95 to 96% when you compare the full genome. Now, that's the same amount of DNA that, actually it's slightly more DNA than lions share with tigers, than African and Asian elephants share with one another. And it's actually quite a bit more than rats share with mice. That's my usual spiel. Now, the nature of reproductive isolation is that it is not a one-way track. There's not one way to become reproductively isolated from a close relative on your family tree. It can happen slowly, it can happen quickly, and it seems as though in some taxa it happens faster and in others it happens slower, right? So, for example, we have dog breeds that mechanically cannot reproduce. A Chihuahua cannot mechanically breed and mate with a Great Dane. You have to do in vitro. That is, if that happened in the wild, we would call that reproductive isolation, because there would be no way for us to intervene and actually allow them to interbreed with one another. Conversely, American paddlefish and Russian sturgeon can interbreed and create viable offspring, and they separated over 200 million years ago, right? So there's all sorts of stuff in the middle that determines when things become reproductively isolated versus, if they maintain gene flow. And that's the evolutionary mechanism that generally prevents reproductive isolation from happening. If you can just touch and go populations able to exchange genes a little bit, then you manage to maintain reproductive inflow, introgression into one another, and it's all hunky-dory. Now, the question is, I think the better question is, can humans and chimpanzees actually reproduce with one another? And the answer to that question is we don't know. We don't really know. Now, we kind of know a little bit. We know in one direction because a freakish Russian scientist actually tested this using the earliest types of in vitro fertilization back in, I think it was like the 1970s. I think his name was Ivanov or something like that. But it seems as though the reason why chimpanzees and humans can't actually reproduce is a post-copulatory mechanism that's the zona pellucida, which surrounds the egg. And it basically gate checks sperm. So when sperm try to come and penetrate the egg, the zona pellucida is the one that says, okay, you can come in, or no, you can't. And that seems to be the reason why, this fertilization can't happen. I'll say, thank God, because that would be pretty ethically dubious, I think. As ethically dubious as something could possibly be. But there is no reason to think that zona pellucida doesn't also gate check chimpanzees as compared to gorillas. We don't have any gorilla chimpanzee hybrids on record. We don't have any orangutan gorilla hybrids on record. Likewise, some monkeys can crossbreed quite easily and others can't. So it seems to be a quirk of our evolutionary history where we move in one direction and chimpanzees move in another, and our subsequent mutations that have occurred in each lineage have made it so that it looks like, at the very least, functionally, we're reproductively isolated. But the biological species concept, which is that concept that says species have to be able to interbreed and produce viable offspring to be the same species, fails all the time. I don't think you or anybody in chat would consider lions and tigers to be the same species, and yet they can interbreed and produce viable offspring sometimes. Likewise, donkeys and horses can produce viable offspring sometimes. Likewise, polar bears and grizzly bears can produce viable offspring all the time. And yet something that you would consider super close, like a fox and a dog, can never reproduce and make viable offspring. The long and short of it is, it's super duper messy, but at the end of the day, genomic similarity is how we determine relatedness, and it's going to be different no matter which pair of critters you're looking at.
If I could just jump in on that also, the major, because I think you knocked it out of the park. Just the thing that I want to elaborate on just slightly for people who are curious, what Erika was talking about there when she was talking about, mechanical differences, where things just don't fucking fit, you can't reach, whatever like that. There's a difference between what we call pre-zygotic and post-zygotic barriers to reproduction. So pre and post-zygotic, that word zygote, right? So before or after the formation of a zygote, theoretically, where is this actual barrier? Pre-zygotic barriers are things like that mechanical just incompatibility, temporal incompatibility, like you go into estrus at a different time than this other species does. You could have, to a lesser degree, geographic, you could kind of call it that, but that's not really it. But these are pre-zygotic barriers. Post-zygotic barriers are you can get the shit together, you can get these gametes into each other, but are they going to be able to form a viable zygote? Are they going to be able to? And so that's what we come up with chimpanzees, is that, as she said, we share 98 point something percent of our coding genes, but that's only coding DNA. And there's a shitload more of it that isn't coding that creates a major difference. And we're actually something like 70% similar. And what that translates to is actually an entire goddamn chromosome pair that we don't have, that they have. And so that level of anomaly between the genomes is going to create a reproductive barrier as well, to where you might be able to, even if you could get past that zona pellucida and inject this sperm directly, it's a big question, and the answer is almost certainly no, as to whether or not you could actually produce a zygote that would be able to be self-sustaining, having that issue. Maybe you could have monosomy rescue, and you could duplicate an extra chromosome in there, which happens, and you could survive. This is one of the ways that we call it uniparental descent. So you heard of trisomy 21, which is what causes Down syndrome, one of the things. that happens because you have a non-disjunction event during meiosis, and you end up with a gamete that has one too many chromosomes, and it fuses with another one that has the appropriate amount, and now you have trisomy in this one spot. Well, you can do what's called trisomy rescue, where this embryo that's developing will realize this is a fatal mistake, because you can have trisomy anywhere. The 21st chromosome is just one of the only ways you can sometimes survive it. But most trisomy is lethal. And so your body, this developing embryo can recognize that and can delete one of those chromosomes and just destroy it. And sometimes it destroys the parent that gave you only one, and you end up with two chromosomes in this position, so it's viable, but they're both from the same parent. And so you no longer have 23 from mom and 23 from dad. You actually have 22 from mom and 24 from dad, or whatever the case may be. And there's also monosomy rescue, where because of the same non-disjunction event, you got the other gamete that's missing a chromosome instead of the one that has two of them, and now you have this one position where you only have one chromosome. This is also a lethal issue. And so your body will just recreate. It'll just make another one of those. And once again, you have uniparental descent in this position. And so it's not unreasonable theoretically speaking, to say that we could stick a chimpanzee sperm in a human egg or whatever it may be, and you could have monosomy rescue in this area, and you could have some sort of a hybrid creature or whatever like that. But the sheer bulk of DNA difference, it wouldn't just be on that one chromosome. It would be all over the place, and you'd have a lot of questions and a lot of theoretical issues that I don't think you can very easily say would or wouldn't work. It's leaning towards probably not going to happen, is what I'm saying. Everything that I know about it, which I'm not an expert in this area by any means, as you can probably tell, because I'm saying and stuff a lot. But like it's for what I know, this is not something that's reasonable to happen. What are you saying, Erika?
So I'm curious about two things. One, I have to come at you, Forrest, because you said 70%. Are you getting that from Tompkins by chance? Have you heard that? Where's that 70% coming from?
That was me just arbitrarily picking a lower number, because I know that it's not bullshit. It was an arbitrary decision, but I know that it was a significantly lower number if you actually go like letter by letter. But I also know that if you do DNA comparison of literally fucking any two things, it's going to be that way. So it's not like it's unique to chimps in this way.
So I know this because I did this exchange with Tompkins back and forth, the creationist, for so long. But it's like, so there's, if you're the thing you're talking about, like pair for pair, not talking about we're not worrying about specific alignments, not worrying about duplications of genes or whatever. It's 87%. But if you allow 87. For like if you construct a genome and compare the same genomes between two individual humans, the number between humans drops from 99.9% of full genomes to about 94% with that same method, because people vary so much, but also so little. So it's like, you're right, it depends on how you do it, but I am so triggered by that 70% number because Tompkins has been parroting that forever, and I will never let it slide because it makes me so angry. But the other thing, was actually a question that I have for you with the uniparental stuff. I know that zebras and horses...
I'm pulling up here... Sorry, just really quickly. I'm just going to put a link in the chat for people who want to watch a short, easy video about this. This is from Minute Earth. Are we really 99% chimp? And they explain exactly what I'm talking about here. It's just an easy way to make it. I picked the word 70 at random, or the number 70 at random. I just meant to say it's less than the 98 or 99% that we talk about if you do it that way. That's all. People wasn't trying to parrot a creationist.
No. I'm literally I get so triggered by that. So that one's on me. But I wanted to ask you a question. I
appreciate it because I don't want to give that impression.
No, I don't think you would have. But what was going on in my head is I was like, I had this vision came to me where it was like, well, maybe some creationist was like, oh, it's only 70%. You were like, it literally doesn't matter if it's 70%. It's still more similar than any other pair. Like that's where my brain went with it. But I wanted to ask you. So among equids, I know zebras and horses, like domestic horses, can interbreed, but they have different number of chromosomes. What's going on in those kinds of things? Do you know? Because I've always wondered that.
I don't. Off the top of my head. I only know about uniparental descent in humans, and I only know it from just like really clinical side shit. Because it was from in grad school, we did a molecular epigenetics class, and it was really heavily clinically based. And so like it was a lot of like molecular stuff, and then it was like, here's the ways that this can fuck you up. and so like I learned about uniparental descent from that, and it was all human focused and all hum bio and all this stuff. And so like I don't know about equids on that, but I would like to.
I would too, because I'm curious. They can consistently produce hybrids, and those hybrids are always viable. And it happens in hylobatids as well, because they vary wildly in their chromosome number, but they can just interbreed like a lot of the time, and I don't know why that is. So I was just curious if you knew, because I don't know what's going on in them that makes it viable.
I'm just Googling just really quickly just for like uniparental and equids. I'm going to hit up scholar.google here and type in equids.
One pair or one pair.
Uniparental. Ah, fuck. God. Okay. You have methylation profiling of uniparental disomy subjects, map of parental epigenetic bias. This is humans. Fuck off. I'm specifically here for horses, you bitch. I'm just going to type in the word horse and see. So here's genetic analysis of maternal and paternal lineages in horses by uniparental molecular marker. This is just horse evolution. This isn't telling me anything about hybridization. Well, now I got to type in fucking hybrids. Calm down, Gabe. We're doing this now. This is where your call has gone.
Sorry. No, that's okay. I like listening to you.
Sorry, Gabe.
I'm still here.
We're learning with
genetic characterization of parental bloodlines and modern horse breeds based on Y chromosomal sequence. Like a fucking I've got nothing, and a cursory search here isn't bringing me anything useful at this moment. But like, I want to know. I bet I have a horse friend laying around that I can like find out some stuff.
Call a horse friend, ask them, because I know that some of the differences in equid chromosome numbers actually came from a fusion. Like it's a telomere fusion that occurred in their lineage that isn't dissimilar from the type that fused 12 and 13 in humans as opposed to other great apes. So it'd make a nice analog.
Translocation up in here?
I have no idea. It's supposed to be some kind of fusion that's analogous to what creates the human 2.
It says Robertsonian.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's like, and then it's viable. It ends up being viable, and people with Robertsonian translocations can produce viable offspring rarely as well. So it's like there's some kind of mechanism that lets it happen, I think, but I don't know what it is. Mm-hmm. And I figured, I just thought it was worth asking because you know more about that kind of stuff than I do.
So Robertsonian translocation in that case, it only happens on acrocentric chromosomes, though. It's the thing. So you have like the one, I think it's acrocentric is the word, if I remember correct. I always get this shit mixed up. But like you've got the chromosomes that are like actually perfect, like X shapes with that centromeres right in the very center of the chromatids. And then you've got the ones that are kind of more like up here. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure acrocentric is the word for that. And those are the ones that you can then get 2 of those and they can fuse and become a metacentric situation, because you do actually lose that little bit above that centromere actually gets destroyed. And so like it has to be that kind of chromosome because you are losing some material. And so it has to be a small amount. Otherwise it'd be a big problem. You know what I mean? So it depends on the type of chromosome that it is. But it is possible. It is definitely possible. If you had people in the chat, if you want to defend the use of the word transgenderism, there's a fucking number on the bottom of the screen. Call it. Anyway, Gabe, thank you for letting us go on a ramble for about 15 minutes. I told you this would be a very short call. I hope that this answered your question at least a little bit, or at least gave you something cool to think about.
Okay. Is there any literature I could read about this topic? Even though I couldn't find anything.
Fuck, man.
For it.
Check. So if you're interested in the chromosomal fusion stuff, I have talked extensively about the human chromosome 2 in humans. And in that, I talk about the fusion in babirusids, so in suids specifically, babirusa, so a type of suid, so pigs and the like, as well as equids. If you check my channel, it's Guts at Gibbon. I have some videos on chromosome 2. Click on those videos. You don't have to watch them, but I have a nice source list of like fusions and hybridization events and things of that nature that maybe will at least put you in the right direction. How about that?
Okay, can you post it up on the
514?
I can put that in. I can put the link to my channel in the chat.
Okay.
Kalazy is already doing that.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, it should be in there.
Kalazy's cool as fuck. Looking for.
Thank you very much.
Seeing if I have anything on like translocations exactly, specifically, and I've got this fucking thick bitch of my old epigenetics book here, and I'm seeing if they have like a whole thing about. I'm sure they fucking do, but it's probably in the worst language that I swear to God, they wrote this book just to prove they knew some words. Like there's so many parts of this that it's like you didn't have to write that way. You just wanted to feel smart. This covers. Yeah, so they have a section in here that does cover a lot of different translocations and like how they might work. I don't think it covers exactly what we're talking about here today. As far as pre-zygotic and post-zygotic barriers, you'd just have to pick up any introductory biology textbook on that. Especially an introductory genetics textbook would be handy on some of it, or an evolutionary biology textbook. I'm sure would cover that, especially because it's going to talk a lot more about hybridization in there.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, no worries. Have an awesome rest of your day, Gabe. Bye. Fucking, I want a snack. God damn you over there.
Dude, I've eaten a full ass sandwich and now I'm eating salt and vinegar chips. So that's why I'm muting, because they're kettle chips, so they are crunching.
Oh, you fucking getting me excited. I recently, speaking of crunchy chips and whatnot, I recently discovered that you can ask for your French fries extra crispy at McDonald's, either extra crispy or well done. You can do, and they will just fry them again. And you can ask a lot. Like I'll sometimes like, hey, can you like almost burn these fucking things? Like just double extra crisp. It's to the point where it's almost a problem. And like they're just so crisp and so salty. And if you eat an entire large one, you will have atherosclerosis. But like it's insanely good.
That feels like a good hack for like if you want warm fries too, because then you can be like, oh, I want them extra crispy, and then they have to put them in the deep fryer, and then that gets them nice and hot.
They are quite hot, and they are extra crisp on the outside, and it is so unbelievably good. And my wife introduced me to this concept a little while ago, and I have not been able to stop since. That's
great. That is a phenomenal tip.
Check it out, y'all. Try it. It's great. It's faster and easier than if you ask them for like saltless fries, so you know they're fresh.
Right,
you have to wait for 15
fucking
minutes for them to make them. Yeah. No, it's way faster. They just dump them back in the fryer again and just do because that's what the reason they're crispy in the first place, because they fry them, then freeze them, then fry them a second time. And so like you're just getting a third one in there.
What's the difference at that point?
Exactly. It's just better. Let's talk to Tom, pronouns he, him, calling in from most igloos. I guess the dude just lives in a lot of them, most of them, and he's calling in from all of them all at the same time. Has a personal belief that God is both universal and personal, and would like to discuss this. Let's talk to Tom. Tom, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good evening. I'm doing good.
Right on. So, what's going on? What would you like to talk about?
So when I called in for the screening, I was supposed to start with a question, and that was my personal definition of God. But then in the screening, they said your topic this evening is evolution. And I have a college degree in earth science.
I mean, like it is largely about evolution. I'm down to talk about God, but like, you know, it's whatever. Erika, do you have a preference? Do you have a problem with taking a God call?
My preference is always evolution, just because I like it so much. But if we want to do a chat about God in general, that's fine with me for sure.
Yeah, I don't give two shits about three shits, my friend. So like, we'll see where it goes. Maybe we'll try to swing back around to evolution at some point. But like, what exactly are you calling about? Like, what's the point of the call? What are you trying to get to?
Well, I called in yesterday, and so today I am talking to different hosts.
Okay.
When I graduated from college in 1980, it was the Linnaeus identification classification, and now there's a domain classification. So I'm just sort of out of touch with the recent theories in evolution. And then
we still use Linnaean. We still use Linnaean like binomial nomenclature. It's just we know what a domain is now, and so like we understand a little bit more. It's not about how we like call life. we still have the same. If you learn Linnaeus, you learn the exact same taxonomic system that we are using now. We just have discovered that things are so diverse and so because we got really into what's called systematics, where we're really able to get into the nitty gritty of who's related to who. We have had to expand the tree a little bit, and we found that this one branch is actually like 3 branches. And so instead of just having kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, we had to put domain up on top, and we also have like subfamily and superfamily and like all these other little things that can kind of make it a little bit more specific. That's all. So you're probably fine with whatever you learned in the 1980s. As long as you're not trying to like throw the word pachyderm around, you're probably going to be just fine.
Well, I was going to use the big word chemosynthesis and the animals in the ocean that are getting.
What about chemosynthesis? What are you telling me?
Well, when I graduated, I didn't know anything about that. And now in the year 2025, I try to talk to people and they just scratch their head and they don't know what I'm referring to.
Yeah, most people learn that you're either autotrophic or heterotrophic, and they associate those words with you're either an animal or a plant, and they don't think about chemosynthesis as a form of autotrophy. And as a way that you can just literally just synthesize biomolecules from the shit in your environment around you. And then you teach them about archaea and their heads explode. So like, yeah, that's the thing. If you live around a hydrothermal vent and you can use the acid gradient in the world around you better than any mitochondria ever could, because you already have a proton gradient just in your surrounding environment, and yeah, you can do chemosynthesis and you can just use. You don't have to eat anything that was alive, basically, is the only way to be eating without eating, I guess. Which I believe it is a form of autotrophy. I think it is classified that way for that reason. Could be wrong about that. Fact check me. I'm doing it. I'm doing it myself. I'm fact checking myself right now. You don't have to do it. It's okay. What are we talking about, Tom?
Jupiter's moon, I believe it's Encelada. It's supposed to be a water moon with an ice crust.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of them.
NASA sent robots, well, I don't know what they call them, instruments, I guess, and they're going to drill into the ice crust and look for life.
I think they're doing that on Europa
I just
as
double
well.
checked. Yeah, by the way, yeah, schematrophy is a form of autotrophy. Fuck yes. So yeah, no, they're doing that on a few different ice moons, and the reason is because we know where we have a pretty good idea of where life got started here on Earth, and like we know that you need a mixture of water and rock, and we know that you need some heat. And we go way the fuck out there to the moons of Saturn and Jupiter, and you have these ice moons which are covered in ice, but the ice has cracks and there's like geysers and stuff because of the tidal force of the planet that it's orbiting. You end up with a lot of energy being added to this planet, and it probably has a rocky core. And so you have rock, you have water, and you have heat. And we also know for sure, as we look out in space, we've found the building blocks of every type of. There are 4 major macromolecules of life. Amino acids, lipids, carbohydrates, and nucleic acids. Those are made of, and I'm simplifying here, but proteins are made of amino acids. Carbohydrates are made of sugars. Lipids are made of fatty acids, and nucleic acids are made of nitrogenous bases. And we found all of those fucking things out in space. They self-assemble all the time. And when we look out, especially at like those geysers, we find amino acids in there. We find simple sugars. We find it on asteroids. We find these things. So it sounds like if there was to be life somewhere else in our solar system, a good bet would be marine life in the oceans underneath the ice on these moons.
So would they be classified by Earth's classification, or would it create a new domain?
No, it would depend entirely on whether or not they use DNA and RNA. Like if they use the same basic system as what we use here on Earth, then they would fall into the category of life, the domains of life that we've established here on Earth. But I would wager that if we went somewhere, drilled, and found some random, microbe out there somewhere, microbe being a generic term for small little guy, I would imagine that if it used a different basic system, we would probably say it's a new domain. And it's a domain that is completely unrelated to the domain here on Earth, the domains here on Earth. It would be life, but it wouldn't be animal, plant, it wouldn't be an archaean, it wouldn't be a bacteria, it wouldn't be anything that would be familiar to us outside of being alive. It would be crazy to see.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, yeah. I've got a poster hanging in my hallway that's like the evolution and classification of life, and it just is this big, just phylogenetic tree, and it starts its classification with life. And I always do too. Whenever I'm talking about classification, I put life, domain, kingdom, phylum, class. And it sounds kind of silly to do that, but we already have need to do that here on Earth because we classify viruses as well using the same system. Yeah. They just don't fit into the life category. And so, like, if we were to find anything out there, is it technically alive? Is it using the same macromolecules? Is it using the same building blocks of those macromolecules? Maybe it uses proteins, but it has different amino acids that it's using. You know what I mean? So, like, there's a lot of questions there, and we could use the same classification system, but depending on what this thing's made of and how it works, it might fall in a very different way on that. We could use the same dichotomous tree, but it may be organized and characterized very differently. Does that make sense, Tom?
Oh, 100%. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Does this help with you called in to say you wanted to talk about a personal and universal God? Does this aid you in any way with that? When we talk about like the possibility of life elsewhere, or like, is that a totally different thing?
It does help in the local Earth discovery of a brand new domain of life or category of life that was found on Earth, not on Mars. Mm-hmm. So yes, you helped. And awesome. In the umbrella of God, yes, that does make a lot of sense.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be insane if we found like microbes on Mars and they used the same basic system as life on Earth, like down to the bits on DNA and like down to the protein language that we use and all that kind of stuff? It would suggest that there was a common origin of life on Mars and life on Earth, which would be nutty.
Or that is just the only way that shit can work. Because like what if if we find something. What if it uses all the same amino acids to make its proteins, but they have to all be right-handed? So you still need homochiral amino acids, but it's a different chirality. Like, what's the, you know what I mean? So like, just, I don't know. I think about that as well. It's just like, there's no matter what, if we were to discover any kind of life anywhere, no matter what, it's going to raise a million questions. And the which million questions depends on what that life actually looks like.
Yeah,
anyway, Tom,
I don't know. I think it's virtually you. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You got it.
Oh no, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to wrap up with Tom, so Tom wasn't just sitting here listening to us ramble.
Do it, because I was just going to ramble.
Okay, Tom, I appreciate you calling in. Feel free to call us if you ever want to talk about God.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
All right, what were you saying?
All I was gonna say is that I find the proposition of like life not being anywhere else, like outside, and unless you're gonna suddenly decide that this is like Spore and this is a fucking simulation and this is the only Earth and everything else is like, not really reachable. Unless you were gonna propose something like that, I think it's so astronomically small the chance that we're not going to find anything else. I would suspect that sort of great filter, though, would be a lot lower on that scale than we think. I would suggest that there are multiple of them, right? Like, I bet there are quite a few intelligent critters out there somewhere, but I bet they can't get off their rock, and I bet we're not going to be able to successfully get very far off of ours either. That would be my guess.
That whole Drake,
it's hard
that
to
whole
go,
Drake equation, yeah.
That old Drake, and I think it's probably hard to go from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, and I think it's probably hard to go from eukaryotic to multicellular. I bet you spend a lot of time at each of those stages, And I bet you spend a lot of time at this one if you can like get a homeostasis with your resources on the planet, which I bet most stuff burns out. And I think that we're looking down the barrel at that ourselves.
Because like multicellular, single cellular to multicellular, we've done that in lab a few times, and it's it's almost always in response to predation, if I remember correctly.
Right. That's what that one flagellate showed, right? So like it was flagellates, and they do that, and they seemingly do it a lot. But it's like, like you were saying, right? Like it depends. Like, does it have to be a flagellate for that to happen, or does it have to be
and it's also
in one of our domains?
And in none of those experiments does it ever stop at 2. Like that's one of the big. There's one of the more popular creationist talking points right now. Is like, well, if there's a unicellular and a multicellular, where's the bicellular or tricellular? As a matter of fact, when we watch this shit happen, they don't do that. It goes from 1 to like 8, and they just that's immediately what they do. And so like, I'm sorry, it's the same. It's a crocoduck fallacy, is what you're doing to me. It's like, well, there should be one with 2 of them. Actually, when we watch the shit happen, that isn't what occurs. So I'm sorry that your lack of imagination is hindering your scientific understanding, but for the rest of us, it's just not that hard. Also, like, I love the idea that, in order for life to get started, like the planet has to have the right temperature and the right pressure and all these things. Like there has to be this kind of like this Goldilocks zone for it. And I love the idea that there was a point when the universe was expanding, it was super hot and dense, and as it cooled and expanded, there must have been a point where at least for a few million years, the entire universe was the Goldilocks zone. And at a time when the same kind of organic chemistry and the same kind of chemical evolution could have been possible. And so like the idea that the quote seeds of life are already universally, ubiquitously distributed, just waiting for a planet to get to the right point where they can start doing stuff. Yeah, it doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. You'd have to have some serious data behind that for it to be a real thing. But just from like a thought process, just a thinky standpoint, it's so fucking cool. It's so cool to think about.
Well, and it is one of those things where it's like
nobody would fucking catch me saying understanding. Fuck all of you who pointed that out. I just flubbed my words. I'm very
Did you say
tired.
Understand? I didn't even hear you say that.
I said your scientific understanding, and I said understanding.
Shame on you, all of you in chat. You're bullying a very tired man.
Them. Ban Hans Sobenser. Ban Darren McCall.
Permanent ban. Get them out of my sight.
Man. We've got several more calls on the line. Do you want to do another theist or another atheist next?
Dude, it's totally up to you. You're steering the ship.
Oh fuck, man! Don't put me in charge. I'm so tired. Let's talk.
This is why I love my role.
Let's talk to Matthew, pronouns he, him, calling in from Ugly Kangaroos, who is a theist who says that consciousness provides evidence for the existence of God. Let's talk about it. Matthew, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Unlike one of the earlier callers, I'm not disgruntled as a result of pronouns, nor as a result of adverbs or suffixes. So overall, I'm doing well.
Hell yeah. It's nice to not be angry about dumb shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a world.
Yeah. So I think consciousness provides evidence for the existence of God in the sense that I think, imagine what you'd expect if some fact is evidence for some view of the world if the fact is likelier given that view of the world than given its falsity. So a person's DNA being at the crime scene is evidence that they committed the crime. It might not be sufficient evidence to conclude that they committed the crime, but it's evidence in that it's likelier their DNA would be at the crime scene if they committed the crime than if they didn't. It'll generally elevate the probability of them committing the crime. Now, I think consciousness is evidence for the existence of God, given that if there's a perfect God who wants to create, he'd be expected to create consciousness. Consciousness is maybe the only valuable thing, certainly one of the most valuable things. So consciousness existing is very likely given theism. In contrast, given atheism, I think consciousness is not at all expected. It's quite mysterious. I think consciousness is non-physical, and I can talk about the reasons why I think that. And so it requires these sort of extra special laws that govern the pairing between the mental and the physical, which are not at all expected on theism, on atheism rather. So overall, I think the presence of consciousness is likelier given theism than given atheism. If all you knew is that God exists, you would expect it with much higher probability that conscious life arises than if all you knew is that there was no God, and so therefore it's evidence for God.
Okay. Great way to start a call, by the way. Kudos to you for laying out exactly what you believe and why. That's all we fucking want anybody to do. I've already got a few questions. Erika, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
No, I started the last one. You kick us off. Or I think I started the last one. You kick us off.
Sure. So my first question is, how is this fundamentally any different than any like irreducibly complexity claim where we have somebody saying like, I don't understand how eyes evolved and they're too difficult and they're too complex and they're too miraculous and they're too magical, therefore there must be a God behind it. Why not just say, I don't know how consciousness evolved, but it's reasonable to expect that it did?
I'd say two things about that. The first one is that it's not that just I don't know the exact process by which consciousness evolved. It's instead that there are some positive arguments, I think, for why you can't, in principle, get consciousness merely through material stuff. Now, of course, I agree that the physical process that gave rise to consciousness was the evolutionary process. So I think evolution explains why there are brains, but I think that the only reason why brains give rise to consciousness is because there are additional psychophysical laws which make it so that brains give rise to consciousness. And those are best explained by theism. Second, I think the argument is importantly distinct in that the argument is not saying, it's not just saying that conscious brains are, they could exist, like what the irreducible complexity argument says, is it says that something like an eye, well, it's a thing that it's possible for an eye to exist in principle through a physical world. It just says the evolutionary process can't build the eye. My view is that a merely physical world cannot even in principle get you consciousness. So it's more like the barrier by which, evolution by itself is not going to get things faster than light, because there are in principle barriers that make it so that you can't get faster than light. Similarly, I think a merely material universe is in principle incapable of getting consciousness. I can talk about one of the arguments for that, maybe, but if you have something to say
in a second. I want to dig into this a little bit further because what I think I think we're splitting hairs here a little bit, because I think the fundamental thing that I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that like, because this is impossible to have evolved, it didn't, and therefore it must be divinely driven. And like, whether you want to say it's impossible to get the pieces, or it's impossible for anything even close to this to even get started, or you want to like whatever, wherever you draw the line, the argument sounds a lot the same to me. And what I would do is I look at it like when Darwin in The Origin of Species talked about the eye, and creationists, I'm sure you've heard, love to quote this thing where Darwin says, I freely confess it sounds absurd to think that the eye could have evolved by natural means. And then the very next sentence is, yet reason tells me when I look out in nature, if I can find a gradient of different kinds of eyes that each serve the purpose that they need to serve for their owners, and also I know that different types of eyes are heritable and that they do change over time, then the idea that these could have evolved is very obvious. And I can't take you seriously if you say that you don't believe it. And I think the same way when we talk about consciousness, a fundamental question like, why is consciousness an emergent property of matter? That blows my fucking mind. Sure, I have no idea what that's. But like, in the same way that light is a resource that we have now adapted to be able to use, the ability to think about the world around us is, for lack of a better word, a resource. And so you have very, very simple, just like responses to stimuli. You look at a single-celled thing like euglena that has an eye spot on it, and when it sees a shadow, it swims in the opposite direction. Well, that's more than just a motor response, right? That is something without a brain. Certainly, I don't think you would call that consciousness, that is responding to stimuli. And then you move it up a little bit to where you get things that actually have like some sort of functional working memory, that are able to like remember where food sources are, or even have instinctual knowledge. I don't know if you would consider a beaver conscious by the same standard you would perceive for us, but like, it sees a flowing river and it's like, absolutely fucking not. Is that going to be allowed in my goddamn forest? And it stops that shit immediately. And like, that is a very deliberate action that goes a little bit beyond a simple response to stimuli. It takes deliberate planning and repetition and like all sorts of thought that goes into that. And you take that all the way up to looking at chimpanzees, where they're actually passing on knowledge. They're not just fashioning a stick to fish for termites, which is kind of on par with like a beaver building a dam level of thinking. They're also showing it to their kids and saying, no, don't pick that stick. That stick's too bendy. You need to get all the leaves off, like sharpen the end a little bit. Like they're teaching how to do it properly and more effectively. And you have this generational knowledge being passed on, really showing a very high level of consciousness there, all the way up to where we like to put ourselves at the top of the ladder, where we can have things like governments and fermentation on purpose and whatever other thing that makes human consciousness special. The Black Eyed Peas as the first. I don't know, but these are. I don't know either. It's just an idea. I didn't say it's a good example. I said it's an example. But these are all things that together we can use to try to kind of separate ourselves, when fundamentally the root process is no different than anything else, going all the way back to things that don't even have a brain. If I can see that gradient in nature, and I know that can be passed down, and I know that it can change over generations, I see no difference in understanding the evolution or accepting the evolution of consciousness than I do the eye or anything else. Does that make sense, Matthew?
Right. Yeah, so I would agree with you that I think you can give a perfectly intelligible explanation, evolutionary explanation, and in fact an explanation that I would completely agree with, of the evolution of brains. And it's roughly along the lines that you just sketched out, where you start out with things that are not quite brains, but that are maybe a few clusters of nerve cell of neurons accomplishing some functions. These get increasingly complex and sophisticated, bundling together different kinds of stimuli until eventually they become very primitive brains, like those of insects or shrimp. They get more complicated and they become fish brains and so on and so forth. And you can get more and more complicated brains. What I'm saying is the thing that I didn't think you can get in a natural world, in a naturalistic world, even in principle, is not the brains, but is the fact that the brains are associated with consciousness. So my view is that just as there are certain fundamental physical laws that say when you have certain physical states of a certain sort, you get other physical states. So like the law of gravity says when you have stuff with mass, it exerts a pull on other stuff with mass, governed by the inverse square law. I think in a similar way, I think there are fundamental psychophysical laws, which are laws that say when you get certain physical arrangements, then you get certain mental states. And so if there are these psychophysical laws, then I think they're more strongly predicted given theism than naturalism. So it's not that you can't get the brains to evolve, it's that the fact that the brains give rise to any experience is better explained by theism than naturalism. Now, what's so mysterious about experience? Why is it that naturalism can't account for experience? Well, I think the natural world and the world described by physics is broadly about.
Who said that naturalism can't account for experience?
No, sorry, that was what I was saying. Sorry, that maybe that is sort of a rhetorical question. Sorry. So, okay, the reason to think that is that the stuff you get from physics is you get this description of the world in terms of lawful equations that govern the way stuff behaves. But no, and so through more complicated stuff from physics, building up to chemistry and building up to biology and so on and so forth, you can get increasingly complicated behavior. And you can get behavior of the sort that characterizes the world of biology. But no part of that will even in principle get you any experience. Just layering together more complicated structure and function won't even in principle get you the kind of rich qualitative inner life that is associated with conscious creatures. One way to see this is you can imagine a neuroscientist, and this is sort of a famous argument in the philosophy of mind. You can imagine a neuroscientist who is the world's greatest neuroscientist. She knows everything there is to know about what goes on in the human brain when people see red. But she's in a black and white room and has never seen anything that's red. Now, suppose that she exits the room and she sees a red apple. Well, it seems like at first she knew everything physical there is to know about what goes on when people see red. After all, anything physical can in principle be learned from a textbook. But nonetheless, it seems that she didn't know what red looked like. She learned something new when she exits the room, and so what red looks like must not be a physical thing. So I think it's a non-physical thing. And there are various non-physical facts, in fact, about consciousness.
So what you just described is a thought experiment called Mary's Room, and that what you're doing right now is you are drawing the conclusion that there is something non-physical here and something that is not matter or energy that is gained from but that is the point of that thought experiment, is to ask that question. It's that thought experiment is not a demonstration that there is something non-physical about the color red. The thought experiment is asking the question. And there's people on either side of that would say, no, she learns nothing new, or yes, she does. And so like the thing that I think is so important here is that you are repeatedly just saying, well, there's something more to this. And I think that consciousness has this special thing that you can evolve a brain just fine, but you can't evolve consciousness, despite the fact that like I just mentioned some stuff of like evolving consciousness. And you can even go, if you want to dig in more to that, like we have plenty of different animals that show like a very clear conscious process, thinking about there's a whole field of behavioral evolution that would not be possible if consciousness wasn't a thing. And so like it sounds like what you're doing is just picking human consciousness specifically as this like high point on the ladder and drawing a target around it and saying, see, it hits the target perfectly. You're saying that like this is the thing that proves God because you personally think it's more interesting than anything else and can't see how it possibly evolved, despite the fact that we have proto-morality in other animals, despite the fact that we have clear decision-making in other animals, despite the fact that we have collaboration and teamwork in other animals, despite the fact that we have planning and we have working memory, we have long-term and short-term memory, we have all these other things that go into consciousness. And also, the other side of that is that if consciousness is so star-spangled special and is this proof of God, then why is it so easy to fragment? Why does it come apart at the seams with certain disorders or like with the onset of age or with dementia or whatever like that? How can it be altered so significantly because the brain was altered? How can it be altered so significantly through trauma? Like there's if this is really something that is so divine, then why does it behave in every single circumstance as if it were completely natural? Unless God just wanted to make it look as natural as possible in order to fool us or something. It doesn't really hold up to the model of saying this is so special, so therefore it must be divine. It's neither special nor does it look divine to me.
Yeah, okay, so let me clarify. First of all, my view is not that there's something intrinsically special about human consciousness. In fact, one of the things that I have a blog, and one of the things I talk most about is why we have very strong reasons to take seriously the interests of even sort of small little animals like shrimp on the grounds that, I think they're conscious. I think the fact that it's not just like human consciousness is special and that's what cries out for explanation. It's the fact that the physical world, that the world has any consciousness at all, I think requires psychophysical laws. I think those are better explained by theism.
Why?
Now you say Mary's Room is a I think the Mary's Room argument and the other argument I described about how the physical world explains things in terms of structure and function, but consciousness is not even in principle about structure and function, that illustrates that consciousness is non-physical. Then when we establish that consciousness is non-physical, well, it's quite unexpected that something like that would arise on naturalism. In contrast, because consciousness is very valuable, and in fact, maybe the only valuable thing, or maybe a prerequisite to any value, it's quite likely, given theism, that consciousness would evolve. You said Mary's Room is a question, not a thought.
I think the hang up here is you keep saying consciousness is non-physical and no one's arguing. It's that it's derived from something physical. So like I think the hang up here is that we're misunderstanding what an emergent property is. So like emergent properties, when you have something that is more than the sum of its parts, right? So a water molecule is going to behave differently than two hydrogens and one oxygen would on their own because of the shape of it, because of the electronegativity of oxygen. There's other factors that all come together to create a new thing. And so like one neuron firing, yes, a nerve cell can evolve. One neuron firing isn't consciousness. A brain can evolve, but a brain sitting there being a brain isn't consciousness. One part of the brain working may not be consciousness, but the sum total of neuronal activity is consciousness. And so what you're describing here, you're saying, well, this is a non-physical thing. So is fire. Fire is a chemical process. I can't go get a scoop of fire, but I'm also not going to say fire is divine, because there's no way it could evolve from simple hydrocarbons and oxygen. It's just a process of those things converting into carbon dioxide and water, as consciousness is the process of the sum total of my neurons working in tandem together, and also all the other stuff that goes into it as well, like, you know, microbiota and whatever else. But like that's what I'm saying. I think the hang up here is that you're looking for a single thing that is this physical thing that is consciousness, and I don't think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think I am. The sense in which I claim that consciousness is non-physical is in a much deeper sense than the sense in which I think, I think fire is physical, in that it is entirely made up of bits of the physical world. It's nothing more than certain, even if it has emergent properties, it's nothing more than physical stuff combining in certain ways. Philosophers have distinguished between two kinds of emergence: strong emergence and weak emergence. Weak emergence is a kind of emergence that you're talking about that's ubiquitous in the natural world. So it's the kind of emergence where, like, hydrogen and oxygen, when they come together, they get water, and water takes on new properties. The point is, all of the new properties that water takes on are just what you get when you take the properties of hydrogen and the properties of oxygen and you combine them in the ways they possess. So, if you have two bricks and you put them together, you might get a new property, which is being bigger than one brick, right? But this property is just what you get when you combine the earlier properties. There's no new. If you know how all the smaller parts work together, if you know all the facts about them, you could, in principle, predict the facts about the higher order system. So if you know all the facts about how hydrogen and oxygen chemically behave, in principle, you could know all the facts about water. My claim is that the same thing is not true of consciousness, where consciousness, knowing, given that the stuff you get out of physics and out of biology and chemistry and so on, just as it is exhaustively characterized in terms of structure and function, consciousness isn't even in principle about structure and function. And so I don't think consciousness can be exhaustively explained physically. Regarding Mary's room, so you said
that sounds like that's the major hang up between us then, is that it sounds like that is the biggest actual problem then, is that I'm saying we don't know something and you're saying we can't know something. And I wonder why you're comfortable making that claim.
So I'm not saying we can't know about consciousness. And in fact, I think we do know quite a lot about consciousness, and I expect the science of consciousness to evolve even more. So I expect, I wouldn't be surprised if in 100 years we're pretty sure whether shrimp are conscious. When right now, we're kind of in the dark about whether shrimp are conscious. I lean toward the view that shrimp are conscious, but yeah, I expect the science of consciousness to evolve. The question is whether it's not just that we don't know things about consciousness. It's that I think consciousness is in principle irreducible to the stuff of chemistry and biology and physics and so on, for the reasons I described. Those things are exhaustively characterized in terms of structure and function. Consciousness isn't about that, so they can't give you consciousness, even in principle, at least them alone. That's not about anything we don't understand or anything we're ignorant about. It's about some in principle impossibility, just like, it's not like, oh, well, we're not sure if things can go faster than light. No, there are in principle reasons to think nothing can go faster than light, at least given our laws of physics. I think a similar thing is true of consciousness. That there are reasons in principle to think you can't get consciousness merely from the physical world, not just that it's mysterious.
Like what?
I've described two such reasons. First one,
if you ask where, like, why can't something move faster than light, I can give you a mathematical reason for that. I can actually explain the principle that means that it is impossible for something to go faster than light. I can explain the consequences of that, what it would mean to go faster than the speed of light, the reason why if you go faster than the speed of light, you have infinite mass, it takes infinite energy to move you. Like these are like, there are actual consequences to that I can actually back up with mathematics and I'm not even a fucking physicist, but I understand E equals MC squared, right? And so like that for me is a better argument than to say, I know for sure faster than light travel is impossible unless physics is different than I think. So give me something like that. What is an actual reason with like some data, some you don't have to give me like super specifics, but like an actual scientific reason and consequences on the other side. Why can't consciousness evolve?
So this might be a disagreement that you and I have. I think that there can be reasons that are not purely scientific reasons. So, for example, I think we have very strong reason to believe that solipsism is false, even though I think the reasons we have to believe that solipsism is false hinge on philosophical considerations rather than scientific ones. I think it's philosophical considerations that make it so that we know that consciousness can't be physical. Now, those considerations are the two that I've mentioned so far, and various others, but one is that physics gets you stuff that's exhaustively characterized in terms of structure and function, broadly in terms of the way stuff behaves. You can fully describe physics in terms of, writing out equations that describe how things behave, and this will govern more complicated forms of behavior. But consciousness is not even in principle about behavior. The what it's likeness associated with consciousness, the fact not just that you have an organism that does stuff, that behaves in various ways. There's something it's like to be that organism. That's not something that even in principle you can get from physics. And certainly no amount, and certainly, just knowing the facts about physics will not allow you to predict in principle what organisms are conscious. And so I think, that's illustrated by the Mary's Rim thought experiment. And so those are the reasons why I think in principle consciousness can't be physical.
So, just follow-up question. Is there any other situation in science where you would say, I don't have a scientific explanation, but I have a philosophical argument, and therefore I think that I know something about the natural world? Is there any other situation in which you would think that was an appropriate thing to do?
Yeah, I think there are many cases like that. So, consider, so here's something I believe. I think that the world is more than 5 minutes old, okay? I don't think that the world was made 5 minutes ago to look old. The theory that the world was made more than five minutes ago to look old makes exactly the same predictions about every experimental result that we would get by definition. But nonetheless, I think we can be extremely confident that it's false. I think we can be extremely confident that the versions of young Earth creationism that are unfalsifiable, where they say that, God makes the young Earth to look old, I think we can be extremely confident that those versions of young Earth creationism, not to mention, of course, every other version of young Earth creationism, is false. Even though the evidence against that kind of young Earth creationism, given that it predicts exactly the same result of every scientific experiment, it won't be scientific, it'll be in terms of philosophical considerations like theoretical virtues like parsimony.
I'm sorry, you're just doing something very different and calling it the same. Like if it would be like for me to say, like, philosophically speaking, like the empirical immediacy of the data before us shows that the Earth is quite flat. And even when we go to the highest mountain, we look out and we see flat plains all around us, and the abstract models of a round Earth are inevitably fallible because they are all human derived. And at the end of the day, if the Earth is round and orbits the sun, then the sun has to orbit something in a galaxy, and the galaxy has to orbit something. That there's an infinite regression. That's a logical problem, and therefore it's much easier to just use Occam's razor and say the simplest explanation is that the Earth is flat, and that is a completely philosophical argument for this. And I if I didn't know any better, if we hadn't been to space, if I didn't have any other data, from this philosophical standpoint, I can now say it's impossible to call the Earth round. But that doesn't help anybody, right? What helps people is doing a little bit of math and figuring out some. I don't understand why here you're able to say, like, I just can't fathom consciousness being a thing, and I have this thought experiment over here that sounds like there might be more to the world than the physical, and somehow or another, ipso facto, because I'm lacking this data and I have no model for it, there must be something about consciousness that not only can't evolve, but also is divine. And now here's this whole other thing, which is this God Who's to say that consciousness wasn't given to us by aliens? Who's to say that consciousness wasn't a freak accident of something that shouldn't have happened in the universe? Who's to say that solipsism actually is real and you are just in a computer simulation that's telling you that it isn't, or something like, like there's a million what ifs, but you're falling on the thing that just is the easiest and most fun for you and calling it a philosophical argument. And I don't understand why you're cool with that. Erika, you were trying to say something a minute ago and I rudely cut you off.
No, you didn't. This has been I've mostly just been listening because I really don't have a lot to add. But the one thing that I was thinking of, I want to sort of call back from what you were saying earlier, Forrest, which is that, consciousness is kind of this ephemeral thing that we can neither investigate with natural processes nor really even detect with natural processes or sort of instruments. Why does messing with the physical mess with consciousness, right? Like Forrest was talking earlier about how you can have split brain patients, or you can have situations like Phineas Gage, or you can have, mental illnesses or traumatic brain injuries. And all of these things will alter the consciousness of the individual in the sense that sometimes they can even tell you. Like there are people with traumatic brain injuries, like you can read their testimonies and they'll be like, look, I felt like a different person after my traumatic brain injury, right? Or you have split brain patients where it almost seems as though their consciousness has been severed, right? By a physical interaction on what we, to the best of our abilities, think houses or consciousness is emergent from, which is the brain and the nervous system, right? So I guess I'm struggling to say, can you think of any example of something in science or in our world that can only be explained philosophically speaking, but that seems to be influenced by physical phenomena?
So I think the explanation of why physical things affect consciousness is if there are psychophysical laws which govern the relation between the mental and the physical, which say that when you have certain physical states, you give rise to mental states, well, then you'd expect there to be a correlation between the mental and the physical. If there are laws that say, physical state X results in mental state Y, if you change physical state X to physical state Z, you get a different mental state. It's been known about for quite a while that, if you hit someone in the head really hard with a hammer, this will produce changes to their experience. And I think dualists, this may be slight evidence for physicalism, but I think dualists can give a perfectly good explanation of why it is that there's a correlation between the mental and the physical. The fact that two things correlate doesn't mean that the two things are identical. Regarding the latter part of your question about whether there are things that are philosophically explained, but that, sorry, I forget the exact way you phrased it. Do you want to repeat it?
No, you kind of already answered the part that I was curious about, which is, you were effectively appealing to, there may be this psycho aspect to the psychophysical, like you're sort of joining this, from my perspective, like an ephemeral field, and you're saying that it exists, that it's out here, and that it's possible that it correlates with this. Well, okay, I could say that there's, and a hydrological ether that correlates with my thought process, right? And there's no, it correlates with it in just such a way so that it looks like when you influence my nervous system, that I'm being impacted in this, that, or the following way. But actually what's happening is it's the hydrological ether that's impacting me. We just don't know anything about it, and we can't measure it, and it can't evolve naturally. And I'm just sort of asserting that it's there, right? Like, I realize my example is kind of like silly and it's not really fully apt, but that's kind of what I'm hearing, right? Is that it's like, okay, well, there's a psychological aspect to the physical, and it's a dualist perspective where there's a soul or a mind or a consciousness that is separate from the physical body, but we can't see it, we can't measure it, and it seems like there's only the physical. There's no physical means to suggest, or there's no physical data to suggest that there's something that the physical as it stands can't currently explain. Now, it's happened in science before that there have been, forces or variables at play that we couldn't measure at the time, but we're actually messing with our measurements. Case in point, Newtonian physics versus relativity. We're measuring things using Newtonian physics, and we couldn't make sense of things like orbits, right? Like things were messing up when we were trying to apply Newtonian physics to this stuff that was too big, effectively. And I think that for you to assert that there is a sort of there, like an additional there that we can't see or measure, you have to point to a deficit in the science that we have. There has to be something that the science that we have can't explain, some aspect, like you need to point to a case where somebody's personality changed, but nothing physical changed. right? That we could measure, right? That something, was emergent about it that could be changed in such a way that it seems to be untethered from their physical body. And I don't think we have any examples of that. That's what would make me satisfied to say, okay, maybe there is something external that we can't measure, that we can't detect, that's at play here. But at present, it seems like the physical does a mighty fine job of explaining, human conditions.
Yeah, so I think that I agree. If you want to posit that there's non-physical consciousness, there needs to be some data that you think your view explains that you think that traditional physicalism doesn't. Now, in my view, the data that it explains is consciousness, the thing that we're immediately acquainted with, the thing that we have direct experience of. I think there are philosophical reasons to think that that doesn't reduce to anything about the physical world, and so as a result, I think the thing that we're most directly aware of, the thing that we're directly acquainted with, that we know most certainly, is something that, in my judgment, physicalism can't account for. It makes sense to believe in non-physicalism. Regarding the sort of past scientific revolutions, when it came to say, the problem that pre-Newton, and I may be butchering the history slightly, so you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but my understanding is that sort of pre-Newton there was this big puzzle about how the movements of the heavens worked, given that there was this assumption that in order for there to be for objects to exert effects on other objects, they had to directly push on them. So it was very mysterious how the bits of the physical world worked, where it doesn't seem like there's anything directly pushing on the planets, moving them around. It doesn't seem like there's anything pushing on a tree that makes it fall. And so there were all these puzzles. Now, the way Newton got around this was he invoked a new thing where he said, look, there's our current theories are not able to explain action are not able to explain that things exert forces on other things without touching them, and so we ought to invoke a new kind of thing in the universe, of things that can invoke effects on other things at a distance without directly pulling on them. In my view, since I think our current paradigm, where we just think there's just physical stuff, is in principle unable to account for consciousness for the reasons I described, and this is not a judgment just had by theists. It's not like just people believe in God and are trying to find out a way of justifying it. There are many people who are extremely strong materialists, like, for instance, the philosopher David Chalmers, who are basically as reductionist and atheist as you can get on every other subject. Do you think that consciousness cannot yet in principle reduce? I think at that point it makes sense to say, okay, well, there are these in principle reasons to think it can't reduce to the natural world. There's nothing particularly theoretically vicious about thinking that there's a new kind of thing, namely non-physical mental stuff. There are all sorts of fundamental things in the world that don't reduce, like math spin and charge. Nothing that wrong with adding more stuff. It doesn't seem that bad to say, look, there's a new kind of thing, which is consciousness, and that doesn't reduce. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this was kind of my last chance for everything with Matthew here. Matthew, I think Erika just explained really clearly where our hang up is and why we're not taking this very seriously right now. And your literal immediate response was, yes, I understand that for you to make a scientific argument and take a scientific argument seriously, you need good evidence and you need an alternative model that you can actually make testable predictions with and all this stuff. But I just fucking don't. I just don't think I do. And then we went on to you. Well, I laughed a minute ago because you actually even threw in the word paradigm, which is just the classic move of people saying listen, I understand this is how science works, but someday I'll be proven right. You just have to accept that I'm right first, and then you'll get it. And that's just kind of how it goes. And so I think the fundamental misunderstanding, the hang up that I don't think we can reconcile right now is that Erika and I are totally fine with the idea that Newton couldn't explain something, couldn't explain the motion of the planets. He said there was something else going on there and nobody knew what was going on there. And then he discovered something new and changed science entirely. And you're sitting here saying, and that's what's going to happen with consciousness. And all we're trying to get you to understand is the thing that made people believe him, the reason he believed himself, is because he invented integral and differential calculus. He developed a new kind of mathematics and showed that it worked and showed that Kepler's orbit Kepler's laws made sense because these weren't just stretched out circles, these were conic sections, and it makes more sense that way. And like he actually backed it up with something. He didn't just say, you know what, y'all, I think there's more to this, and someday you'll understand. And just because you can't explain it this way. And if there was a guy who knew everything about planets and then she stepped outside and saw a planet, did she learn anything new? I think so. And like that's just not good enough for us. And it sounds like you recognize that that's not good enough, but you think that for some reason you just don't have to clear the same hurdle as everybody else. And that was my last straw for the call. I'm kind of done at this point. Erika, do you have anything else for Matthew?
No, I mean, I mostly feel the same way. To me, if you want to say that there's something there's something that's lurking in the background, it's just out of reach, that's going to change everything, I think the very first step with that is showing that hole, that gap in our knowledge actually exists. And to me, I'm not satisfied that consciousness is this ephemeral mystery, or eternal mystery rather, that we are no further to solving than Newton was when he was trying to understand, why orbits didn't conform directly to his Newtonian physics. Like, I just don't see the hole there. I don't see the crisis, right, in neuroscience. To me, it just seems like it's an appeal to something that feels pretty nice. It's like, well, maybe there is something. And, I don't know, maybe there is. I don't think there is, though. And the reason I don't think there is because I don't see space for it right now. I just don't see the gap. I don't see the data that needs to be explained that can't, no matter how hard we try. And people are hammering away at it and they just can't figure it out. In the same way that we saw with Newtonian physics and then relativity and then the modern synthesis, which solved the crisis in biology, and discovering radiation and why some things emit particles that do things and we can't see it and we can hardly measure it, and all this other stuff, and the secrets of germ theory and atomic theory and all of that wonderful science that filled enormous gaps in our knowledge. I just don't see that for consciousness. I just don't see that this is something that people are agonizing over and trying to figure it out. Again, I'm open to being wrong, but at present, I am not. I guess it just doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you.
I would need an actual reason to believe that I'm wrong. And Matthew, unfortunately, you have not given us one today. But think about it more and call us back sometime. And if you have any if you can give me something that makes novel, testable predictions, at least, then maybe we'll have something to go off of there. And take care, Matthew. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah,
Bye. Really quick, couple of things. The lines are still full. So I'm going to move on to somebody pretty quickly here because I want to get through as many calls as we possibly can today. Let's see if we can do a 24-hour show. We've got to the person in the chat who asked, yes, we are taking atheist calls. In fact, the next call will probably be an atheist call. We're kind of bouncing around. Also, you guys have been an unbelievably generous audience and have been sending all sorts of super chats. Arden is a big old jerk, and she will not allow us to read any more super chats past a certain threshold. And so she has raised the super chat threshold to $10. So if you sent a super chat below $10 up to this point, we will read it. But after this point, it must be $10 for us to read it in order to diminish the amount of fun that we get to have on this show and limit your voice as an audience to interact with us, your favorite content creators, in order to take away your ability to participate freely in this show. It really is just a classism thing for her.
Whoa, Forrest,
and I don't know why she's this way.
You're assuming you're their favorite. I think that's a little arrogant of you. Not really a good look,
I was talking about Erika and you. Actually, that they wanted to write in so that Erika would read their chats and you would say something snarky over the phone. That's what I figured they wanted. I'm just a prop. Right? I'm just here
exclusively. What these freakish degenerates want is to make me read as many puns as they possibly can. And I know this because when I have peeked over at the super chats, I see a pun almost every time I check. So I'm actually in favor. I'm in favor of both the 24-hour show and I'm in favor of cutting it at $10 because if you, if you weasels, you're trying to make me read your stupid puns, and Forrest is going to double down on them because he does that every time. And then we're here until 2 a.m. reading your puns and your poop jokes, and it makes me so mad. So I'm in favor of this, Arden. I'm glad you did that.
We actually were at Free Flow. I had a line of people. We were doing like photos and autographs and stuff, and more than one person came up and talked to me about this. And we are all convinced that you secretly love it, that you love the puns and you love the jokes, and that this is just a bit for you. I'm telling you, a lot of people out there are all convinced that you actually are very into it.
Bits don't take a taxing toll on your physical health. If I were to take my blood pressure or my heart rate after one of these, they're both through the roof because I get so mad because you guys you love making me read the lowest bottom of the barrel type of comedy, which is puns. That anyone can do. Anyone can do it. They can memorize those shitty little books and then they can, rattle them off the way that this co-host of mine to that direction does so frequently and enjoys so much. So I'm glad. I'm glad you're having your little fun. I'm glad you're enjoying tormenting one of your favorite hosts, me, of course. And I hope you realize what you're doing to me. You're harming me physically. You should be ashamed.
What I want to know is, what do you call a serial killer that never gets caught and actually gets paid? What do you call a serial killer that never gets caught and gets paid?
It's not even super chat time. It's not. You don't get to do this in the middle of the show. This is the safe zone. This is the safe zone.
Well, we'll save it. We'll save it for later. But just know, I'll expect an answer for that question. Yeah. Let's talk to. We said we were inviting these calls, so we're not just doing theist calls today. We said we were inviting these calls, so I'm gonna bounce around a little bit. How do you feel about line 30/1?
I don't know. Let me wait for a second to catch my breath as I get my rage out. Line 37, you said? Yes,
30, it's 30, but it's also 1. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's talk to John, pronouns he, him, calling in from Nipple Clamps, who says, just wants to talk about trans people, and it says here, I don't understand how a male can be a woman. John, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good, how about you?
Never had a bad day.
That's what's up.
That's what's up.
So
that's what's up for it.
Right. I appreciate you calling in and putting your questions out there and like being open to asking things. The first thing that I would ask you is you do understand that sex and gender are different things, right? Or do you disagree with that?
Yeah. Do you?
Yes. No. So the way that was phrased, I do hold the scientific academic standard consensus view, yes, that sex and gender are different things and that they're not necessarily congruent. That is like well understood for the past 100 years in biology. So are you saying you don't agree with that? Because that's where we need to start the conversation then.
Yeah, no, I agree that sex and gender are, I guess, different terms for sure. Can we start with what's the definition for sex?
Yeah, sure. So sex is referring to the sex. Both of these are multidimensional, but sex is referring to males, females, and intersex people. It's talking about the physical, physiological, genetic, chromosomal, hormonal, anatomical, whatever other physical characteristics of males, females, and intersex people. Whereas gender is referring to the socially constructed norms, behaviors, roles, power structures, socioeconomic status, whatever, associated with girls, boys, women, men, and non-binary people. And so those things are separate constructs, which are multidimensional in nature and serve different roles. So it's not just that they're different terms. They are actually fundamentally different things that very often line up, but don't necessarily line up and don't always line up.
Okay. And as far as sex goes, you mentioned 3 of them. So
I said males, females, and intersex people. Yeah.
Okay.
I said males, females, and intersex, and that is the limitation of our language. Yeah.
Okay. And obviously the 2 main ones would be male and female. The intersex is more of a genetic, mutation or something that happened.
Not necessarily. No. So yes, the main ones are male and female. That's going to cover the vast majority of people. But about, if the most conservative estimate out there from the UN is 1.7% of the population, falls on a varium of a continuum of variation. Those are the words. A continuum of variation between these poles. And what's really important to remember is, because when you say it that way, it's very easy to say, okay, well, 1.7%, that's tiny. There's two things that are important to remember. Number one is that even the two poles are not cut and dry, because we're talking about, no matter how you slice sex up, it is a multivariate construct, which has a ton of different factors going into it. Not a single one of those factors is solely determinate of the outcome, and not a single one of those factors has only two options. And so even if you say, okay, this is 100%, this is male, this is falling into the mailbox, two different people who fall into the mailbox may still have different reasons for being in the mailbox, because those factors are different. I'm going to start saying female box instead of mailbox. It sounds like I'm sending a letter to sex, and that's weird. But like, if you put two people in the female box, they're going to have different reasons for being there. It's not necessarily, okay, they both had this super standard 6th grade template of sex determination, right? And of course, none of that is necessarily going to imply anything about gender, because you cannot boil gender down to, nor can you predict gender by sex alone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sex, okay. And you saying male and female, the intersex. What would we consider intersex?
So intersex is an umbrella term for people who fall outside of these simple binary categories for a variety of reasons. And so intersex conditions, also sometimes called DSDs, or differences in sexual development, can happen for a variety of reasons and cause a variety of effects. That's why most of them, you talk about like Turner syndrome, Swire syndrome, De La Chapelle syndrome. Well, the word syndrome is not the same thing as the word disease or disorder. What it fundamentally means, that word syndrome, is that here's this presentation of symptoms, or whatever phenotypic physiological change, whatever the case may be it destructive, harmful, helpful, whatever, it doesn't have one solid root reliable cause. There's several different causes, or we don't know exactly what causes this thing yet. That's why we use the word syndrome. And so DSDs fall into these, a lot of them we use this word syndrome because there's a variety of ways. When we talk about sex, we are almost always talking about development, and there's a lot of ways in which the development can switch up a little bit, and you can still end up 100% in this, male or female category, or you might not. You might have some parts of you that are male, and some parts that are leaning more female, and that's why, especially in biomedical sciences, we're really careful when we're talking about somebody. We'll try to, if possible, we'll talk about this is anatomically female, phenotypically female, genetically female, chromosomally female, hormonally female, whatever, because no one of those things is necessarily always going to imply many of the other things, and none of them are the same thing as the word woman.
Okay, and as far as that, so let's say a fully developed male organs, member, and the testicles, and the female's vagina and uterus and all that. A fully developed would just, that's nature's, right? Two options, and then there's variations. Like nature's trying to get a fully developed organs for functional, functional reasons.
If you want to look at it that way, sure, that's a fine way of looking. It's there's different ways of thinking about things like this in biology. So you're coming at it from what I would call tree thinking, which is thinking of like an evolutionary functionality, and like, okay, so the point of this is for sexual reproduction. Yeah. This is where we're trying to go. And there was some sort of aberration, some sort of thing that happened here. Sure. But still, that has nothing to do with gender at all. And so,
I just want to cover sex real quick before we get to gender. I just want to, stick to sex real quick before we get to gender. So, because I understand there's variation.
If you talk about something like this, it's important to remember that, like, these are human beings that we're talking about here. These are not just, lab rats. So we say, okay, well, this looks...
of course, there are people.
So it's just important to keep that in mind, because when, the other thing that I forgot to mention, when we talk about this is 1.7% of the population, we have a global population of 8 billion people. So 1.7% of the population is 136 million people. That's a population the size of Russia. that doesn't fit into your strict binary box. And so that's why we use these terms, just to kind of as a blanket term to cover all this stuff, because there's no way to just say it all together.
I wouldn't use current population. I would just use every human that's ever existed and probably will exist. Because
even more,
you know,
even more.
Yeah, right. So,
yeah,
like I said, this has nothing to do with people. You know, whether let's say a woman who's unable to bear a child, she's no less than a woman, right? Or the ones that have a uterus, right? They have children.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is that even if you talk about, you know, you bring up childbearing and uteri, that's a great example of why this is such a frustrating argument to have a lot of the time. Not that you're frustrating, it's funny to point out that, like, you know, whether you separate sex from gender or not, even if you think that sex and gender are synonymous and binary, which, again, I can't stress enough, is not the current scientific view, like, right? But even if you hold on to this outdated and parochial view that sex and gender are synonymous binary things, still, not every woman has a uterus, and not every person with a uterus is a woman. Like, there are plenty of people out there that have a uterus that are not women, period. And that's beyond whether you separate this or not, whether you have new understanding of science or the old understanding of science, doesn't matter. That's just a fucking fact. And you also hit the nail on the head when you said, you know, what someone who's infertile. You know, it's this dumbass argument that I get all the time of, like, well, if you put 100 trans people on an island, you're not going to have a civilization in 100 years. It's like, okay, what if you put 100 postmenopausal women on the island? What if you put 100 infertile women? What if the women had Mullerian agenesis? What if the women just chose not to have children? Does that mean they're not women anymore? And, like, it's only when we're talking about trans people that people, and I'm not saying you're doing this, I'm just, you know, it's only when we're talking about trans people that we tend to use reproductive ability as a barometer of human rights. And it used to be these exact same arguments. You'll notice these are the exact same arguments with the exact same language and the exact same intention as it used to be used to argue against same-sex marriage a couple of decades ago. You know, oh, these gay people, they can't have children, and they can't, are you even a real man? And, like, who's the man in the relationship, and it's all the same shit. And now we get to blend homophobia and sexism into the diarrhea and a martini of transphobia, and that's what we're dealing with, you know, today.
Okay, I just want to put a stamp on the, was Erika about to speak?
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I thought somebody was about to speak. I thought I heard Erika.
No, John. I was just laughing because Forrest called it a diarrhea martini, and I was like, "What is that? That's so gross." No, he's doing it. He's doing a phenomenal job. He knows this area better than I do. So, you know, he's definitely the guy to talk to about this kind of stuff.
Okay. Now, as far as, like, this, I just want to, you know, put a stamp on the sex thing so I could talk about the gender part. But so we'll just stick with female and male. And then there's variations that would be intersex, but one, you know, they can lean closer to one or the other, or just, right? Is there ever like a 50-50, like a full on, you know?
So the problem is, and I want to be, yeah, that's a really good question. And I'm gonna give you an answer, but then I'm gonna have to explain a little bit of the answer, because I know I can see the comment section before the show ends, and I know how people are gonna hear. So it is somewhat subjective when you say questions like that about, like, is there a perfect 50-50? Like, because humans are the ones who made this system up, there's no, you know, it's like with species. There's no such fucking thing as a species, right? We just draw boxes around patterns that make sense. And that doesn't mean that the boxes are real, and that doesn't mean that the patterns are real. And so, like, if you look at, you know, for example, my undergrad genetics textbook, which I can pull out if you'd like, and read it, it talks about, like, here's somebody with De La Chapelle syndrome. They have XX allosomes, and they develop as a man, or as a male. And so we would just call them male more or less for convenience, because they are anatomically and phenotypically male. And so that's the language that we're going to use for them. And so it is kind of just like your decision, whereas that person could say, listen, I'm chromosomally female, I'd prefer it that way. And somebody else could come along. We have actually had a caller on this show who said that someone with De La Chapelle syndrome who has XX allosomes but develops phenotypically and anatomically male, this person who has penis, testes, vas deferens, all these, or ductus deferens, pardon me, all these things, is actually a woman because sex and gender are the same thing. And if you have XX chromosomes, you're a woman. And that was his stance, is that, okay, well, these people are women then. And so like, there's still argument to be had here. And so the answer to your question is probably, yeah. When we talk about intersex people, we would kind of default one way or the other. There is some outdated terminology. We used to use terms like, like we used to use some terminology like meta male or meta female for those things. That's kind of outdated. People don't really like that anymore. It's just kind of gross now. And so intersex is just kind of the blanket. And usually it's just defined, or you box somebody in based on just like how they're presenting themselves. You would assume that these are congruent, and it's all fine. And I just want to put a caveat on that. Yeah, I just want to put that caveat on there to say that it's not all completely arbitrary. It is kind of fuzzy, and that makes it beautiful and fun. But like, I know for sure there's going to be some fucking transphobe that's going to hear them be like, so you just think that sex is just totally arbitrary? We can just call anybody whatever we want. And like, I just want to make sure that we cover the bases here. That like, that's literally how all science works forever, and we're not doing anything different here.
No, I was just asking if there's like a fully developed penis, testicles, and then vagina and uterus on a single person.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. So, like, take for example, persistent Mullerian duct syndrome. During development, as you're growing, there's this common misconception where people are like, well, we all start off female, and that's not fucking true.
Right.
We actually start off with the equipment for both directions. And so, what people do like to say is we do start off with a cloaca that forms what looks an awful lot like a vaginal opening, and unless directed properly, external genitalia do tend toward vulva. And so like, that's kind of where this idea comes from. But when we're talking about like internal genitalia and like how these things actually develop, you get what are called Mullerian ducts and Wolffian ducts, and you develop both of these. And if left unchecked, Mullerian ducts will develop into uterine tubes. They'll develop into the uterus. They'll develop into the upper part of the vagina. I think the upper third, if I remember correctly. And ovaries come in at a different time as a gonadogenesis thing, based on primordial germ cells. If you left unchecked, Wolffian ducts will develop into spermatic ducts. They'll develop into ductus deferens. They'll develop into parts of I think they form parts of the prostate, if I remember correctly. Doesn't matter. The point is, what happens typically is that one of these will be persistent and one of these will reabsorb. But that isn't always the case. And so in example of someone with persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, you would have someone who has XY allosomes, has a penis, has testes, has ductus deferens, all these things, and also can have all or part of a uterus and uterine tubes and even the upper third of a vagina.
Okay.
And so, you can have a situation like that. Right? No, there's no such thing as that, as far as I know, in humans. And even if you look at like gonads, so like you can have testes or you can have ovaries, or you can have ovotestes, where one half of the organ has ovarian tissue and one half has testicular tissue. And this is another thing, just to get ahead of it, is we talk about hermaphrodism in other animals. The term hermaphrodite is a slur for humans, but you can find in the literature, like it'll say like case of true hermaphroditism in humans, and they're usually talking about ovotestes. They're talking about like, okay, this person actually has the reproductive structures for both. They just don't produce the gametes or whatever like that. And there are even some species of mammals where they all fucking have ovotestes. That is the normal ground state for like I think it's like the European moles and shit. Like all the females have ovotestes.
And humans will never be able to reproduce asexually, like lizards or something.
Yeah. So, if you talk about whiptail lizards, are a very common example, where they are entirely parthenogenic. The entire population, the entire species, is just females, right. And yet they are still reproducing, and they're doing it through parthenogenesis. They're reproducing asexually, but they have to have sex to do it. So one of them will take on a male role and they will copulate, and that interaction releases the hormonal cascade that causes them to develop an egg as if it were fertilized. And it's fucking awesome. And so that's like gendered behavior, basically, you know, or sexual behavior. It's kind of cool. So that's all that. And like, yeah, you have that in humans. And it is very funny because like the transphobes will talk about and the binary essentialists and all these people, they'll talk about it as like, no. Sex is very binary because you either have sperm or eggs. And it's like, okay, well, what if you don't have either? What if you're infertile? Well, your body is like organized around sperm or eggs, right? So therefore, okay, well, then what about ovotestes? Well, that doesn't matter because they don't produce sperm or eggs. And it's like, well, what about the body organization thing, right? Like, I thought that mattered. So, yeah, it's one of the reasons why this stuff just doesn't really work. And one of the reasons why this stuff just isn't a strict binary. It's fuzzy and it's gradient. And it's messy,
I got you.
That's the coolest part about it.
Far as a fully healthy male or female that has a fully developed testes and penis and a vagina and a uterus and ovaries and all that.
You just use the word typical.
Typical, right? So okay, typical. So you're saying currently now we don't no longer call one of them a woman and one of them a man?
So generally speaking, you could. You like more often than not, you can default to that. But man and woman mean different things than male or female, right? Fundamentally, those are different words that have completely different meanings.
So gender, how many okay, then what's we got the definition of sex. What's the definition of genders then?
Yeah, so gender, as I said earlier, is the socially constructed norms, roles, behaviors, expectations, etc., that are associated with women, men, girls, boys, and non-binary people. And so what we're talking about there, by the way, to the person who's talking about Richard Dawkins says other things, call in, numbers on the bottom of the screen. The thing about gender is that, like, they, generally speaking, sex and gender are synonymous. However, gender by its very definition as a social construct is non-binary. And there's a million ways you can prove that. And so as we are, I'm sorry, what were we saying?
So I'm saying, because I did have to look up the word gender, and I see that it was like coined in like the 50s and 60s, something like that.
Yeah, it's a newer. So we've known about trans people, and we've understood a little bit about the disjunction of sex and gender for actually about 100 years. The real understanding of it as a thing started in the 1950s with, I believe it was John Money who was starting that, and that dude had some fucking terrible ideas. And did some horrific experiments. And it's kind of like Freud, where it's like, okay, we wouldn't know a lot of psychology without Freud, but also fuck Freud. You know what I mean? And so, like, it's the same thing as it is with a lot of scientists, where it's like, okay, this person was early in this field. They were on to something, and they also did some really fucking stupid shit. And now, skip forward a few decades, we've learned a lot more. And so what we understand now about gender is that this is this thing that is, it's gender is a descriptive thing, not a prescriptive thing.
Okay.
And this is another thing that people tend to not understand, but I'm happy to break it down, is that when people describe themselves using words like man, woman, whatever, they are also defining that term for themselves as well, because of what gender is and how it works, because it is such a deeply personal thing, because it changes from culture to culture, from generation to generation, from person to person, from day to day, because it is so fluid by its very nature. It's a little bit harder to pin down. So we can define it very easily. I can give you the definition of man or woman or whatever you'd like, but it's not going to be just which one would you? So either one. A man, like to define the word man, because of what gender is and because of the way it works. A man is a person who aligns their gender identity with, or you should say, like, is aligns their gender identity with the identifies himself. I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this. Who identifies themselves as and aligns their gender identity to the behaviors, roles, and possibly physiology that they associate with masculinity or with manhood. It would be the best way to say that. And so it's not just a man as anybody who calls himself a man. It's that a man is somebody who is aligning their gender identity with and identifying themselves as, like, lining up with the roles and the norms and the behaviors and the presentations and the performances and maybe also the physical characteristics that they themselves are associating with manhood. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, for me and you, for example, this is just to flesh this out, to show what I mean. I guarantee that like masculinity to me is different than it is for you. And I don't know anything about you, and I can make that distinction. One of my best friends in the world, Jesse Jurdak, right? The dude hits the gym regularly. The dude has biceps that weigh as much as my whole body. He feels very masculine when he's out there pumping iron and being this fucking awesome 6'8", jacked to shit super bro. And if you go to the next person in the gym who also has that same thing, that they feel very masculine when they do that, they might also be a douchebag to women and be very domineering and very sexually predatory and want to control social situations, because that's what men do. Whereas Jesse is the biggest fucking sweetheart in the world and wants to hug everybody he meets and just wants to make people smile and will punch a Nazi and without any provocation. It's just like, that's the nicest guy you've ever met. And so here we have these two people who are united in their masculine image of being this very buff, very big, very scary looking guy, but completely separate in their masculinity. Whereas, you know, Jesse has a very kind heart and a working brain, and Andrew Tate fucking doesn't. And then you compare both of those to me, where I'm this fucking squirrely 6'2", like 185 pounds of just Jack Russell Terrier squeezed into a monkey body. And I don't fit many of these things, but I align with Jesse's masculinity in being kind and in being helpful and in uplifting marginalized people and seeking feminist solutions. But I certainly don't align with his masculine image of needing to go work out. That's just not how I see myself as a man. And so, like, if you pick any two men, any two women from this culture, you're going to have a different concept of masculinity. And if you compare either of us to a man from the 1500s, when men wore powdered wigs, men wore high heels, men wore facial makeup, men wept with emotions and would weep in distress and would faint when they were overwhelmed, and all these, the manly weeping and the manly fainting and the handkerchiefs and all the, certainly we would not be okay with the kind of frilly whatever that came along in those times and call those things manly. Nail polish was invented for, I believe it was the Byzantines, that they would paint the nails of warriors. The warriors had the different, and the different nail polish colors denoted different military ranks. Certainly, we're not doing that shit today, right? And so these are all things that, like, yeah, please.
So far as that, like you were saying, it's a social construct.
Yeah.
And it can change, like you said, you know, back then they were wearing nail polish, high heels. So would you say that sex is true and gender is not true? Like a not true thing is it could be whatever, you know, wherever the wind blows, that's where gender is going to go?
No. So great concept to think about this with. No. It is changing and it is fluid, but that doesn't mean that it isn't true or that it isn't reliable. A great way to think about this is sexuality.
Like boys, like right? For instance, to say a boy likes, or boy color is blue and red,
right?
That's not true, because you know my favorite color is purple, and I don't see that as a girl's color. Even though we talk like that, that doesn't make it true.
And before the 1940s, yes, that's exactly what I'm getting to. Yes.
That's what I was picking up on.
Yeah, you're talking about gender roles and gender norms and things and lumping them with gender itself, which is common, because if you take gender and break it down, it's not just its own unique individual thing. There's like there's gender identity, which is a fundamental part of who somebody is, which is different than gender expression, which is how they are going to present that gender to the world, which is different than gender roles and norms.
Let me get to the main thing, because as far as sex, so like a male who says they're a woman, what do they mean by that? That's what I'm kind of confused. What do they mean that they're a woman and they're not a man?
Then they mean that, number one, sex is irrelevant in this scenario because we're talking about gender. If we're asking, are you a man or a woman? We're not talking about their sex, we're talking about their gender. And what they mean by that is that they identify as and align their gender identity to the behaviors, characteristics, roles, and maybe physiology, or maybe not, that are typically associated with femininity or with womanhood. That's what they mean. They understand the same way you can take
feminine and masculine as two different things, I would say, than gender, because there's definitely men who identify as men and they're feminine.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Take for example, a great example of this would be like, if you have two different women in the same room that are both cisgender, and one of them is very frilly and girly and wears pink and glitter and all sorts of stuff, and the other one is a total tomboy that is a professional lumberjack and doesn't do any of those things, and they're both women, and they both have totally different concepts of what that means to them. And I don't think either of it is like, well, I got a vagina, and that's it, all there is to it, right? They have totally different
definition to gender then. Because if a woman can be any number of things, that's what I'm saying. If a woman can be, like you said, a girly girl who likes pink, and then tomboy, black, stuff like that. If those and they both consider themselves women, and they both have different interests, and they're, what I'm saying. So it's like woman is whatever you want it to be. Because the spectrum of woman is so grand that it's like,
it's not to say that there is no definition. It's not to say that there is no definition, but it is to say, like I said earlier, that these terms are.
There's no objective definition.
Yeah, it is. You are aligning yourself with the things that you associate with womanhood or with manhood, and so. Or with neither, if you're non-binary, or with both, or whatever. And that could be a lot of anything, and it should be a lot of it. It could be anything, because if I was aligning myself with the roles and behaviors and everything of manhood in the 1500s, guarantee you wouldn't think I was very manly today. And so, that is absolutely what it means.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't see as, far as, let's say, gender roles and interests. And maybe I'm using the word man to deal, or women to deal with sex, using those words, those terms, because they're so, it's almost been a common thing until 2015 or so, that there's a girl who I know who doesn't like girly stuff. I still consider her a female or a woman or a girl, even though she doesn't have the interest as, let's say, somebody I know who's, very girly, likes to get their nails done and this and that, pink, likes to wear their hair and do all, they're always consider them both. I don't see that being the defining factor as you being a woman or you being, a girl or whatever. Because I see, there's people who believe in social constructs and then there's not. So it's I'm one of those people who don't see it as that, you liking a certain color doesn't make it, or you like to cook, or you like to do this, but I would still consider you based off of your gender, because I'll say a woman is, this is how I define it, I guess, if maybe that can help. I see as a woman or a man being a human male. So a human male is a man. A human female is a woman.
Okay. So then how the problem with that is that you are now kicking the can down the road. And it's important to remember that sex and gender, because sex and gender are different, transgender people and intersex people are also different things, right? So we shouldn't conflate the two. But we can use intersex people as an example as to why that kind of thinking doesn't work. So let's say man.
Well, I'm saying, right? I'm using, hold on, let me say this real quick. So what I'm doing right now is I'm using a concrete, I won't say concrete, but a solid definition for a man, because I'm saying two things. One, human, and then the next, male, versus whatever you identify, whatever you think a man is. Because a man could be, there's a guy who wears a suit, and there's a guy who just wears a t-shirt and basketball shorts. I would consider them both men, regardless if one thinks one is more masculine, or it's really just opinionated. So I'm trying to figure out why change the word man and woman to be anybody's opinion? Like why we've been using the word for a long.
If your phone fell asleep, I can no longer hear you. It says you're calling on the web caller. So if your phone fell asleep, you need to tap your phone and make sure. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
why let anybody define? So what I was saying, well, no, I got the gist of what you're saying, and what I was about to say is that you're asking why do we just let people define these things? We already do, and we always have, is what I'm trying to get across to you. Is that because the way that we have always used these terms, right? The word man has, or the word male, I should say, the word male has a meaning, right? This is a biological construct, and you're not going around checking what's between people's legs before you call them he. You're not checking people's chromosomes. You're not checking people's hormones. You're not checking people's testes. You're not checking people's development in the womb. You're not doing any of those things. You're going based off of their presentation to you, right? And so that changes across cultures and history. There are plenty of different cultures that have had totally different constructs of what men and women are, who have had totally different definitions of these things, who have recognized third genders, who have recognized transgenders, who have recognized all these other things. It is just in your culture that you have been used to doing this in what seems to be a simple way. And yet, you could have somebody, like I said earlier, with De La Chapelle syndrome, or with persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, or with congenital adrenal hyperplasia, or with whatever else, or 5-alpha reductase deficiency, whatever it may be. And yes, sure. But what I'm trying to get across to you is that
let me kind of narrow down where I'm really coming from. So on somebody's
these
a regular
terms are descriptive, not prescriptive, and you agreed to that a minute ago, and now it sounds like you're backtracking on that and saying you no longer agree with that concept.
Agree with what?
That these terms are descriptive, not prescriptive.
As far as male, sex and gender?
Gender terms, not sex terms. Gender terms are prescriptive. Sex terms are not.
You said I agreed with what? I'm trying to.
You agreed a minute ago.
Agree. Yeah.
Sex terms are prescriptive. Gender terms are descriptive. You agreed a minute ago that gender terms are descriptive, not prescriptive. And now it sounds like you're backtracking.
I agree that there are two different terms, word-wise, and that's why I try to get you to define sex.
You also agreed with me that they are different things.
To the male part, or to the gender part. The sex-wise,
you also agreed with me that they are different things, and you agreed that they're not necessarily incongruent. I thought you did anyway. And you agreed that they're non-binary. And a minute ago, when you were asking me to define
differently, let me define what I'm getting at, because maybe maybe I did, or maybe I misunderstood you. Because like I said, sex is a different word, right? It's 3 letters, genders. They're different terms, and they kind of have a different meaning. So yes, I do agree with you to that, but maybe not to the full extent to where. That's what I'm trying to get at. We could define sex. We did that very easily because it's biology is kind of set on certain elements. This checkbox list, but of course there's variations and stuff like that through like you said, syndromes and stuff like that. So that's fine. And then we get to gender, which I'm trying to understand. If it almost seems like gender doesn't have a definition if it's only based off of what the individual describes to, because we already agree that a female who is very girly and pink, right? We say that's girl stuff, and then we also say a tomboy is also girl stuff, which a tomboy is wearing basketball shorts and t-shirts and sneakers, which we would consider boy stuff. I guess that's what we call it, tomboy, but nobody really sees that.
How do you let me? It sounds like the personal, the self-identification thing is the big hang-up here, that this is so subjective. Everybody defines this, therefore. So let me ask you a question, because what I think you're missing is that social self-identification is a necessary part of social identity in general. So, how do you know if somebody is a Republican? What is the definition of a Republican?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you hear me.
Are you not familiar with what Republicans are?
I mean, I know it's a political party, I guess, but I don't know the definition. I'm not. I don't.
Okay.
If
What about Democrat?
If someone was a member of the Republican or the Democrat Party, how would you know? Like, if you were to guess, if I were to present you with a random person and I were to say, are they a Republican or a Democrat? And you can't look at what they voted. You can't see their ballot. You just have to guess on the basis of the things that they believe, the way that they dress, the people they hang out with, maybe the hobbies that they have, maybe the types of entertainment that they like. What does a Republican or a Democrat to you look like?
I don't know.
Well, describe one for me. If I said,
I don't have a description because I don't know.
But I'm okay with you not having a description because there really isn't one. Because at the end of the day, a Democrat is a person who aligns their political identity with the concepts of Democrats, of the Democratic platform, right? It is a self-identified thing. It's something that is fundamental to them. It is their morality. It is their conscience. It is their social identity that you don't have a concrete objectives thing for. It's just who they are. What about this? What about somebody who is bisexual? What does that mean?
They are interested in both male and female sexually.
They're interested in men and women, sure. What if they've only ever
been
with women?
You said bisexual. You just call them male and women because isn't bisexual based off the sex?
That's not how that works, but it doesn't matter. We'll skip over it because it's not the point.
Hold on. How is that down? I want to because I don't want to be confused on that part. I want to. So bisexual can be somebody who likes what?
Bisexual means that they are attracted to either gender and sex are different things. We use the word sexual in that, but that's not actually what it means literally. Psychology is fraught with terms that aren't that great like that. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. The point is,
hold on. For example, this might help. Hold on, let me get to this.
Oh my
God. Might help.
It won't help. You're going to miss the point that I'm trying to make. If I told you right now that if I told you that I'm bisexual, then that would mean that I like both men and women. I like boys and girls both, right? What if I have only ever been with women ever? Am I still bisexual?
Again, based on how you're using it, I don't know how you're using it. That's what I'm saying. I'm using it in a different way when I hear bisexual. I'm thinking you like both. You like same sex. Homosexual? Wouldn't it be the same sex?
John, it's so not important. I'm going to change my language to make it easier for you so we can get past this. If I tell you that I'm bisexual, that means I like males and females, right? So what if I have only ever been with females my entire life? Am I still bisexual?
No.
Yes. Because sexuality
your actions, I guess. You can, sometimes, I don't know if...
Right, you don't have to. I don't have to go fuck a dude. I don't have to go fuck a dude to be gay, right? I could be completely homosexual and never have sex with a man, and I could still be homosexual. And you don't have a way to test that. It's all because that is a part of my fundamental identity, my sexuality, who I am. And sexuality is so deeply personal that it can be difficult sometimes to have one definitive term for a sexuality that can be blanketly and easily applied to any other person and mean the same thing. And also, different cultures throughout history have classified and categorized and recognized sexualities in different ways. Sometimes they didn't recognize certain sexualities at all. And also, sexuality is historically associated with socioeconomic status and power much more than it is associated with either sex or gender, just like gender is. So, like, Sexuality is a great way to understand gender, because while sexuality and gender are different things, they are both historically more associated with socioeconomic status and power. They are both non-binary terms. They are both very deeply personal and rely on self-identification for understanding and for identification and for communication. And they both change from culture to culture, from person to person, from day to day, generation to generation, both in terminology and usage. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. It doesn't matter like what the words we're getting hung up on here. The point is self-identification is a necessary function, not just of gender identity, but of all forms of social identity. So like you're getting hung up on a molehill and treating it like a mountain.
No, I'm trying to really explain. I haven't really been able to speak. And, I really want to hear what you're saying, but I really want to.
You've spoken quite a bit, I promise you.
I haven't, but so my thing is, right, let's deal with, you said homosexuality, whatever, or gay, whatever. So somebody who is a male who identifies as a woman, and you were to have sex with them, wouldn't you be gay? Wouldn't that be homosexuality,
No.
even though they identify as a woman?
Nope, because sex and gender are different things. And so when we talk about sexuality,
what is same-sex marriage then? What would you call that? That's what I'm trying to define words. If it's not about sex, like you're both males,
and you know
what is that called? What is two males that get together sexually called?
And I would also throw out there that like that's even just my usage of the term, because again, as I just got done explaining, sexuality is also a fuzzy thing that has different meanings to different people. Some people would, if you talk about pansexual versus asexual,
subjective. You're saying it's not subjective, but then you're saying it's subjective because you said your definition.
I'm saying the labels are somewhat subjective because these are deeply complicated, highly ramified, very personal things. And so it's hard to make one label that can accurately cram everybody's feelings about this one thing and then also say that about just one person, let alone a whole group of people. So for me, no, because I'm consistent with the psychological understanding that homosexual doesn't necessarily actually mean sex to sex. It means gender to gender. That's the usage of the word. It's a poorly defined word. It's not poorly defined. It's a poorly named word, kind of like the word hysterical. Hysterical doesn't literally mean your uterus is acting up, even though that's what the word actually translates to. But that's just an outdated psychological term. We used to not separate sex from gender, and we defined homosexuality as the same sex, and we kept the term even though the understanding of sex and gender have changed. So homosexual behavior is sexual behavior with the same gender. And so, no, I wouldn't consider someone giving with a trans person of the opposite gender homosexual behavior. Somebody else might, and I would think they're wrong, but like that's not really an argument for me.
Okay, all right, cool.
John,
now, gender. Go ahead, Erika.
In real quick? Okay. Sorry. I thought you said hold on. I sorry. My thing is really short.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. That's my bad.
Cabbage while Erika talks to you.
Yeah. So earlier, I was listening to what you said, and I really think you were. It seemed to me as an outside listener, and this is not my forte, so I've just been sort of peeking an ear in and trying to keep up as I draw cartoons. But what I kind of gathered is that you were totally on board with this idea that when we're talking about sex, right? There are typical males and typical females, and then there's a whole lot of people that fall in between, and that's what gives sex its bimodal characteristics, right? We were on the same page with that. That there's typical males, typical females, and a whole lot of variation in between. Are we good on that?
Yes, and it's really the variations are based on what?
The variations could be based off of I guess, genetic differences at various levels of development is how I would describe it. Maybe that's not the right way to do it, but it could be, on the SRY pathway, it could be gonadal, it could be chromosomal, it could be a bunch of different things that cause, you to have a sort of a non-typical intersex status, if that makes sense. When we're on the same page with that, right? That there's variation in how humans develop sexually. You can be a typical male, you can be a typical female.
How people develop in general. Someone could be born with one eye, and stuff like that. So, but typically, it's trying to have, humans trying to have two eyes. but sometimes they're born with
Sure,
1 or 3 or
sure,
whatever. But it's not that
sure.
that's what they,
Let's
right? So
let's put that aside for now and just agree on the fact that there is variation in humans and how we develop
correct.
sexually, like how
Yeah.
our sex develops. We're chill on that. Okay, cool. So my question, I guess, moving on is like, why can't that same variety that we accept for sex exist in gender? Like, why can't it be that, yeah, you know, typically a man exhibits these characteristics, and maybe that's depending on the culture, as we all agreed. You know, if you're in the 1500s, it's going to be things like you know, fainting or you know, being highly emotional or whatever. But if it's today, maybe it's liking monster trucks and playing football. They're characteristics that we associate typically with men. But at the same time, I know women who like monster trucks and like football, right? So you can say that there are generally characteristics that can identify men, and there's generally characteristics that identify women. But at the same time, we can, as we talked about earlier, recognize that there are tomboys and there are feminine men, and there are people who kind of like all sorts of different things, don't neatly fall into a box. But unlike sex, which is something that you can investigate objectively with a microscope or with a syringe, gender isn't really something that you can like say they're definitely a man or definitely a woman, right? Like there's just not a way to do it if gender is something that's based off of like, you know, gender roles and the historical time period and how you present and all these
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say again?
No, I'm liking the way you're saying it, and this is my point to that, right? I mean, if you want to, if I don't know how far along you're going to finish your part, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to say something before,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so
you're good.
Just like you said, there's, like you said, tomboys, girls that like monster trucks, whatever, and you're asking me why can't there be that variety? And I'm saying that there can be, but that's not, the variety is not what I'm defining, I guess, me or how people typically been doing it until like 2015, where they say that's a man or that's a woman. They're not usually going based off of how you dress or anything like that, because I will call somebody a woman or female based on however they dress. Really, the whole thing was that if you were a human female, that you were a woman, or you were a human male, that we would call that a man, right? And then also we use man as far as like age, age too, because we wouldn't call a boy, or even if they identify as even if it was a trans kid, we wouldn't say woman or man, because we kind of typically use that for older, right? And then also we also use.
I think to Erika's point, we talked about intersex people, right? There's males, and then there's females, and then there's intersex people, which are you know, hard to define, and they're fuzzy, and they divide categorization sometimes, and all these things. So also, can we at least agree that there's such a thing as non-binary people? There's men and there's women. And then if you are going to sit here and say that sex and gender are linked, then what gender would you apply to an intersex person?
Okay. As far as intersex, I guess, yeah, if they're both, then they're like the exception. But somebody who's fully developed male claiming to be a woman based off a social construct, which I don't see it as it's true. Like I don't see that a woman likes pink or that. So you think you're a woman because you like this? That's what I'm saying. It's almost like trans people.
You're saying that you don't believe. So you're saying you don't believe that gender is a social construct?
Huh?
You're saying you don't believe gender is a social construct?
No, it could be, but I'm saying I don't see a social construct as true. Like you are this because you like that. Because just like we could say if somebody who's a tomboy and a girly girl, they're both females or they're both women, based on, and they're not fitting the typical social construct, right? The tomboy is not, but you wouldn't say they're not. So just if they identify as one.
I wouldn't say that, because they still fall under my definition of woman, which is that they're a person who aligns their gender identity.
What about their definition? So it could be, so whose definition? Are we go by our own, or we go by the other person's?
No, it's the same. if they are a binary essentialist and they believe that sex and gender are the same thing and they're just the most transphobic person in the whole, J.K. Rowling's definition of what it means for her to be a woman is encompassed in my definition of woman as well. Because my definition includes roles, genders, roles, norms, behaviors, and also potentially physiology or anatomy or whatever else, physical or social characteristics that they associate with womanhood. So that includes her definition. It just also includes everybody else's. It is the best way to summarize that the fact that this is a descriptive, not a prescriptive term.
What I'm saying is people before, like I said, before this time, when somebody calls somebody a woman, it was never really based off of any, like you said, social role or, you know,
right, and
identity.
That's what happens when we learn new things.
Right. Okay.
We learned new stuff.
That's what I'm saying. It's changed.
So
the word has changed.
Nobody's arguing that it's changed. We learned new stuff.
I'm pretty much arguing that because you guys are wondering why people are having trouble with this. Is because you guys, the definition has changed and you guys already jumped on it and you already accepted it even before it hit society. And society are still confused because the term, nobody's really defining the term because there was no definition. It was like, no, a woman is just a human female, regardless how she dresses, regardless how she carries herself or her interests. That's what it was. Now, if you want it to be something else to where it can be whatever you want it to be, that's a different thing. And self-identification, that's not the problem. Because the real problem comes to now that.
Can I interject really quickly here with an example that believe it or not, I think I actually heard this in a ContraPoints video, but she was getting the example from Blair White. So you're going to have to forgive me that this is, I guess, ultimately coming from Blair White. But Blair White is a trans woman here on YouTube. Oh, it's fine. I'll just tell you, Blair White is a trans woman here on YouTube, and she's conservative, and she had this conversation with Ben Shapiro, who's like a known conservative guy, and they were discussing exactly this. They were discussing the utility of like self-identification and pronouns and stuff like that. And, you know, Blair came at it from a utility standpoint, right? So she is like super feminine presenting. Like you saw her out in the middle of the nowhere, you would be like, you know, that woman is walking by, whatever. And she asked Ben Shapiro at one point, she was like, you know, you might, because Ben Shapiro had said something kind of rude, in my opinion, where he was like, oh, you know, you're a biological man or whatever. And Blair responded and she was like, you know, if we were to meet at a restaurant and, you know, you're meeting me and you see me in the distance, but you don't actually know my name. You're like, oh, I'm sitting with my friend Blair. That you'd say that woman over there because she's shown up in a dress and she's very feminine presenting and she's basically giving every signal that we universally associate with what a woman is, right? There's a utility in that. So this is a classic example, at least from what you were just saying, of a case where what you would be saying would be kind of the silly way to go about this. If Ben showed up to that meeting and he was like, oh, I'm here with my friend Blair, he's over there, then the person who the waiter would have no idea what he was talking about, right? So I'm not saying that presenting is the most important thing or even an important thing. I'm just saying that even conservatives can recognize that there's a utility to this, that we recognize certain things as archetypally women and we recognize things as archetypally men, and whether or not that's good or bad is kind of to the side. The point is that gender is seeming, at least insofar as I can tell, very diverse in how people experience it. And because of that, it can be really tough to say that this is objectively what a woman is and this is objectively what a man is. Like, you know, I've tomboy cousins, and if I was like, oh, you know, what is a woman to you? And she would probably say a woman is, you know, someone who plays soccer and likes bugs and likes chocolate ice cream and likes to play in the mud. And that's how she would describe it because she considers herself, you know, a young woman. And you know, I mean, she's a kid, but she would think that she would think that she's a grown up, you know, but she would think she's talking about her. Right? So the way that people understand gender is necessarily put through a filter of like who and what they are. Right. So, you know, sex can be a part of it. And I don't really think Forrest, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this one, because maybe I'm not up to date, but I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with saying that a lot of the time, you know, typically sex and gender are going to overlap in our society. That's just the way our society is set up. right? Typically, if you're a typical male, you're going to be a man. And typically, if you're a typical female sex, I'm talking about sex here, you're going to be a woman.
Yeah.
But because people have a lot of variety, there's also going to be stuff in the middle. And that can be with regard to sex. We're talking about like folks with intersex conditions, or it can be with regard to gender. People who were assigned male and transitioned to being female, or people who were assigned female and transitioned to being male, or people who don't really relate to to male or to man or woman, right? And it's like, I think that the way that I approach this with people is that it's not like we're trying to change the definition. It's just that we understand a little bit more about how people feel about themselves. And it's kind of a cool thing to recognize that. You get what I'm saying?
That's cool. I understand that far as just self-identifying. Like, I have no problem with anybody identifying as whatever they want to identify. The problem is where it leads to is that's why people don't want to change the definition, because this goes into like the bathroom stuff, the sports stuff. So for an example, Forrest, if you was to right now identify as a woman, exactly how you look, exactly everything you look, you're a woman, would it be okay for you to go into the women's locker room?
No, here we get into this now. So here's the thing,
man. What it's going to. It's like, because if we're using the words woman, it's like, okay, well, I identify as a woman, so therefore I can go into this place or I can join this thing. And I don't care. Like, if we was to change the words or give another word for, like, the way I was using woman, if we was to make a new word for that and replace it, or so woman it could be this, okay, well,
I'm frustrated by the fact that, like, we've been going for I think your phone died again. We've been going on an hour, and like, I feel like I've had to repeat myself 30 times, and I feel like Erika just really laid out really, really well, like kind of a summary of all this, and now we're just kind of moving on. We're kind of moving just on to the next thing.
This was what it was going to lead to. This was
all for gender neutral bathrooms.
You say it again?
As are you. Right. I'm all for gender neutral bathrooms, as are you. And also, I don't think the question would be, yes, if I was a trans person, I would want to use the bathroom that aligns with my gender, but I'm also, as you are, John, I'm a big fan of gender neutral bathrooms. So like, I don't see the point here, nor do I see the issue of like, how are you going to check how's the enforcement looking? You know what I mean?
No. That's what I agree with.
What if I'm a cisgender woman? What if I'm a cisgender woman with PCOS and I grow facial hair and you don't know, and like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't get the argument, and I just don't see. I think you should call back and have a chat with us another point, because we still have several callers waiting, and we have a ton of super chats. But like, I think you should go back and re-listen to this call and see how many times we answered the question. Then you would ask the same question again. And I think you should call the Transatlantic as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I was going to say too.
And talk to the trans people.
I can give you my best. Oh, sorry, my bad. I think I was talking over somebody.
No, he was talking over. I was trying to hear what you were saying.
Oh, whatever. It's fine. I'm not Forrest, and I don't think Forrest is, I don't think you're trans. I'm not, but I'm just saying we're not the best people to really be talking about this exact subject, because I'm coming at it from the perspective of like, I'm a like, cis woman, and I'm sitting here trying my best, but I probably don't know this issue, this subject is the better word for it, as well as the folks who are on the Transatlantic Call-In show, who are going to be able to give you a much better in-depth look at this, and probably frankly explain it better than I did. But I really, for what it's worth, I don't think you're coming at this from a malicious perspective. I really do think that you want to like get the issue. So I think they'd be happy to take a call from you.
Yeah, no, like I said,
similarly, I'm coming from a perspective of biomedical sciences, not as a trans person. So,
right, no, but my summary for this was really going to get to, because we don't have a defined word on women, that because we label stuff like the women's bathroom, male's bathroom versus female's bathroom, male's bathroom. So that leads to people, okay, why? Like, if it was me or Forrest decided to whatever identify as a woman, now we're putting ourselves in a place that's mostly going to be females. Even the way we look, we don't change nothing about ourselves. We don't get no surgery. It just, we identify with this word. So now we put ourselves in a place where it's mostly really based off of sex. Even though we call it the women's bathroom, the women's locker room, it's really a bunch of females in there. It's really for females, you know, sports. It's really for female sports. We use the word woman so much, and we now have a new definition.
So then,
I agree with a new definition. The new definition, that's fine, but because we still stuck on the old definition, and where people are like conflate ourselves, we got the new definition for women, or how people are trying to use it now, that it could be anything, and then how people are normally using it. So it's like, okay, this man, this biological male that we call a man, is now walking to the woman's bathroom. You're saying woman, but we're really talking about female's bathroom, and that's what people have a problem with. Males walking to the female's bathroom. Because you can't tell the difference between a pervert and a trans woman.
Let's just talk. Okay, so if we're going to talk about,
you can't resist.
Yeah, no, that's oh my glob.
You can't resist.
Just for a second, John.
You can't.
Just we're going to talk about the thing you just said there at the end. But first, let's say we do this and we change. It's no longer a woman's bathroom.
Then there's nothing stopping me.
Oh my God! I'm going to finish this sentence if it kills you.
Okay, go ahead.
If we change the word from woman's bathroom to female's bathroom now, same exact scenario, who's checking?
Right. Yo, that's fine with the ones you can't identify and you can't tell. Nobody's talking about that. We're talking about the ones that you get like, yo, there's no way that you can trick us that you're a female or a woman. I don't care, like, yo, if you slip under the radar, that's one thing. But there's people who it's really a visual thing that people are having a problem with.
Right.
Of course,
and so what about? And so, John.
People do it all the time.
And so,
now.
John.
Yeah.
What about trans men who are anatomically female but are big, meaty, muscular dude with beards and all these things, and they go into the female bathroom? How do you check to make sure that they're actually females and trans men because they're going in the female bathroom?
Okay. I agree. When you have to narrow it down to the little percent, I'm talking about just the typical person who claims. Again, we don't know what's typical as far as that goes, but I'm going based off of what I've seen when I see a trans woman. It's always somebody that is like, clearly this is a male.
It is always trans women because, as we covered earlier, it is the diarrhea martini of sexism and homophobia. My question to you, John, is
I don't care. I don't care about that. I'm talking. This has nothing to do with trans people.
What
the whole point
you said a second ago? What you said a second ago is that any pervert, you can't tell the difference between a pervert and a trans person, right? That's what you said a second ago.
A trans woman, yeah.
Right. So what's the actual enemy here then? What's the actual thing you're worried about? You're worried that a cisgendered man, is going to pretend to be a woman in order to go into the bathroom and hurt people, right? That's the actual problem you have, right?
It don't have to hurt. No, it don't have to hurt because somebody who's going to hurt somebody don't have to worry about dressing up as a woman. They'll just go right in. So it's not even that. It's just somebody who wants to take pictures or whatever.
Sure. So then your problem, John, is with cisgendered men.
Yeah.
Your problem is with
cisgendered. I told you it has nothing to do with trans women or trans people. It has nothing to do with that.
I'm going to have to mute you if you can't quit interrupting me.
Okay. Yeah.
Your problem is with cisgendered men, and you are taking that problem out on transgender women by saying, because I can't separate. Okay, I'm just going to fucking mute you because you literally can't control yourself at this point. What you are doing is saying, I don't like what some cisgendered men could do. Therefore, because I personally don't know how to distinguish you from these other people who are just kind, honest people living their best lives, I'm going to now discriminate against them and cast aspersions against them and say that we need to have the female bathroom instead of the woman's bathroom, which then creates the exact same fucking problem because you're going to have a lot of people that look like men walking into the female bathroom because they're trans men. And you're going to be more upset and have more confusion. And you're going to have cisgendered men who are perverts claiming to be transgender men to go in there instead of claiming to be transgender women. at the end of the day, your problem is with perverts. Don't try to make this a thing about sex and gender and, well, we have to define these terms properly and we should relabel these bathrooms and, well, I need to figure out if gender seems so subjective, when the actual issue is that I don't fucking like perverts. And you know what, John? Neither do I. Nor does anybody.
I don't.
And when you can figure out a reliable way to keep creeps out of a bathroom, let's fucking do it. But trying to get the gender markers on the bathroom changed or banning who goes to what bathroom or changing from man and woman to male and female, none of that is going to change anything. It's going to put you in the exact same boat that you're in now, because at the end of the day, creeps are still creeps and they're going to be creeps. That's all. That's all there is to it. So quit fucking pushing these bullshit transphobic talking points, whether or not you are transphobic. Quit pushing these transphobic talking points that are used by transphobes to justify their transphobia and hurt trans people, because transphobia hurts everybody. Because the second you start saying, oh, I think this person looks a little bit like a man, that means they might be trans. That means they might also be a pervert and they're blah, blah, blah. Well, now, okay, well, this person is of a different race. They have different features that look a little more masculine. This person has a little bit more facial hair that's a little bit more prominent. This person has a darker skin color. This person has darker hair, whatever. This person has a little more of a doodly characteristics that I don't like. And now I have fucking Nancy Mace genital inspector with a fucking microscope out here checking everybody's business on the way to the bathroom. It's just fucking stupid. And it gets you absolutely nowhere good. And you're buying into bullshit rhetoric under the guise of just asking questions, and it's not doing anybody any good. So, John, we have spent over an hour answering mainly the same 3 questions. And I hope you go back and re-listen to this call and just see just how many times we define sex, we define gender, we define man, we define woman. We talked about links to sexuality. We talked about links to gender identity. We talked about links to gender performance. We talked about historical gender roles and norms. We talked about historical sexual roles and norms. We talked about all of these different things. And over and over and over and over, you kept going back to, yeah, but you don't know what women are. And like, dude, I'm sorry. We covered it. We covered it 1,000 times. And it's just not getting anywhere anymore. So if you want to talk to actual real live trans folks, call TACIS. If you want to talk to me again and go a little bit more into this, feel free to call me back sometime. But we're going to move on from this call. Go watch my sex and sensibility video if you want to learn more about that as well. Have a good day, John. Do you have anything for John before I hang up on John?
That's all I got. I said my piece.
Okay. Bye, John. Yeah, it just didn't go anywhere. And it got real frustrating real fast at the end.
What you hate is pervert. So true. I couldn't have said it better myself. That really summed it up. It was, I was peeking in chat while you were doing the finishing monologue there, which I loved. I very much enjoyed. And I feel like everybody kind of picked up on the same point, which is that was a very long-winded way to get around to I have this problem with perverts, and I'm not sure if it was always a pervert problem, or if it was always a trans problem and the pervert is the costume to kind of put on. I can't tell the difference. Maybe I'm an idiot.
It is very difficult to say. And man, I hate when you have just layer after layer after layer after layer of just bullshit, empty rhetoric argument. And we're working, like, I'm glad we took the call, because there was a lot of stuff in there that are very common questions that people could learn from. But it sucks that all of that sophistry and rhetoric about like trying to understand and define these terms really just boil down to some people are creepy, and that's every trans woman's problem. And like, you know what I mean? I can't do that.
I feel like too, if your issue is perverts, I promise you're not looking in the right place, right? Those perverts are hanging out in bars, roofing women's drinks, and they're hanging out in Congress, right? Like, that's where they are.
Yeah.
That's where they need to be. That's where you need to be looking.
If you're worried about a man wearing a dress and being creepy and touching children, you need to be looking at the churches, is where you need to be investigating first. That's where you're going to find it.
That's a good point as well. I missed that obvious, that was a home run that I just completely missed.
People tend to confuse trans folks and priests. It's a very common misconception. I don't know why it's so common, but it is. Also, middle of that call, I got this fucking jug of spicy tofu. Look at that. Just a whole tub of it. I didn't expect it to be that way. And this spicy cabbage bowl. It's just straight up spicy cabbage and some vermicelli noodles in there. It's awesome.
You know, dude, that tub of tofu stuff kind of looks like a diarrhea martini.
It does. It does.
A little bit.
If your diarrhea martini looks like this, call your doctor immediately.
Yeah, yes. You need to get checked out for some diverticulitis if that's what's
and diverticulitis. And also just to piss off the Christians, I made sure to get some spicy chicken bowl as well. We're adding all the spice. All the spice. Spice is nice.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I did say vegans, didn't I?
Can I just know you said I think you said Christians.
Yes, I thought I said the wrong thing. Yes, to piss off the vegans, I got this extra. I am pissing off that one Christian, that one crazy motherfucker that calls in all the time to tell us that birds are sacred. I'm eating that for him.
That's right. For that guy. Yeah, I've been on when that guy is on as well, and usually I'm like, call when Forrest is on. Call when Forrest is on. He'll be able to answer your question. Call him. Dude. He's got this one in there. He's got this one in the bag.
It's so funny.
Dude, I know I've said this to you before, but dude, you get like these feasts. You eat full ass feasts on this show.
Yeah.
I mean, like, good for you, and I'm jealous.
I'm so hungry.
Yeah, that's kind of impressive. I mean, I bet you're starving since you've been traveling, which makes me very hungry. I'm not like an eater in the airport. Holy.
It's just one mass of vermicelli noodles, and they're all just.
It's the part of the diarrhea martini.
If your diarrhea martini looks like this, call your doctor immediately.
Go to your doctor
just do
now.
That. Well, that'll be the rest of the show. Which things look like the most worrying diarrhea with Forrest and Erika for the rest of the night? America's new favorite game show.
We're going to be diagnosing your BMs from the internet waves. We're going to be diagnosing you. Take this as medical advice. You're going to want to take this directly as medical advice.
Your BMs.
Actually, I feel pretty confident that if any of your BMs look like anything Forrest is eating, you really should be in the ER. Actually, I feel very confident.
Send your BMs to our DMs so we can diagnose you over the internet.
Like, asterisk, this is not a sex thing. Oh my god.
This is not a sex thing. And then a little parentheses, unless it is, like, unless you want it to be.
Oh my god. Yeah.
We don't kink shame. We just offer unqualified medical advice. That's all we do.
No! It looks like we lost the person asking about Homo heidelbergensis. I'm going to throw up. Thank you, John, for that. Thank you for getting rid of the call that I literally drew diagrams for. I appreciate that.
I was going to take them next. You should just answer the question, though, because they had a good question.
Great. Yeah, Okay, well, for those of you who might be curious, I don't know. Maybe they'll call back, though. They probably won't, right?
They won't because fucking selfish-ass Arden closed the lines. Like the coward that she is.
I can open a line if you're listening, caller. One line for you.
Call
if anyone else calls, anyone else at all, I'm dropping you immediately and snoozing your number for the next 24 hours. So if you wanted to call tomorrow, too bad, so sad. So fucking pay attention. Do not call if you're not this other person.
Arden is extremely serious about getting out of here by 5 a.m. Okay, who should we
She's, you know what? I don't like the fact that she tries to control us. I think that's the major issue.
Yeah, I feel shit. It's like an Instagram clip I saw the other day. It's Tucker Carlson, and he's like, I have a pathological hatred of being told what to do, and it's like, that's how I feel. It's like if I'm doing a chore, right, and you're like, hey, do that chore, and I'm already doing it, I'm gonna be like, well, now I'm gonna quit doing it, because you told me to do it, and I was already doing it.
I'm very much the same way. I'm just a very recalcitrant person. Let's talk to. Do you want to wait for a second because we already have somebody. Like,
let's do the next.
Can we take that call? No, she already hung up on them. I wanted to take that one. Damn it.
Oh my
Only
God.
the person who dropped. How is this
We literally
so complicated?
Somebody just called in and just said sex and gender are the same thing. They were gonna make that, and we would have had a whole other call about that.
Let's
and
do
I could
it.
have gotten
Same
into
case.
fucking Swire syndrome. Right?
Let's do it one more time. Come on, I'm ready. Let's have the same hour and 15-minute long conversation.
Let's open that line too.
Let's do it. In fact, open another line for John. Let's let John call back in. John can just call back in. We'll just continue to talk.
Can we do it, Mom? Can we open yet another line for one transphobe and one person asking about Homo heidelbergensis? Can we, Mom, please?
He's like, we did her thing. I get one too.
We have transphobes at home, Forrest.
Damn it.
Pick a different call for us, and if they don't call back in, then I'm just gonna I'll monologue about it at the end. For those of you who are wondering, it's about Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis. So
yeah, all right.
I know you're all.
Let's talk to somebody who's been patiently fucking waiting for 2 hours and 42 minutes. It's David, pronouns he, him, calling in from Clicking Ants. Who is deconstructing theist who wants to talk about the power of prayer. David, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'd say it's churlish ants. I'm sorry, just gonna correct you on that.
Churlish ants. I like that. I like that.
Yeah. I'm okay. Been better. Yeah, I actually talked to you, Forrest, on another platform back in like a year or so ago, which kind of started my deconstruction journey, which was very helpful. So I'm hoping can continue my I don't know, maybe answering my questions on some certain things. And Erika, very nice to talk with you as well.
Hello, nice to meet you, David.
Long story made super short. I came across I know you hope to be friends with him. I know you co-host with him a lot. Seth Andrews had a video on I think it was called the God of Cancer or something like that. And I stumbled across that, watched that, and reminded me of my own journey with my own. I was diagnosed with bone cancer 20 some years ago, and just kind of was kind of going through. Not your fault. I don't know. Just kind of consuming. 20 years ago, you planted the seed. Anyway, yeah, just kind of going through some of that stuff, and my sister actually currently has been battling some unknown disease or infection or something. No doctor knows what's going on, and I've just been kind of being pulled back to some sort of want to pray for a few reasons. There's 3 things I want to lay out, and then you guys can talk, I promise. The first thing was just I was reminded of being a super Catholic boy, I suppose. Back when I was going through it, having pretty much everybody rallying and praying, and it was a huge part, certainly from the supportive stance, in church and community. And then the second thing is also now I'm deconstructing everything, so I'm trying to, not rely on any of those, I don't know, sort of ways, I suppose. I don't know. Words are fun. But anyway, I just feel like I want to pull away. I'm feeling the pull to pray because, my sister has done everything she can in the human world, and things are just not getting better, and there's no answer. And so the helpless part of me just wants it to be fixed, and it just seems like the only way left for us is to turn to that. And then the third thing is just well, I'm trying to use logic here, and there's not a ton of evidence that there would be a God anyway, but I feel very angry at this God, for giving me cancer 20 years ago, and then my sister to have this unknown whatever. And when you care about someone so much, I mean, I would literally I would do whatever. I mean, I'd become a Christian again, Catholic again. I would do whatever if it meant, my sister could just name what she has. Just even that would be enough to start for me, And I don't know if you guys know what your background is, and following all that, if you have any advice or
Yeah. You say you're a Catholic, and the words that you use, describing this painful feeling that you had, of feeling so helpless. It reminds me of one of my favorite hymns, when other helpers fail and comforts flee, help of the helpless, Lord, abide with me. Because that's the whole point, right? Is that we're helpless in this situation, and when everything else fails, at least there's prayer. And the thing about prayer is that nothing fails quite as spectacularly as prayer does. But it's better than doing nothing, isn't it? Or at least it feels that way. And what
100%.
I would say to you is, I don't think that you have any reason to, I don't know if you do, but just in case, I don't think you have any reason to feel shame or guilt or bad about that urge to go back and pray. And even if you end up doing it, just to fucking do it, just to calm down your mind and convince yourself that you have done something when you feel so helpless. I wouldn't begrudge you or shame you for that at all. As far as the deconstruction side of it goes, you do have to ask, this is the God of cancer. This is the God that allowed for these things. Why is this a thing that we're, still worried about? Why is this something? Why am I praying to this God to reverse its horrible decision to put me and my sister in these terrible positions? Why are you the help of the helpless when you are also the one who has made me so helpless in the first place? But right now, fearing for your sister and grieving and worrying and these things, maybe not the most productive time to engage in a moral battle with a boogeyman in the sky. If I could give you any help, because I don't know a lot about this. My dad died of cancer, and it was a wild thing to watch happen. I know how painful the process is from that perspective. Even if you survive, I know how painful that process is to go through. From my perspective, at least, I couldn't imagine actually dealing with it personally, having it affect me or having that cancer. So but I know enough to know that it fucking sucks. And I don't think that it's necessary for you to hold yourself to any kind of particular academic or intellectual standard at this moment. I think it is best for you to be there for your sister in any way that you have to be in order to make sure that you are both okay. That's my advice to you. It's not great considering what you called in about, but I hope it's enough. Erika, do you have something as well?
I do. I was thinking about what both, actually, I think both of you guys said this, that, prayer doesn't really do anything. There's an interesting study out there that shows that it does do something, but not because of divine intervention, right? I can't remember the name of the study. You'll have to forgive me, but I believe it's quite easy to find. It's a pretty famous one, where there were 3 groups of people all in the hospital, all quite sick. And, the aims of the study were to chart the impact of prayer. And so they had a control group that wasn't being prayed for, a group that was being prayed for and was told they were being prayed for, and a group that was being prayed for, but they didn't tell the people they were praying for them. And the control group and the people who weren't told they were being prayed for did the same, right? They met exactly the expectations. If they were, to get better, they got better. If they weren't supposed, if it was terminal, they passed away. But the group that was being prayed for and told they were being prayed for did quite a bit better. It's not like God was happier that they were being informed that they were being prayed for. They did better because they knew that they had a group of people who cared deeply about them enough that they would appeal to a higher power to try to help them. And I don't think they tested this, but I'm curious what the effect would be if instead of prayer, they were just, telling these people that they were thinking about them and that they loved them very, very much and that they would do anything to help them and that they would appeal to a higher power if there was one. I suspect the effect would be the same, because we as people, we're social animals, we're social critters. And when people care about us, that weirdly, that has an effect that I don't think we fully understand. I think it it just motivates us to fight a little bit harder. I know that sounds kind of ephemeral or ethereal, like we can't really put our fingers on it, but I think the data speaks for itself. Clearly being told that someone's worried about us makes us feel better. And it might be similar to like a placebo, where it's like it works if you think it works to some degree. Not always, of course, but I think what you're doing right now, even just calling in, shows how deeply you care about your sister and just how much, how far you're willing to go. That, you're willing to call into a skeptic talk show to basically ask if it's cool to pray, which is something that you clearly are quite uncomfortable with doing because you're in the midst of deconstructing, because she matters to you that much. And I think you should tell her that. I think you should tell her, where you're at and how, her condition makes you want to reach out to God. That's how much you love her. That's how much you care. And we could talk about the implications of God and the legitimacy or whatever, but I don't really think that that's what this is about. I think you're calling because, it sucks when you have a family member that's sick, and it sucks when you feel so powerless and like you don't know what to do. And that's, I know that there is a special kind of helplessness that comes from not being able to get something diagnosed. Like cancer is bad enough, but when you don't know what it is, that eats away at you in a very specific way. The analogy that I would draw is that it's similar to parents who have had kids that have been lost or kidnapped. And like that just eats at them far more than if they just passed away. That's something that they say a lot, because you don't feel like you have that closure. And it's just it's a lot. It's heavy. And I think that a lot of what we have to do as people is we have to reckon with the feelings that we have. And that's often extremely difficult. But in a way, it seems like it's something that helps set us a little bit freer. So I think that just sitting down with your sister and having a really candid conversation about where you're at and expressing how much you love her and letting her know that you're there for her no matter what, I think that's going to go a long way, both for making her feel a lot better than she would if you didn't, and it's also going to kind of lighten up your heart. I think that's what I would do if I was talking to a friend. That's what I would say.
Yeah, both are great stanzas for sure. And I mean, yeah, that's totally what the call was about. I mean, my biggest hurdle was just being okay with just having I don't know as an answer. I've sort of kind of landed in a comfortable spot, obviously, but with the state of the world and things happen, and obviously I live in California and like the LA area. I mean, just a couple of months ago, everything was on fire, and it's just, thoughts and prayers are coming from everybody. And it's just like, okay, like, I mean, we don't need that. We need resources. We need a more brave volunteers. And what we need also is for people to not spread misinformation about the allocation of what water is where and what, I don't know, just stupid stuff. That's just so, I just like that place. We're just very angry. I don't know where to place this anger, because, people obviously come on this show and other shows that I've taken a listen to, and they're just like, well, you're just angry at God. I don't know, Forrest, sometimes we'll use the thing of like, well, I'm not, it's the same as being angry at Voldemort or Sauron or something like that. And it's just like, I'm not angry at a thing that doesn't exist. But like, I find myself being very angry at, as much as I'm trying to be like, well, logically, the likelihood at our current state of knowledge, any superior intelligent designer being magic man and bearded man in disguise probably is slim to almost none, probably. So I've sat down with that and felt okay, obviously, but I'm surrounded by very religious people in my family who are all up in that, and it's like there's this like sort of guilt of like I'm not doing my part or something, like, and I'm not like I'm a musician by nature, man. I count to 4 for my job. I'm not a medical expert of any kind. And, they're the same, the people that are just like pull up a picture of some church in Hawaii that survived the fire and just like, isn't that powerful? And I'm like, no, it's shitty because there's thousands of structures that have been destroyed and lives lost and livelihoods flipped upside down, and you're like focusing on the fact that this like religious magic man saved his little like, I don't know, it's just like God's just such a small dick energy guy, and it's just like, I don't know, that's frustrating. And it like you said, Forrest, earlier, just like I'm helpless, and I feel like I'm praying for him to remove something that clearly he wants, if he is real, or it is real, or God is real, or whatever.
Well, that's my whole thing. Is like you can logic your way around this if you want, and say, well, if I am praying, then I'm trying to change God's plan, and that doesn't make any sense. Or at the very least, God did this on purpose, and now I'm asking him to change his mind. Or prayer doesn't work because God already, and that's why in the Bible, Jesus says God already knows everything. Don't pray for anything. Just say the Lord's Prayer. Give us this day our daily bread, and all that's the whole prayer you need, and that's the only prayer you need. Or you can go on this other one. But honestly, I think at this point, like your mental health and stability and your time that you have with your sister, however long that may be, hopefully quite a long time, that should be your focus. And I would just encourage you to try to just kind of, I think all of that deconstruction and guilt and shame and confusion and big questions, they will be right there waiting for you. You can put those down for a second and just be with your sister right now. And that's what I would recommend. But that's just me.
Yeah.
You know, when my dad was dying, I didn't mind him talking about God so much because I wanted to be with my dad.
Yeah. I mean, same. Like I said, I would do anything to, because even just get a name of what she has, so we can have some sort of, you know, if it's treatable, if it's not, I don't know. Then you just have a plan, and just things feel a little bit less, or sorry, a little more in control, and less out of control. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well,
anyway,
thank you for.
I appreciate you waiting for as long as you did, David. Of
course. I was enjoying the show anyway. So I mean, you guys are entertaining and educational, and it's great to hear you guys yap on about stuff.
Well, thank you. We hope we were somewhat helpful, at least.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you've always have been. I appreciate both of you and what you guys all do with the line. Not just you two, but everybody in the fam. You know.
Thanks so much. I'll see you later on. Bye-bye, David.
Yep. David.
See ya. Thank you.
Take care. I'm going to have fucking Abide With Me stuck in my head for the rest of the evening now.
Dude, you belted that out. I mean, you just went for it.
Did I? I was quiet. I thought I was being quiet about it.
No, I think it was good.
It's very catchy.
Also, I put this in the Discord chat. Pat and I both seem to, and granted, I have not read the study, so I could totally be wrong. So correct me, Erika, if you have. Seem to think that the study on intercessory prayer seemed to show that patients got worse when they were prayed for. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to say the same thing because I was reading chat and I was like, do I have this wrong? And I immediately went to, like, I just Googled it because I've only ever heard the study from other people. And so I looked it up, and no, you guys are dead on. I mean, I completely was incorrect on that. And I started looking to see if there was a different. I was looking to see if there was a different one that maybe the people that I've heard it from, and you know, this is probably no coincidence, but the people that I've heard it from are like family members who are Christian, you know, who are like, oh, well, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt as long as they know. Mm-hmm. It couldn't hurt, at least is the idea. But now, you know, I can't find anything that's saying what I said. So I didn't want to correct myself either while I was still on the phone because I felt like kind of a downer way to hold things. But
yeah, I know. That was why I didn't jump in. I was like,
maybe don't pray, David. Maybe don't.
No. I actually, like, David, if you're still listening, just don't. Just hang out with your sister.
I had always heard like the people, they felt worse because the prayer wasn't working and that caused worse health outcomes. I thought you knew a different study or something, and I was willing to hear you. I was like, hell yeah. No. Lie to me.
Dude, I mean that just goes to show like how, you know, I try to preach as often as possible that it's like when someone tells you about a study, look it up for yourself. I always do that when it's about stuff that I know about because I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Like, how does that play? But you know, I don't know shit about psychology. I always just assumed that was legit. But you know, I guess I just assumed it at face value because I'd heard it from like family members. But that shows you really got to double check. Good lesson for me. Speaking
of psychology, I tell you, I found out that I am like a couple semesters away, like 3 if I hurry, maybe 4 semesters away from a bachelor's in psychology. And so like I'm thinking about going for it just for funsies. And the most fun part of that is like you've met Roxanne Fillig, right? Dr. Roxanne. She's been a host here for a couple of times. She's just finished her
I know her, but I don't think I've ever like hosted with her or anything.
She's awesome. You should check her out. But like she just finished her PhD in psychology. I also have my friend Dr. Ina, who is also a PhD. She's a psychology professor as well. And I'm so excited that if I can get a bachelor's in psychology, people will start tagging me in their videos asking if what they're saying is right, because I'm a white man with a bachelor's degree, which means these PhD holding women need to be fact checked.
Wait, is this what you're talking about when you, because I saw you on Blue Sky, you mentioned you're going back to school again? Is that what this is for specifically?
So, there is, I'm doing a couple of things. So I found out, I was just kind of scrolling through programs because why not, right? And I found that I'm like 2 classes away from a degree in nutritional sciences. So I'm doing that, for sure. And then I found that I'm a couple semesters away from a bachelor in psychology. So I'm doing that. I'm a little bit further away from one in sociology, but they have programs in the sociology thing. They have a whole thing about like the magical worldview. What a cool thing to get to study and be a better host here, because I would understand that better, right? And so like I kind of want to do that. And also I'm still looking at doctoral programs, and I've kind of come to terms with the fact that like in order to like really dig more into biology and write a whole ass dissertation is going to take way too much time off of me, because I'm actually just I'm just way too busy right now. I'm traveling for way too much shit. But I could do a doctorate in education, which wouldn't just be a vanity project for me just getting a PhD in something that I like and then never using that for research or teaching or anything, but I could actually focus on online education. And so I found a program that they're doing like innovative and leadership in education or something like that. And it's an EDD program. And I talked to them and I was like, hey, listen, I teach online and I'm trying to find better ways to like break through religious, political, cultural barriers with science education and get people to understand, evolution, climate change, whatever. And I think I have some good strategies. And I just gave this speech at SciCon about how to teach evolution to a creationist. And then I turned that into an article that I just wrote for the Skeptical Inquirer, and the same thing. I'd like to turn that into a dissertation, and I would like to get a professorship at my local community college and offer a class in introductory evolutionary biology at the 1000 level for people who don't believe it, and have a poll, like do a survey before and after the class. Politics, religion, how comfortable are you with these terms? How well do you understand these concepts? Do you believe in evolution? And do that before and after the class and see how well I can change their mind, put that shit into, do some statistical analysis on that, and see if I can actually develop functional strategies for teaching evolution in a better way, because 60% of public school teachers in the United States don't teach it at all, and only about 13% of it actively teach against it. There's a 28% chance if you go to public school in the United States that you're actually taught evolution effectively. And so about 13% chance that you're taught intelligent design or creationism. And so like I wrote to this program.
Man. You got like a whole last decade.
Yeah,
man.
so
that's awesome.
I wrote to these guys and I was like, hey, would you be interested if I did a dissertation in this? It would be action-based research and I would do it this way. Would you be cool? And they were like, that sounds really fucking fun. Let's do that for sure. Let's definitely. And then while I'm doing it, I can be taking night classes in psychology so I can learn more about like the mere exposure effect and like how it's more about familiarity. I can put that in there, and I can reference like the cool dudes and all the other things that I already use for like my first education degree. I can put that in there, and I can use my background in science because I have 3 fucking undergrad degrees and 2 grad degrees now in biology, and I can use that to say, here's the shit that I know people don't understand. Even the people who accept evolution get these things wrong, and here's how this can be taught better. And then not only would I have an EDD, but I would also be able to publish that in a way that would make sense for people, and it could be accessible to people, and it would make education better as a whole and make me a better science communicator. So I'm just thinking different thoughts about like, so yeah, I'm going back for round 7. I don't know which one of those I'm doing, but it's probably all 3.
You're like, I'm just toying around with this idea. You've got like the segmented, like rigorous 10-year plan.
Well,
I love
I'm gonna think out the idea.
No, I think there's absolutely a place for that. We should talk a little bit about this plan to sort of revamp evolution education, because I coincidentally, as I've said many times in this I was going to say this video in this show, I am like very, very, very educated at this point in time on the history of all this stuff, and I have some thoughts as well as to what worked and what didn't throughout time, and I also have some thoughts as to why things have moved. For evolution education, like weirdly, over the past 15 years, things have moved in the right direction for adults accepting evolution in the United States. And I'm curious as to why that is, despite the fact that we've been yanked to the right. And I think there's a couple of factors there that are at play. And the punchline is evolution isn't holding the bag for society's ills anymore. Now we pin Bolshevism and communism and socialism and jazz and movie theaters and dancing and licentiousness and short skirts. All of that is blamed on woke, whatever you want to call woke, and DEI and what it was called earlier, political correctness, right? And that's a much easier thing to pin society's ills on. Yeah, literally, right? But it's like that's all of these are way easier because they're not concrete entities. So you can just gesture at what this is. It's this thing you don't like. It's this thing that's trying to change. But it's not like the evolution, which is so scary and whatever, has this concrete. I'm working on it, but we'll see. That sounds like a great plan.
We will definitely sit down because I want a PhD so fucking bad, but the genuine honesty is that I would half-ass my way through it because I'm already too busy as a content creator. I'm doing more touring and all the thing, and it would be 100% purely just to have. I don't want to do research for my life. I don't want to be a university professor. It would just be a vanity project for me. So I'm going to do what Dr. Darrell Ray did and get a doctorate in education. So he's an EDD, and I'm going to be better at teaching this shit. You know what I mean? I already have fucking. This last master's program was fucking insane. And I don't want to write anything about it. I can just bullshit about anatomy and paleontology and it's great. And my first master's was in bioanthro and you run circles around me in that. So as long as we got you to covering the basis of everything I should have learned in my first master's, and then I can bring in the biomed and then we'll just teach like fuck. It'll be great.
Man, I'd love to get on board with something like that because I do love research and it's something that I want to have time to do. But it's one of those things where it's like it has been a trial to do this PhD and do the YouTube stuff and have the life stuff and have all of that taking coursework and applying for grants and being trying to write up papers that I'm trying to submit right now. And it's like all of this stuff. It's absolutely exhausting. And sometimes people are like, "How do you do it?" And it's like I'm tired all the time. All the time I'm tired. Yeah. I'm exhausted constantly.
Yeah, I don't sit down.
No, and people are like, I'm shooting. You guys can hold me to this. It's probably not going to happen, but I'm shooting for a December graduation, which would put me at 4.5 years, which is a year and a half under the national average. I'm getting a speedy PhD. But let me tell you, I'm doing it this way because I want to be done. I'm ready to be done. Yeah. It's so exhausting to sit around staring this dissertation in the face, and it's taken so many forms. And I think I've got it. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is it's very difficult, and I think you're making the right move because it's not an easy task, and it's very exhausting and it's very long. So do something you can enjoy the whole time you're doing it.
That's what I'm fine with difficult, and I'm fine with big commitments. What I'm not fine with is wasting my time, and I worry that a PhD would be a waste of my time because at the end of the day, it's not going to cure the imposter syndrome, no matter how much I think it is. It's not going to give me the academic validation that I need, no matter how much I think that it is. It's not going to diffuse any of the people who already just have decided that I'm wrong, no matter what. It's just not. And it's also not going to change the fact that the best dissertation I could ever hope to write, it's not going to be my best work because in a year I'm going to have learned more stuff. I'm writing a paper right now. I'm publishing a paper right now on stable isotope chemistry for modern ecology, and I'm using a lot of the stuff from my paleo ecology background, using stable isotopes for paleo stuff, and I'm just saying hey, this works here, but this is how I'm using it now because I'm trying to do more modern stuff, and so I'm in the process of writing this paper and getting it published at this very moment. And the amount of stuff that I'm taking from my a year or two ago, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking trash. This is the worst thing I wrote this. Are you kidding me? This is awful. And I'm just completely starting from scratch. It's putting me back 3 months past when I thought it would be because it's just shit. And and I know that after I publish this paper, if I try to go back and cite it later, I'm going to be so embarrassed by how shitty it is.
It's such is the nature of the beast. I mean, I've had to have conversations with people who are first-year PhD students, and I've had to be listen to me right now. It's not going to be perfect. It's simply not. It's not going to be what you want it to be, but that's the point. The entire point of a PhD, the entire point of a doctorate is to write something, it's to design a research project and carry it out, and it's not going to be what you want it to be, but that's how research works. Right? That's the nature of the beast. And it's how you adapt. It's how you overcome it. It's how you actually get something out of a non-ideal situation, which is so often where research finds itself and is going to be even more so as we move forward. That imposter syndrome, let me tell you, I have never felt like a bigger idiot in my entire life than when I go to these AABA conferences. I am surrounded by people who know so much more. They've forgotten more than I know. Like it's the most insane. You're standing there shaking hands with some of the best phylogeneticists and some of the best paleoanthropologists, primatologists, and people who've got these incredible papers to their names, and they're casual and they're fun, and they'll say, "Oh, have you considered doing this?" And I'm standing by my poster. I'm like, "No, I never had considered that because I'm too much of an idiot to have considered that. I can't believe it. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me for wasting your time. Let me just walk into traffic now." Like it's truly, it will never end. And so I hear it continues forever. And then eventually you're a million years old, and then you're trying to tell these younger people to calm down because it's all okay. So, what I'm saying is you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I believe it was. Let me double check to make sure. MANN. Yes. Yeah, this guy. I'm pretty sure that's it. Nope, that's not right. Climate. Make sure I'm talking about the right. Yes, absolutely. This is the right dude. So when I was at SciCon, I gave a speech at SciCon this last in October, and I met Michael Mann, who is the climate scientist who came up with the hockey stick model. He is the reason why we know about climate change as a thing today. Major, huge. And I get to talk to this dude, and he's telling me all this stuff about what he does. He's just the nicest guy in the world. And he's like, "What do you do?" I'm like, I've cut up a lot of humans, and I ground some deer teeth into dust once to learn about carbon. That was cool, and I'm just a fucking idiot. I'm just the dumbest man in the world. I don't know anything about anything. And yeah, exactly. And I'm like, who the fuck am I? The sex and gender video that I just released, I've got 13 reviewers on there. All of them are either MDs or DOs, or most of them are PhDs. Several of them are university professors. And I sent off this script to them to look over and just kind of give me reviews. And they're all like, "Yeah, this is really good." And I'm like, "Oh, you should have read it then. If you think it's good, did you try reading it? Because there's no way you thought it's good." It's just, oh my glob, dude. It is crazy. I had this one class. Sorry, go ahead.
Last year I shook hands with Donald Johanson, the guy who discovered Lucy at the AABAs. I was just like, he was like, "So what do you research?" And he's pretty old. He was like, "What do you research?" And I was like, "Miocene apes and sexual dimorphism and Miocene apes, and I'll show myself out." I'm like, I shouldn't even be looking. Let me back out of here. Or you need all sorts of. It's crazy, but and it's humbling too, because it's like you realize these are just people, but then they open their mouths and you're like, "Oh, but they're really smart people." And I'm not that smart. The point is, the true imposter syndrome will never leave. It is inherent to the human condition.
I was last year at VidCon. We had a whole SciCommer hangout sesh thing, and there are a few PhDs there, and I was telling them like, "Yeah, I'm in the middle of this second master's program right now because I just didn't feel like I knew enough stuff." And like, "Oh, that'll be the one that fixes it." Yeah, no, for sure. You do this one now, and you'll feel smart after this one. I promise. And I'm just like, fuck off. And they're like, "No, you should do another one. Do another one after this. That'll really get it. Yeah. If this one doesn't work, the next one will."
Yeah, it'll all be good. Don't worry about it.
What did you feel when you got the third associate's degree? Was that the one that did it? Was that the one that really helped, or was it the bachelor's that did it that helped? Oh no, it was none of them. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, you maybe need another one.
It's really incredible to just sit back and you're like trying to take stock of what it is that you know, and you're like, oh, like it's a slice of 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 a point of a percent, and it's like, and it will never be enough. Like, but truly, I think that's what makes learning so fun, is that it's like you always know. Like, I'm sure you experience this with Sex and Sensibility, but with the script that I'm working on right now, it's like every avenue that I start to take, it opens up. Like I buy 3 more books. You know, like I take a new avenue and I'm like, I don't know anything about this, and I don't trust any resource online to teach me about it. I'm gonna have to go to the original source. Or here I am, I'm like getting interlibrary loans from universities like across the country because you can't find these rare books, but I need to know what someone said, you know, in 1962 about this one thing. And it's like, it's so much fun, and I'm so lucky to have the opportunity. But holy mackerel, like I will never stop feeling like a dumbass. And you know, then you talk to one person who knows more than you about one subject, and you're like, I knew it. You're like, I knew it. I will never recover.
That's all I needed.
Let me tell you, I will never recover from incorrectly summarizing that prayer study. That will haunt me forever. Today, when that happens here, I will never recover from that. Just so you guys know, the punishment,
nightmare scenario.
Don't worry about busting my chops. I will be busting my chops for that every night for the foreseeable future. So don't worry about it. I won't bring up anything unless I can definitively have it up in front of me. It's fine. Lesson learned. Don't worry. It's all good.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I feel the same way all the fucking time, and it sucks so bad. And that you're right. Then second sensibility, like I got to a point where I was like, I've already cut out so much. I left out so many stuff that was just like, this is going to be an 8-hour video. I can't do it. And at a certain point, I was like, I cannot refine this anymore. I cannot make this any better. This is the best I can possibly do. And literally not even it wasn't even 24 hours before I released it. And I was like, I could have improved it. I know what I could have said this better. I could have included, I found this other thing that I should have talked about more. I should have it just sucks. It just sucks. But that's, you know, I'd so much rather, I was going to say, I would so much rather have this burden of always feeling dumb and never being satisfied with my knowledge and wanting to go back for a third and fourth and fifth and sixth bachelor's and just get more and more and more than be fucking RFK Jr. with no training in medicine, no training in biology, doesn't know how to read a paper, working for a president who just doesn't know how to read at all, and out here just confidently saying with his whole puss in front of Congress that black people need different vaccine schedules than white people because he thinks they do. I would much rather be the way that I am than the way that he is, you know?
It's honestly astounding to look and say it's like watching a train wreck, truly. Like you see this happen and it's like, I can't even imagine. Can you imagine the mindset that it would have to take to know that you know nothing about a subject and take a national position, being in charge of it? Yeah. Can you we're talking about the anti-imposter syndrome. We're talking about completely opposite. This is asymptotic in that it will never ever reach any true knowledge about anything. Like it's the most incredible. I wish I had the confidence.
Right, they built their castle on Dunning-Kruger Mountain, and they lived there as the lord of the idiots. And like that's the whole job. I can be king of the morons, and I can tell you all that if you can't pronounce something in chemistry, it means it's bad for you. Don't ask me about like hydric acid. That sounds dangerous. You know, like just fucking. I can't do it.
It's baffling and it's so scary because it's like I never it's crazy because like you those of you who are like me and around me on Forrest's age, right? Like you take things were really good like in the early 2000s, late 90s as far as like compared to now, right? Where it's like, oh, they felt like they were moving in the right direction, things were getting better seemingly, and in some ways, I guess I should say. But it's like it's unbelievable to me that we have the term alternative facts or like fake news and it's applied exclusively to like, it used to be like, it was like, oh, that rumor is fake news. But now it's like, you can just have a fact and someone can just be like, no, that's not true. Like, that's just not, that's not true.
But have you considered Like,
unironically, it's nini boo boo. Like it's insane to me. I honestly can't even wrap it. It feels, I genuinely feel like we might have died in 2012. Like it might have been the Mayan apocalypse, like we all feared, and we are in hell. It's the only explanation
for what we were.
This is the punishment. This is the punishment.
We didn't fix slavery by 2012, and now we all have to live in a world where Elon Musk is president. And like, that makes sense. That makes sense. We deserve that. I'm okay with that.
The punishment. The punishment.
If someone that is the best convincing like theist argument. If someone can convince me that this is actually the punishment rather than the test, I'd be a lot more apt to buy it. I guess like, yeah, all right, I can vibe with that. We deserve that.
Brother, that might be the best theist argument out there. Is that it's just like, no, you were bad and you are in hell. Like this, you went to the bad place.
Get this.
You're burning. This is what they meant when they said eternal conscious torment. They were talking about this.
You now have to sit through months of people going through nomination processes and congressional hearings being confirmed for major positions over like great aspects of like public life and public health and environmental safety, and you have to hear so many of them throw around the word blacks. Like, if I have to hear one more fucking congressional hearing, if I have to hear somebody say the word blacks while they get a fucking nomination for a major seat in our government, I'm gonna fucking lose it. And I would, like, if you had said like a week ago, or I forgot how long ago it was, but just like a month or two ago, if we had talked about this, I would have said something like, I swear to God, we're just a few weeks away from somebody dropping a fucking slur. So we're just a couple weeks. And then, right on cue, Nancy fucking Mace, who's like a case study in how to be a less than mediocre politician, but keep your job by supplanting any skill, ability, or rationality, or any with just my entire personality is hating trans people. All I know how to do is hate trans people, and you're going to vote for me for that, and you will never accomplish anything. Never accomplish anything, doesn't pass anything, doesn't work hard on anything, doesn't represent anybody, doesn't do shit. The just most less than mediocre congressperson you could possibly vote for. But by God, is she comfortable shouting slurs in session over and over so that she will get on the news, so people will talk about her, so that she will get voted for, because our fucking government is a reality TV show, and the more clicks you get, the more votes you get, and that's where we live. And just fuck, man, like I don't know what we expect. This is where we are.
It's TV. We have the TV president. You know, we have the TV president, and we're shocked at what we're getting. Like, it's just, and I shouldn't say we are shocked, because a great many of us, including effectively the entire staff here at the line, were not shocked. And we have been saying this, and a lot of you guys out there who are watching have been saying this as well. The only consolation prize that I have on this entire shit show is the fetid "I told you so" that I get to wheel out every nanosecond of every day to everyone I know. That's all I have is, that more dumb shit happens. I'm like, boy, who could have thought? Who could have possibly seen this coming? Who said this? Was it the alarmist? That's a given. Was it the alarmist Erika who was saying that all of this shit was going to happen just like it happened? No, but he's not affiliated with Project 2025, Forrest. He's not affiliated with that. Sorry, he spoke at the Heritage Foundation? No. He's unaffiliated.
Yeah, and we just happen to be passing a lot of the things in Project 2025, and we also have appointed several department heads who were authors on Project 2025. And also, just throwing this out there, we got Pete Hegseth, who literally his qualification was an old man saw him on television. That's how he got the job. He was on TV, and he promised to stop drinking if he got the job, and then he didn't. And that's the world. That's the world we live in. Isn't there a Project 2025 tracker?
How could we forget Linda McMahon, the announcer, WWE announcer, the head of the Department of Education? Absolutely incredible. And what's she going to do? She's going to make it better by destroying it, because you can't have a bad Department of Education if there is no Department of Education. Don't worry about it.
So there is Project 2025.observer, and I put it in the chat as well. It is a progress report for Project 2025, and it breaks down piece by piece the amount of resolutions and objectives it has and how many of them we have completed. As far as USAID, it had 6 objectives. We have done 100% of them. Department of State objectives, there were 9. We are 89% of the way done. White House objectives, 88% of the way done with the 12 objectives there. Department of Defense, 13 objectives, 62% done. We are 41% of the way. We are months in, not even the first year into the 4-year. We are almost halfway to fully implementing all of Project 2025. And every one of you motherfuckers that said he doesn't know anything about it, he didn't really mean it, he wasn't really going to do that, where your fucking game plan was that he was stupid or lying, and that was what you were hoping for, because the alternative, the horrific alternative, is that we have a brown woman in office, heaven forbid. Just want to let you know, we are almost halfway done with the thing that you called us alarmists and extremists and fearmongers for saying might happen. We are almost halfway done with it. It's not even fucking April yet. I hope, honestly, I've said this before, but like everybody who called in to bitch when we were having all the shows leading up to the election, and all the people who called in saying they're voting for Jill Stein. By the way, just fun. Where the fuck is Jill Stein? Ask yourself that every day. Everybody who said they're going to vote for Jill Stein, they're going to vote third party, they're going to abstain from their vote, they're going to protest the thing with every one of you motherfuckers. I hope you never, ever, ever turn off the fucking news. I hope it runs constantly in your house. I hope you learn every single fucking thing that happens, every person that dies of measles in the next few months. I hope you remember every one of their names. I hope you hear about every single one of them. I hope you never fucking turn off the news.
I just want to say as well, like, just to give you like an uber fast rundown of like where we're at as far as if you care at all about science. So here's where we're at. Many people can't access their grants. Many of these grants were awarded during the Biden administration. And yes, that includes many biomedical grants. Of the approximately $48 billion that the NIH gets every year and approximately $9 billion that the NSF gets every year, we're looking at substantial cuts to both. And word on the street, and I don't know, this is hearsay, but word on the street is that we're looking at a 2/3 budget cut for each of those. Now, as they stand, they make up less than 1% of the entire U.S. budget, which is $675 trillion every year. A measly $57 billion, of course, is less than 1% of that. But to make matters even worse, the United States, all the way up to 2020, was the #1 producer of basic research in the entire world. We've since been surpassed by China, and they will continue to carry that torch up and beyond as we continue to axe and grind our science programs into the ground. Now, ask yourself, if we are willing to completely gut our programs related to biomedicine, which is the primary thing that the United States created research about, we were leading cutting edge when it came to biomedicine, but research on Alzheimer's and diabetes and various different types of cancers. What chance does any other science period have? The answer is no chance. Which is precisely why another thing that was going around at the conference that I was just at is there is currently headhunting going on from other nations all around the world, trying to pick the best and brightest from the United States in what has already begun to be the biggest brain drain that this nation will ever experience. So my advice to those of you out there who are considering higher education, keep a close eye on the faculty's comings and goings at the places that you're applying to, because a lot of them are going to be headed to Europe and Canada and Mexico and China and Australia and New Zealand and so on and so forth. Now, you might be wondering, what can I do about this? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't think I can say a whole lot about what I think people should do without getting myself in some pretty serious trouble, especially given, my affiliations. But please keep an eye on your local protests. Please call your representatives, because evidently that works a little bit, a tiny, tiny bit. If you call and complain nonstop, it helps a little bit. But things are very dire, you guys. It's not good.
Yeah. I just want to throw out there while we're talking about this, just that there is a list you may have heard of hundreds of words which must be limited or avoided entirely and are scrubbed from all public facing websites. They must be limited or avoided in like any public communications, any governmental communications, anything at the federal level. Like, these words are effectively banned. I have a partial list of it here. This is from the New York Times. Accessible. So if you like the concept of the ADA at all, accessible, activism, activists, advocacy, advocates, affirming care, all-inclusive, allyship, anti-racism, anti-racist. Just out of curiosity, if you are not anti-racist, what are you? Assigned at birth, assigned female at birth, assigned male at birth, at risk, barrier, barriers, belonging, bias, biased, bias towards, biases, biologically male, biologically female, BIPOC, black. The word black. The word black. Breastfeed plus people, chest feed plus people, clean energy, climate crisis, climate science. The words climate science, the words climate science are banned. Commercial sex worker, community diversity, community equity, confirmation bias. They are not allowed to talk about confirmation bias. They are not allowed to talk about the logical fallacy that they are exhibiting. Cultural competence, cultural differences, cultural heritage, cultural sensitivity, culturally appropriate, culturally responsive, DEI, disabilities, disability, discriminated, discrimination, discriminatory, disparity, diverse. Diverse.
You're in D. You are in D.
In D's, yes.
Alphabet, you are in D.
I'm skipping a lot of these. Diverse group, diverse community, diversify, diversifying, enhancing diversity, equal opportunity, environmental quality, equality. The word equality is on this list. Equitable, equity, ethnicity, excluded, exclusion, female, females. You'll notice male and males and white and things are not on this list. Females, feminism, fostering inclusivity, gender-based violence, gender diversity, gender identity, gender ideology, genders, gender affirming care, Gulf of Mexico, hate speech, health disparity, health inequity, historically, the word historically, identity, immigrants, the word immigrants, the word implicit bias, again, not allowed to talk about the logical fallacies, implicit biases, inclusion, inclusive leadership, inclusiveness, inclusivity, indigenous communities, inequality. We're not allowed to talk about inequality, inequity, inequitable, injustice. We're not allowed to talk about injustice. Key groups, key people, key populations, Latinx, LGBT, LGBTQ, marginalized, men who have sex with men. That is the sentence. The phrase men who have sex with men is on this list. Not women who have sex with women. Mental health, minorities, minority, multicultural. The word multicultural. The word Native American. The words Native American are on the list of banned words that you are not allowed to use in government document. You are not allowed to say black, and you are not allowed to say female, and you are not allowed to say Native American. Minority, non-binary, oppression, oppressive, orientation, people plus uterus, person-centered care, political. You're not allowed to use the word political. Pregnant people, pregnant person. Pollution. You are not allowed to talk about pollution. Privileges, promote diversity. Pronoun, pronouns, the words, pronoun and pronouns. Race and ethnicity, racial diversity, racial justice, racially, racism, segregation, sense of belonging. Sex, sexual preferences, sexuality. You are not allowed to talk about sexuality on government websites now. Stereotypes, status, systemic, socioeconomic, sociocultural, they/them, transgender, transsexual, trauma. You are not allowed to talk about trauma. She talked about biomedical research. Literally, like almost every fucking possible part of biomedical research involves trauma. You experience a car accident, you are experiencing trauma. Tribal, trauma, traumatic, tribal, unconscious bias, underappreciated, underprivileged, underrepresented, unsecured, victims, vulnerable population, women. You are not allowed to say the word women in government documents now. And that's, like I said, I skipped a huge amount of these, and these are just the ones that the New York Times pulled. There are plenty more. Question for all of you bootlicking nut jobs out there. If Joe fucking Biden were to put out a list of words that are not allowed in government documents in public face and started scrubbing all government documents, pulling down vast swaths of military history and government history and everything because it didn't fit with the banned words list, what would you do? What would you call that? Would it matter what was on that list? Would it matter if it was the exact same fucking list? Or will you think that maybe the free speech crowd, the comedy should be legal crowd, the government stepping up, the don't tread on me crowd, maybe might try to be consistent for once in their fucking lives? Maybe. I don't know.
keep in mind too that some of these words also apply to grant applications, right? So if you want to apply to work on maybe, I don't know, like let's say you want to talk about the differences in different people groups or in men versus women or in males versus females or whatever with regard to how medication impacts you, good luck. You want to talk about trauma, like Forrest said, blood force or trauma in car accidents or whatever, good luck doing that. It's going to be incredibly difficult to conduct any research as it stands. But this should just go to show how clueless the people who are pulling the strings up here actually are, right? This isn't even a competent fascism. It's incompetent fascism in a lot of ways because, and this is why so many fascist regimes end up burning themselves out, although they do immeasurable harm in the meantime. Speaking of immeasurable harm, just in case you guys are curious, you guys know I do a lot of field work in Kenya, but USAID or USAID sent a whole lot of life-saving drugs to places like Kenya and Ethiopia, really Eastern Africa as a whole. And some of those drugs were HIV preventatives, things like condoms and medication and things of that nature that help slow and eventually stop HIV spread in these places, which is pretty important because since sex education isn't very common, women get HIV and unfortunately in some of these locations as well, they don't really have excellent gender relations. So rape is kind of common as well. Not common, but not, it's more common than we would like to see it. Obviously, it should be zero. Leading to some locations having HIV rates as high as 4 in 5 people. 4 in 5 people, 80% of people on Rusinga Island, according to some early measurements, were infected with HIV. And that means that every woman who gets pregnant transmits that onto their kids. So the medications that we've stopped the flow of just for that 1 month, and that's assuming that we turn the faucets back on, is going to lead directly to, I can't stress this enough, lead directly to the births of hundreds of thousands of babies with HIV. Pro-life my fucking ass. Are you kidding me? Is this a joke? This is cruelty for cruelty's sake.
Yeah, the cruelty is the point. And it's funny you bring up this, because not only the USAID thing, because that really shows how this stupidity spreads. Is when I talk about sex and gender, I recently gave a discussion. So we had at Oklahoma State University Center for Health Sciences, which is where I'm finishing my second master's right now. I'm in my final semester at this moment. We had Student Research Week, and I was there presenting my research and my stuff. I gave a 20-minute talk on, it was called Biomed Beyond Binaries, and it was about language and research guidelines to make us more effective communicators, both in and outside of the lab, talking about sex and gender. I got more than one person in my comment section, a couple of people, talking about how this is wasted USAID money, and that's what they're stopping. It doesn't matter. It's just words they don't like, and this is the next buzzword, USAID, and so yes, we're going to stop it because that's the trans people. And you see this kind of thing in action. When you see Donald Trump talking a little while ago, he was speaking about, giving out, sex education things, talking about how we have stopped, I think it was $50 million of condoms going to Hamas. And he said, we're sending I don't know if you heard about this. He said that we spent $50 million to send condoms to Gaza. And Hamas was using these condoms to make bombs. And we're stopping that. What actually happened is that we were doing sex ed work. We were doing sex education and sending contraceptives and things to a place called Gaza in Mozambique. So Africa. We were sending condoms to Africa to stop the spread of HIV, and we were doing sex education and sending condoms to these communities. We were doing aid work to a place called Gaza on the other fucking hemisphere. And Trump saw the word Gaza, translated that to Hamas, and then invented they're gonna make bombs out of condoms. And that there was nothing for that. He took something he didn't understand, turned it into a story, and then invented, not that they could, he said they are. He said on stage, they are using these condoms to make bombs. He completely made that up. But he said that, and his supporters believed it because we come from a time where when the president speaks, it used to mean something, right? And so this is how ignorance, stupidity, becomes misinformation, which then becomes hatred, because now those same people are going to continue to justify the genocide in Gaza by saying these fucking evil terrorists are creating bombs out of condoms and we're helping them. None of that is true. And you see the same thing again when he talked about they're creating transgender mice, millions of dollars of transgender mice. He saw research into transgenic mice. Transgenic research is a major part of biomedical science. If we can change the genes of something, make their genes behave a little bit more like humans, now we can do more research on these mice and understand how these drugs, treatments, whatever will affect human cells. Transgenic mice are a major part of biomedical research that save billions of lives. Trump saw the word trans, didn't read the rest, translated it to transgender, and then made up the story that scientists are turning the mice trans so that they can do that to humans, I guess. Again, stupidity became misinformation, and then he invented a new story out of it that he pulled it out of fucking nowhere that has now become a thing that I'm having arguments with people online talking about. You fucking woke leftist scientists just want to turn everybody trans. You're already experimenting on turning mice trans. I don't want them putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking mice trans. You know what I'm talking? That's what we're up against. We are up against the Alex Jones, the orange Alex Jones of the fucking White House, who sees something he doesn't understand, translates it into something he doesn't like, and then invents a story out of fucking whole cloth and spews it on national television, and people fucking believe it. And that is what is hurting science right now. If you want to be scared shitless, notice just how much of that science has allowed for the advancements in cancer research, in HIV research, in diabetes research, in so many things over the past 10 years alone. The amount of lives that have been saved by the dumb shit that this motherfucker cannot say anything true about because he doesn't know how to fucking read. It will fucking shock you. Absolutely disgusting.
You know, I mean, they pitch fits over spending money on these experiments that they think are silly, right? They sound silly, but it's like, you know, the basic research that we do, all applied research, every type of research that comes out of private companies. I shouldn't say all. The overwhelming majority of research that comes out of private companies that makes products that you enjoy is built off of the backs, the labor, if you will, of academic basic research, the overwhelming majority of which ends up, you know, being useful for academia, but doesn't tend to have a functional application. But the small percent of which has applications that change the fabric of the world. We're talking about the invention of the World Wide Web. We're talking about the invention of Doppler. We're talking about the invention of microchips. This kind of stuff that changes how we live our lives because some guy decided to do some experiment. They experimented for 20 years on E. coli. No one gave a shit. They were like, why are we wasting all this money learning E. coli? E. coli aren't humans. Who cares? And it led directly to the invention of CRISPR-Cas gene editing technology, which has had enormous implications in our development of everything from drugs to agricultural advancements. Or we do research on Gila monster venom, which is, who gives a shit? It's a Gila monster. It's a lizard. Why does anybody care? Led to the invention of Ozempic, which has done a lot of amazing things for a lot of people that, at least that I know, right? It helps with you know, it's everything from diabetes medication to helping people with, you know, weight loss or whatever, right? Like these are things that people don't think matter, and then they end up mattering a lot. And
that's also connected now. That's also connected now. They're finding new connections with Ozempic users with a significantly less risk of Alzheimer's now. And so, like, this is leading us to learn more about, and addiction as well, yes. And, like, that's the research labs at my university now are mainly centered on addiction. Like, most of the research goes on at OSU CHS is focused on opioid addiction. And, like, this is very connected. It's connected back to diabetes. It's connected back to weight loss. It's connected back to Gila monster venom. It's connected back to the silliest research you can possibly imagine. This person wanted to know some weird shit about some weird bug. Skip forward 20 years, we cure fucking cancer. It happens all the time in science.
But these people, they want to run. I mean, they ironically, you know, they really are trying to run the government like a business. But the government isn't structured to make money. That's not the point. That's not its function. right? So if you run it like that, you are going to destroy it, which is also the point. And, I'll add, taking this back to the USAID stuff really quick, I'll add that, again, I do a lot of research in Kenya. So, I've been to Kenya for almost half a decade now, and it's like every summer for half a decade, and I see a lot of what goes on there. And what you guys need to know is that, China is loving this. They're loving it because they have a huge influence over Eastern Africa and have for a very long time. They built the most recent highway that goes over the top of Nairobi to get you to the airport easier. It used to take 6 hours to get to the airport. Now you can get there in 30 minutes. It's a really incredible thing, but the whole government is in debt to China now at this point. So what are we to do? And the United States comes in and we're doing all this wonderful stuff like providing, aid, medical aid and sex education, regular education, and, emergency equipment when there are disasters in places like Kenya and Ethiopia, and famine relief and all sorts of stuff like that. When we pull that, who steps in? Who takes over the soft power? So if you're a conservative out there who, maybe this empathy stuff isn't really for you, maybe the sin of empathy doesn't resonate with you. Well, the will to power should resonate with you. And what we're talking about here is handing over an enormous amount of power to a country that can really give us a run for our money. So maybe let's consider more than one thing as well. Maybe if I speak your language, it will resonate. But oh my gosh, I've never had so much hate in my heart. It's the science, but even more than that, it's the casual cruelty to people who have relied on this and who have counted on us. And just overnight, we rug pull. No one will ever trust us again.
Yeah, and it's because we're going to continue. We're going to continue. No, I'm saying we're going to continue rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, and we're going to keep gutting all the government programs. We are not going to be asking any questions about the millions and millions of dollars that Elon Musk gets in government subsidies, but we are going to make sure that kids who need free food at school, they don't get that, and cancer patients don't get the research they need, and veterans don't get the resources they need. We're going to cut $20 off of your grandma's Social Security, but these billionaires that get billions more dollars from government subsidies to run their already multi-billion-dollar companies, those guys are fine. And all of the inspectors general that oversee those things and investigate, those guys, we're going to get rid of them too. Because the cruelty is the point. The point is to break the government so that they can say, look, the government's broken. We should we should replace it with fascism as well. It's how it always fucking is. It's how small minds always work when they get in power. You see this again and again and again throughout history. And as long as they can keep all the people with torches scared of the people with pitchforks and worried that they're going to come and take their torches away, then the pitchforks and the torch people will never get together and fight against the real enemy, the actual dangerous minority in this country, which is fucking billionaires. Because as long as we have black people hating white people, and cis people hating trans people, and straight people hating gay people, and poor people hating even poorer people, all of us won't be hating the ruling class. And all of us will forget that we don't have left-right issues. We have top-bottom issues in this country. It's always been that way, and that is what we are facing right now.
It is a big club, and we're not in it, right? Like, it's a very big club, and no one is actually in it.
Yep.
You're much closer to poverty than you are to being a billionaire. Let's just put it that way.
Yep. Very much so. Like, was it like over 50% of the country is like one missed paycheck away from a serious emergency? Like, and then you're going to tell me that this dumb motherfucker who just won a Guinness World Record for most personal wealth lost, that's the guy that is such a star-spangled genius that he can fix all of our problems, but he can't even keep his own fucking companies going? Are you kidding me? No.
Folks, be careful out there too, right? Like, it serves to reason, like, we're working each other up over here, but it's like, please be careful. If you're out there protesting, take good protesting practices. Protesting is your right as an American citizen. If you're not an American citizen, be careful, right? Because the signals that we've been getting seemingly are that it's actually quite dangerous for people who aren't American citizens to be out there protesting. So, find another way to help. Don't put yourself in danger. Don't put your family in danger. But if you're a U.S. citizen and you're able-bodied and you've got time, man, we got to do it now, right? Like, we got to stand up for this now. Find your local protests, find your local rallies, and participate in economic blackouts. And if you're like, none of that's going to do anything, well, yeah, if no one does it, it's not going to do anything. And, this is the kind of stuff that ramps up to bigger action, whatever that may look like.
Mm-hmm. That's what we just saw with Mahmoud Khalil. You know, it's a Columbia, I believe it was, university. Green card holder, permanent resident, legal resident, not a citizen.
Disappeared.
But yes, was just arrested, ripped from the arms of his pregnant wife, and carried away to somewhere, and has not been charged with the crime, and does not have a trial, and is facing potentially deportation, who knows what, because he disagreed with the president, because he took a stance that the president didn't personally like. Once again, any of you fucking idiots whose favorite ice cream flavor is boot, I would love to know if Joe Biden went to a Trump rally and a bunch of people were talking about January 6th, right? The thing that was simultaneously a staged effort by Antifa, but also all the people that were arrested for it were political prisoners that were using their First Amendment rights and should have been freed. Whatever, right? If one of the motherfuckers that was up there screaming, hang Mike Pence, right? If one of those people had been arrested and put into detention for who knows how long, would you have been cool with it? Or would you say it doesn't matter what they were saying? That's their First Amendment right. It doesn't matter if they are up there saying death to America, whatever the fuck else. They're exercising their right to protest, their rights under the Constitution. Would it matter if that person was an immigrant because the Constitution applies to immigrants as well? Would it matter if they were a green card holder because the Constitution applies to green cards as well? Would it matter if they were a resident alien because they also have rights? Would it matter anything? Or would your only focus be that the president arrested someone for speaking? Someone was arrested for speaking. Is that not your biggest fucking concern? Or is it different now because, let's be honest, they're brown and they disagree with you? So, you know, we got to get these person out of here. It just...
As an emphasis...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The way that happened, because I watched I thought that was, when I heard the story, because this is still happening to me, because I am so civility brained still, that I think that sometimes when I hear the craziest stuff, I'm like, that's got to be an exaggeration. You hear someone gets disappeared for protesting, you're like, that has to be an exaggeration. But I was looking into it this afternoon, and I listened to Legal Eagle's recent video about it, and he's a lawyer, so it's a pretty trusted source. He goes through all the law and the documents that are published and so on and so forth. So you can trust it, because I checked my source this time. But, he's talking about this, and the way that this ended up happening is that someone who was following this protester's activities on Twitter tagged Marco Rubio and asked Marco Rubio to deport him. This happened because of Twitter. The attention was drawn to this because of Twitter. Twitter is being weaponized against political dissidents. That's what it is. I mean, it's hard to call it anything else. And it's so stupid and dumb that Twitter is playing this kind of role. And it sounds silly and annoying. And like, how could this even happen? It sounds like a joke or a satire or something that would be, scrapped as a pilot episode of some, BS dystopian book or to BS dystopian TV show. But it's like this is happening right now. Please be careful. This is we live in historic times that are quite strange and quite scary. And that goes double if you are, an at-risk group, if you're disabled, if you're a trans person, if you're foreign, even if you're here on a green card, be careful.
Yep. Make sure that your actions at your protests are always safe and helpful and nonviolent. Be safe, be helpful. Don't be out there just for your own ego. Be doing helpful things and stay nonviolent. And don't touch the bricks. No fucking construction company in the world leaves piles of bricks around the protest marches just for later use. They don't do that. Those things are there in order to get somebody to act stupid so that they can demonize your entire protest. Go look up. In fact, I can put this on the screen really quick. We were talking about this earlier. Martin Luther King nonviolent protest political cartoon. Let me see if I can get a link here. This is comic book resources. What is that? I don't know if I trust that. Let me see if I can get a good image. So I found a thing on Reddit, and I'm just going to put it in the chat here. I don't know what else is on this Reddit page, but you can see this is a political cartoon from 1967, and it's Martin Luther King standing there, chill, and he's being interviewed by a reporter, and he says, "I plan to lead another nonviolent march tomorrow. And all around them, there's a dead guy on the ground. There's a car on fire behind them. So the car's overturned in the background. The city's on fire. There's a building destroyed. It's exactly the exact same rhetoric as what was used for Black Lives Matter. All these people are burning down whole fucking cities. And they call it nonviolent. They call it protest. They call it whatever. Exactly the same thing used against Martin Luther King back in the 1960s. And you see the same kind of strategy as well in Black Lives Matter. That dude, they look up Umbrella Man. This dude showed up wearing all black and a gas mask, holding an umbrella, smashing windows and stuff, was identified later as a white supremacist who went to the Black Lives Matter protests to be disruptive, to cause violence, to incite a riot, so that he could then say, look at how dangerous these black people are. Because when your message is unimpeachable, they will try to impeach you or your organization instead. People will talk like you, dress like you, act like you, hold the same signs as you, and then they will go be violent so that they can say that you were violent, so that they can write you off instead of doing the hard work of thinking. So be very careful of agent provocateurs around you. And if anybody tries to tell you to be stupid, to be not helpful, not safe, not violent, point that motherfucker out and shout to everybody around you, this is a fucking Fed right over here. Don't trust this fucking idiot, because that is what it is. Keep your eyes open.
And don't talk to cops.
Don't talk to cops ever. For any reason ever. That doesn't just apply to protests. Just do not talk to police officers. Period. If you ever want to talk to a police officer, there's a handy acronym that you can actually, I mean, this is my legal advice for you. Handy acronym, if you ever want to talk to cops, the acronym is DON'T. Okay? DON'T. The D stands for don't. And the other letters, those are just, you get those for free. Those are just bonus. Don't.
Just don't do it.
If you ever want to talk to cops, just fucking don't. There are a couple of things that you can say to cops. If you ever want to say, if you're like, I really want to have a conversation with a cop, here's the language you can use. Here's the words. You can say, am I being detained or am I free to go? And you can say, I want to talk to my lawyer. And you can say, I do not answer questions. Those are the things you can say. You can say those things to cops all you want. Don't say anything else to cops, ever, for any reason.
For the record, the Columbia protester did say all of those things. And he's still currently being detained in Louisiana. So, keep in mind that, we live in strange times.
Yep. Here is, I'm going to give you, this is, let me see, I think this is the right one. I'm pretty sure this is the video. It's just called Don't Talk to the Police. It is a law professor, and this video has 20 million views, and that's not even nearly enough. And it is just every fucking reason why.
I know the one you're talking about.
This is just this law professor. And if this is the one I'm thinking of, and I think it is, he actually has a police officer in the room. And several times he's like, have I said anything wrong yet? And he's like, nope. And he's like, what if you're completely innocent and you say this and then they get you on that? Have I said anything wrong yet? And the police officer's like, no. Like, just over and over. Like, just do not talk to the police. But I'm innocent. Don't talk to the police. But I can prove I'm innocent. Don't talk to the police. But I really need help with it. Don't talk to the police. Don't talk to the police. Don't. Just don't. Remember
this
the
is a political activism hour by me and Forrest.
Yeah. Fucking evolution's real, trans women are real, trans women are women, and all cops are bastards. Thanks so much for tuning into The Line. That's our show.
And climate change is happening also.
And climate change, yeah. We actually do have one more call. Speaking of trans women or women, we have one more call here. We got Wes, pronoun see him, calling in from fingering llamas is what I was gonna say, and you know what? It's what I'm sticking with. Maybe they're the ones doing the fingering. I'm not saying I'm fingering the llamas. I'm saying that just they
don't have fingers, Forrest.
You don't know that about them. They're artiodactyls. They have two fingers and they're okay.
But they're sort of together and they don't have fingers in sort of a morphologic way, a structural form function kind of way. It's
you just don't like fingernails.
I don't.
Wes,
Hi, Wes
is calling in to talk about the use of the word transgenderism. Hi, Wes. You're on the line with Forrest and Erika.
Hello, everybody. It's quite an honor to talk to both of you guys. I've been watching you guys for a long time. Earlier in the comments, I tried to make a comment. I basically just said that I can't believe that conservative Republicans are making an issue out of transgenderism. And I was slammed in the comments for basically using their own term. And for some reason, I didn't understand why I was getting so much pushback. I mean, I understand that term is definitely not appropriate. I definitely understand that term is a derogatory term. And that's why I used it in quotations, and I tried to use it, and I tried to use conservative Republicans right after that to let everybody know that this is their term, and it's definitely not the term that I use. It's definitely not the term that my people use.
Right.
But then after that, I was getting some pushback, and you said, hey, if somebody wants to defend transgenderism, call. And I said, hey, I'm not defending it, but I'll definitely call in, and I'll let you guys know what I was talking about.
I mean, sure. That's don't use that word unless you're using it to say that somebody else is using this word, which it sounds like you were. And that's why you got pushed back, and that's fine. Yeah, I said, I saw people arguing about it, and I was like, if somebody's fucking throwing that term around, have them call in. If you want to defend the use of that term, you know what I mean? But if you're not defending the use of that term.
The term that my people have used on this continent for years has been two-spirit or multi-spirited people.
Right on.
I just, and I was trying to say that, like, every indigenous culture on the planet, like, my wife is Samoan, and they're known as like Fa'afines. In Tahiti, they're known as Ray Rays. I'm not telling you guys anything. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know. In India, they're called, Giras or Hydras or whatever. Like, there's all kind of, like, most indigenous people on the planet, have had a relationship and have acknowledged that this phenomenon exists. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I was just trying to make that point. And apparently that point is already known and widely spread throughout the trans community and throughout the comment section of the people that were in the comment section. And I just wanted to make sure that I was not labeled as somebody that is like a hater or not an ally. You know what I mean? And I didn't mind waiting 3 hours to let people know that I'm here that I am an ally for everybody.
Well, I appreciate you clearing it up. Yeah, so Arden just put the comment that you left here, and it looks like you did not put quotes around the thing. So it looks like people were just a bit confused by your use of the word, and that's why you're getting pushed back. I appreciate you taking the time to clarify and pointing out that that's not a word that you like to use or something that you condone using. It sounds like everybody needed to hear that, and just remind everybody that that's not a cool word to use unless you are referencing something else, and it looks like in this case you forgot to, but it's okay. We'll all move forward.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for clearing it up, Wes. Appreciate it. Sounds like you're totally up for it.
I wanted to tell both of you guys, I totally enjoy like being able to watch. I don't know if you guys call yourself science communicators or like whatever you call yourselves online. But the content that you guys put out is much more enjoyable than like 99% of the other stuff that I'm getting fed into my feed. So I always watch everything that you guys do, and even though my educational background is in music and my degrees are in music, I still love hearing you guys debate creationism and everything about evolution, and because just like I enjoy listening to like flat Earth debates and especially like moon landing, like like denying debates, because you hear so much more, you learn so much more information that we all forget about in schools, and you guys help that a lot. And there's a lot of things that I learned from both of you guys when you talk about everything that you guys talk about. And I just want to tell you guys, I love all the content that you guys put out, and thank you guys for doing that. And thank you for doing that at a time when the a small majority of people in this country that voted to take away or defund the Department of Education, and you guys are out here fighting that, and I can't commend you guys enough. So thank you very much.
Truly,
well,
Wes,
that means a lot. Seriously,
it is our great pleasure to do so. I actually can speak for both of us when I say that we do it because we love it, and because it's something that matters to both of us very deeply. So hearing from you that it's made a difference for you and that you enjoy the kind of content that we make, that's what it's all about. So thank you so much for letting us know. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's definitely amazing. Day, Wes. So keep up the great work. Keep up the great work, and thank you guys. But thank both of you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And that was our last call. When we opened the lines for just a moment to try to have somebody else call in, 5 people called in that had to be blocked. Not that like Arden blocked them for, say, like 5 people who are already like banned, I guess. It just says 5 blocked, which usually means like either they were already a banned caller or they called in and had to be banned at that moment. And we had 119 people call in and got a busy signal because our lines were full for so long. So that's why I'm saying that we had totally full lines and 119 more people wanted to get in on this. We should open them back up. I'm just saying we should take a few more calls.
Absolutely
maybe like one more, maybe like 5 more.
Not.
I just want to throw.
There is not even a glimmer of a reality. I don't think there's an alternate reality where that is a possibility, Forrest.
If the market were here, he would let us.
That since little out for the past looks like half hour, Arden has used the word please like 2 or 3 times here in the producer chat, asking us to move along and take the next call and to take super chats.
It was one time, but yes, I did say please.
I know
please,
from the bottom of my heart.
Let's be succinct with our responses. Please move this next call along.
I know when Arden got sentenced to take this to produce for us tonight. I know she was like, "Oh my god, that's it. My night is shot." She's like, "I'm not gonna get to do anything else."
I want you guys to know that on Mondays, the reason I never can produce the show is because we breed rats for our snakes. So we clean the entire rattery on Monday. So from 10 a.m., I have been out cleaning tubs full of rat shit until like an hour before the show. I was able to sit, shower, and get clean so I wasn't disgusting to sit down and produce this long ass show. So
we appreciate you very much. Thank you.
I spent last night at an airport.
Thanks.
Just sitting there waiting for this show. I flew home and I ate a coney and I passed out for 2.5 hours, and then I got here. I want to fucking hear it. Also, why is my camera so goddamn dark? Has it been that dark this whole time?
I think so. I was very
terrible. I look like I'm in the void. It looks
worse with the full pan out, because I think it's like kind of high contrast is what it looks like to me.
I think it's the shelf. The shelf is making it worse.
What's that? That looks like better.
A little bit, yeah.
There's no actual brightness. Where's the actual just brightness? You know what I mean?
I have some controls on my end. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have like a brightness control.
I'm going to hit us started with this. We got $5 from Cursed Chaos. Howdy, heathens. I saw the lunar eclipse, which from the perspective of the moon would be a Terran eclipse.
Keep doing that.
By the way, blame me for any puns, Erika. No. I know a great many of you are at work in the chat. I know that it is nothing but goobers at work in the chat, and you guys have been at work because every time I checked in, I saw a pun, and it made me dread this part of the show. So I do blame you, but I also blame all of your conspecifics. That's what I'm looking for. Your co-conspirators.
You never answered my question. You never answered my question from earlier about like, what do you call it when a serial killer never gets caught and actually gets paid for their work? What do you call them?
An executioner?
Officer.
Oh, I like that. That's not a pun, though. That's not a pun. That's just a good joke.
Man.
See, okay, you guys, jokes are fine. Puns are not. Jokes are funny. They're clever. They usually involve some kind of wordplay, but don't rely entirely on it like puns do. It's a level up, so that's okay with me. That one I like. This one's you.
We got 5 ass dollars from Eve of Everything. Only 6.5 hours left of my workday. Will I need to find something to put on after this? Not if we can help it. We'll hear.
You're good. We got you. 5 Australian dollars from Jaron McAuliffe. Erika, when I compared you to Jabba, that was supposed to be the compliment. No, I remember that you said that last time, that it ended up being a compliment, and I appreciated it. But at first I was sort of just like, oh, you mean I'm the big worm monster from Star Wars? I'm not even something vaguely simian? Thanks, I guess. But no, I got it. I got the message. So thank you. Very kind.
$5 your monkey a typewriter. Okay, is it just me or did Erika open the show with some big narc energy? Because have we been infiltrated? She did seem a little too clean.
I do not get this. What about me was narc-esque?
I don't know to what they're referring either. I'm not sure.
Someone in the chat, tell me how I'm exuding fed. Because I don't want to exude that.
I'm Cops or Erika, apparently.
Oh, come on. You can tell me anything. I'll only tell my husband. I will tell him every time, though. $10 from Snack YGO. Thank you both for amazing content. I have a biology question. You know of any avian species that spend their entire life cycle underwater? Is live birth necessary for marine amniotes? I can't think of any that spend their entire life cycle underwater. I think virtually every marine amniote has to come on shore at some point. I don't think any are secondarily fully aquatic.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because even
marine amniotes, I was thinking I was including marine. If we include marine mammals, some will spend their entire life cycle underwater. But for birds, I don't think so.
It is frustrating because when you say amniote, you do include mammals, but I'm thinking still egg laying, and I guess that's what that should mean. So egg laying marine, not fish. It would be you've got penguins and cormorants and stuff that swim, and they definitely come on land. Even sea turtles that their entire life is underwater, except for when they come on land to lay eggs.
Right.
Like, yeah, you still have that external, extra watery stage. Also, the chat is saying that you were a narc for. I don't actually know where crates lay their eggs. Let me look that up. But the chat is saying that you were ratting me out at the beginning, that I was late.
Oh, yes. In that case, if it comes to busting Forrest, I will narc on him every time because I think it's very funny. I like telling Chad of his blunders because now I have a lot of making up to do after I blundered the prayer study, which I'll be bringing up every time I'm on the show, by the way. I will never let myself forget it. Where do they lay? Oh, wait.
Sea crates lay their eggs up on the shore.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that. So, in my mind, I was like, sea crates, that would probably be the exception. But that's pretty sick that they have, because their bodies are actually like super fusiform. Well, they're not fusiform, but they're really like hydrodynamic, like as compared to a snake. They're very eel-like, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's cool for a squamate to have secondarily evolved that. 5 pounds from Ectril Poe. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you, Ectril.
According to the Wikipedias, except for a single genus, all sea snakes are oviviparous, and they lay live. What? That would mean that they're doing live birth in the water. Then eggs are stored in the. So maybe crate, because I just looked up crates because I figured they would be a good like a type of thing, the type of booble, the word that I'm looking for that means.
Is it possible that they copulate on land? Like, do they do like the swarming thing that some land snakes do, like terrestrial snakes, where they get in like a ball?
Surely not with these guys. I don't know.
I mean, I'm just saying, like,
I don't know.
If they don't, then they do spend their entire life history in the water, which would make them a marine amniote, non-mammal amniote.
If they are oviviviparous, then like, yeah, you wouldn't need to do land birth, but here I found another like science ABC. I'm seeing if I can find like something a little more credible than this, but like apparently like most sea snakes are oviviviparous, so they would be able to stay in the water at all times theoretically, but I don't know if they do.
I mean, that sounds like the cetacean condition, right? Like it's just like they do copulation, they do live birth, all in the water, and so they probably have a lot of like adaptations with regard to gestation for that. I would think.
Yeah. That's it. You would assume so if that is the case. I found something from Australian Museum that I'm digging through here, and I'm seeing if I can find any other.
Just do crate life history.
Yeah, but it's not just. But apparently, crates are the weird ones.
Let's see here. Oh wow, I didn't know that like virtually all crates were in India. Oh no, wait, this is a common crate. I was like, I think I saw a crate when I was in Thailand. I'm
pretty sure they're Australian. Yeah.
Life history. Okay, their life history. Okay.
What do you got from
It looks like the sea crate, so genus Laticauda, is the exception. I think you already saw this. And the rest don't return to land to lay eggs and give birth live in the water. Holy crap, sometimes they're half the length of their mom. I wonder how big their broods are.
Yeah, I'm seeing these sea snakes. They are single pair mating. They're not doing the whole breed ball. They've just got two of them that are just entangled in a coral reef.
You know what though? A lot of these pictures, I'm seeing them on land in a lot of these pictures. But I wonder if that's just because that's where people take pictures of them. Like they're not supposed to be there, but they end up there sometimes.
Yeah, well, I just watched two snakes fucking, and they were underwater the whole time.
Oh man, good for them.
It might be like that's they're real good. That's why they don't have legs. They wore out their knees too much. I wonder if it's the same thing as like with giraffes, where like, you know, we used to not think that giraffes slept at all because they sleep for like, 40 minutes a day, and pictures of sleeping giraffes people just thought they were dead giraffes. And then finally wonder if it's the same thing here, where it's like we have so many pictures of sea snakes on land that it became just kind of this thing. And now we are learning more that actually, now that we have better access to them, better cameras, that like we can see what they're actually doing down there.
Right.
Bizarre. I think bizarre.
I think we go with yes. I think we go with many sea snakes are like live birth in the water, copulation in the water, full life history in the water.
Yeah.
Pending.
It seems like that's reasonable.
Herpetologist is correct.
There's early preliminary results seem to indicate that snakes be water fucking and living, and that's just okay.
Someone in the chat or Arden is going to be like, actually, that one study that you guys looked at said the opposite, and that secrets are the only ones that do give live births in the water, and the rest of them actually give birth.
Yeah.
I know so much about snakes, but you guys are going for the one type of snake that I just have like no knowledge base for. No.
Yep. You can't keep them, you know? I mean, what are you going to do?
I think most of them are extremely venomous as well. So, like, it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, I was going to say, aren't they all elapids as well?
Yeah.
I don't think there are any vibrants.
Yeah, no, they're all elapids. And the sea snakes, like the family of sea snakes is all in, well, the group of sea snakes, all the genera are in Elapidae, is what I was just looking at least for sea crates.
Are they monophilic?
I don't know if sea snake is a colloquial term or if it's associated with a single group of genera, like a subfamily.
Right, I'm looking it up because I want to know if they're monophilic. It's apparently sea snakes are, according to ScienceDirect.com, they are related to terrestrial elapid snakes. They consist of two monophyletic groups. So apparently this was convergence twice.
That's so cool, dude. So sea snake, okay, that's so cool. Dude, okay, okay, is it the, let's see, Lapidae. Is it Hydrophiinae? No, those are subfamilies. Uh-huh. Okay, sea cranes.
I just want to on
and...
record that I'm only allowing this super long response to this super chat because I like snakes. You guys tapped into my special interest.
For anybody,
it gets special permissions
by the
for
by,
this one.
We said monophilic, and I feel like I should explain to the chat really quick. If you have a clade, if you have like there's these blah, and then there's this guy is in there, and this guy is in there, and like so here you have a common ancestor, right? And then here you have all of their guys. A monophily is this whole bitch. So there's the common ancestor and everything that came from it. So when I asked, are sea snakes monophilic, what I meant is there one single snake that became the sea snakes, and then all the sea snakes arose from that single ancestor? Or it could be what we call paraphilic. Paraphilic means you get the common ancestor, but not all of the descendants. So like that could be paraphily, or just that could be paraphily, like that. You just have like sections of the thing, but these guys aren't included, even though they are closely related, right? Or you can have what's called polyphily. Polyphily is like these fuckers and these fuckers. So you're not having the common ancestor involved at all, and they're not directly related, but they share a trait. So like winged animals are a polyphyletic group because you have bats and you have birds and you have insects, and so like you have all sorts of different shit in there, but you can group them, and that would be a polyphyletic group as opposed to like monophyletic, like monkeys.
The old school version of the old school notion of dinosaurs would have been a paraphyletic group because it includes a common ancestor, a ton of dinosaurs, and then excludes birds, which are a type of dinosaur, right? So like now dinosaur includes, which is why we called non-avian dinosaurs everything besides birds, and dinosaurs now includes birds. But Arden, I actually have a question for you. When it comes to snakes, generally speaking, like across the board, how many of them, like, are there any that are terrestrial and give live birth?
Oh yeah, boas. Oh, yeah. A lot of boas. Most boas give live birth.
That's crazy. I did not know that.
Are like semi-aquatic. They give live birth. But they're types of boas, so
yeah. Anacondas are boids, and they do the same reason as the sea krates. They're oviviviparous, so they still develop eggs technically, but they're like these membranous internal sacs that hatch inside of them, and they give live birth.
How many do they have? Like, how big is a brood?
I don't know for sea snakes, but I know when it comes to like, I mean, anacondas obviously it's a lot because they're gigantic snakes, but boas in general tend to have relatively large, like, litter. Is brood the right term? I guess. I just clutter, clutch. I don't know, some combination therein.
If there are eggs, it would be a clutch, but if it's live birth, in this case, I assume brood would be appropriate.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that boas seem to have more, but I can't tell if that's because of the way they gestate them or if that's just because they're large snakes in general.
That's really interesting. I wonder if there's a relationship between, because you have like these classic rules in ecology. I wonder if there's a relationship between like ovipary and body size. Like, I wonder if larger snakes tend to trend towards giving live birth more often, or if it's even the opposite and they're like the exception. I would be really curious to see that plot. And if there is a relationship, are anacondas the ones driving that relationship, or if you pull them, does it still hold? That would be super, super cool. Someone who's a herpetologist do that.
I don't
know.
If it's done. Hold on.
Oh yeah, Chop pointed out garter snakes as well. The ones who have the breeding ball, they do live birth, I believe. I think they're also
because I thought garter snakes. That was exactly what I was looking at. Yes, garter snakes are also oviviviparous, and that's I was trying to figure out because like I also know that like skinks, like a lot of skinks are viviparous as well. They the blue tongue skinks.
Yep.
Yeah, they give live birth, but they don't even have an egg stage. They just come out like Pac-Man, all full. They still come out fully developed because they're still reptiles, but they just come out as a horrible little Pac-Man that just plops open and it's just a fucking skink now.
That shit is crazy, man. Like, I thank my lucky stars every day that I'm not an arthropod, and I thank my lucky stars every day that I'm not a squamate, because that's a lot.
Yeah, dude.
That's a lot.
Yeah, dude. It is wild. What do you ask? What do you ask a sad lizard?
Why the long face?
What's squamata you?
I know, no, you've used that one on me before. I remember that because you used that dumb voice the last time that you did it as well, and it was just as irritating then because it sounds like a poor Timon impression.
Yep. 10 actual American freedom dollars from OC. Nice profile picture, by the way. I used to love that when I was a kid. Forrest being off camera and saying he already shat his pants is a prime of what this show is prime what this show will be, and I couldn't be here for it anymore. Yeah, I don't even know what we're talking about.
No,
that does sound like I would say.
There was a lot of diarrhea martini references, I feel like, throughout this show. So I feel like it did sort of cast.
He talks about a lot of poop.
It sort of cast the vibe for where things were going. And I, contrary to what chat says, I don't mind talking about poop. It has a lot of implications to science, which I love. And some things are coprophagic, and some things, use poop as houses, and all of that is very interesting to me.
Oh, yeah.
What I don't like is puns that are poop centered, because they are the lowest hanging fruit of what is already the lowest type of joke. Holy mackerel, $100 for Red Shrek. Jesus. Erika and Forrest, what, if any, are the potential implications of cuts in grant funding from NIH and NSF on your work? I feel like you deserve a full answer for $100, so I will tell you. Massive, right? So, I apply for 2 grants. I'm applying for 2 grants. The first is a leaky grant, which is a private funding. Thankfully, they have benefactors that keep it going and help fund paleoanthropological research. That won't be impacted. But the details of the NSF, basically my odds of getting an NSF grant, just absolutely plummeted into hell itself. And the reason is very simple. It's already extremely difficult to get an NSF grant. I obviously apply for the NSF instead of the NIH, which is the much smaller pool of $9 billion. And the biological anthropology section of the NSF is about, they grant, I think, about 30 projects per year, 25 to 30 projects a year. And, hundreds, if not thousands of people are applying, depending on the year. So it's extremely difficult to get one of those. And obviously, if they cut by 2/3 the NSF, we go from 9 billion to 3 billion. And we assuming the biological anthropology gets to stay at all, because we talk a lot about sex and gender and race and, of course, evolution. Assuming it stays at all, I suspect that will be cut at least by 2/3, which means that my shot at getting anybody to fund a project on the sexual dimorphism of Miocene ape canine teeth is slim to nil. So not good for me. But fortunately, maybe the leaky will go better, because I had actually already applied for a leaky grant and I got it back with reviews. So I reapplied and my reviews were quite good. They wanted a couple of changes. So hopefully I'll get funded this time. We'll see. But, as far as NSF goes, not going to be good. And if I hadn't applied for leaky this grant, I would be extremely worried as well. Or this past cycle as well, because the next cycle, everybody in paleoanthropology is going to be applying for the leaky and all of these smaller grants, because they all know that there's no shot at the NSF. And that goes for ecology, that goes for conservation, that goes for people studying general biology, it goes for people studying astronomy or earth sciences or anything. Because again, if they cut biomedicine, nothing else stands a chance, right? That's the head honcho, that's the king of biology. Right? Biomedicine and medical research is what gets funded. There's a reason the NIH gets $48 billion and the NSF gets $9 billion. So not good the NIH,
is a long and short. Up until recently, the NIH was the largest biomedical research organization in the world. And now they're not allowed to say the word woman or female or victim or any of these things. I always thought, so to answer the question, it will not affect my stuff because I didn't do research for this second thing, fortunately. And if, as we talked about earlier, if I did research, it would be in education and that I am okay. My last master's was funded by an NSF grant, and I did get several smaller grants, but they were from smaller organizations that wouldn't have been affected. So I would have lost my funding for my stipend, and I would have lost my funding for my just the general research grant that bought most of the supplies, paid for my isotope sampling and my spectroscopy and all those things. No, spectrometry, pardon me. So it would have been a lot harder but I would have survived because it was mainly paying for a stipend for me. But moving forward, I'm fortunate that I don't have to worry about that too much, so I will be okay. If, however, I was thinking about this, like, because words like woman and female are banned, but man and male are not, like, maybe we could start doing research into non-males. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if we did, and victim is also banned. So, like, if we want to do research into, like, trauma and stuff, we could talk about patterns of harm against non-male, non-perpetrators. You know what I'm talking about? Like, we could do that. Roxanne, she studies social psychology and is specifically studying violence against women right now. And she was like, maybe if I could frame it to have them think that I'm trying to study how to commit more violence against women, then they'd fund it. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they'll understand. But as it is, I don't know.
I was gonna make a joke when you said that violence against women specifically was one of, like, the buzz phrases. I was like, oh, that's a Pete Hegseth. He's the one that put that one in there. He was like, we're not going to be looking into this anymore.
Don't look into me.
I'm putting the kibosh on it. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. I mean, like, all of this stuff is pretty messed up. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. This all has massive impact on the one thing that for the longest time everybody thought was the safest, which is the NIH. I mean, people come for the NSF all the time, and people come for various programs within the NSF all the time because it's all the rest. It's the rest of science, right? So, people can take issue with all sorts of things. But the one thing that everybody thought was going to be safe was medicine, because that's what the United States prides itself on, is prided itself on, is the incredible position that we held, with regard to all of the other nations in the world. But things change, and it turns out nothing is safe at all, ever. Okay, $10 from TJ.
You had said that you said that poop jokes were like low-hanging fruit, and I couldn't help but wonder what if poop was a fruit, what would you call it? What's the poopiest fruit?
Dingleberry.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Yeah. It would have to.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Growing up, I had a terrier who had a lot of dingleberries. He got them all the time. It was very gross.
There you go.
Not good. He needed more haircuts.
Can we clip her just saying dingleberry that enthusiastically and make that like a Twitch notification sound for any time like something good happens? We just get Erika dingleberry. You know what I mean?
Just to let you know, and you can have your phone. This is the only reason to ever have your phone like off silent is to hear me alerting you. Yeah. Is to hear me letting you know.
Somebody make their text tone.
You listen, dingleberry. You got to know someone wants to contact you. That I would be okay because that's actually $10 from TAJ. I lost my second bone pen for the day. Allegedly, in 2022, a flood in Owens Lake, California, washed frogs into a trona-rich lake bed, fossilizing them quickly. They call them trona fossils. Thoughts? Do you think creationists will try to use this? I will have you know that everything that is discovered ever, that I ever see, goes through how will creationists spin this filter? Everything I see all the time, no matter what. I'm very sick in this way. Yes, they will try to use it, but it won't be anything new. And the response to it will be similar to my response to all of these fast fossilization cases that they try to point to, which is that fossilization is a catch-all term for a lot of different types of like petrifying and petrifying-like processes, but full like paramineralization and lithification like is its own thing that is very diagnosable, and these frogs did not do that. I don't even have to look into. I'm going to look into this when Forrest reads the next question. But there's no way these guys actually fully paramineralized in a way that is indistinguishable to a fossil that is 65 million years old.
Yeah, people love to point to like that hammer that's covered in rock and that ladder that's covered in rock, and they're like, "See, you can have fossils." And it's like, no, what you were describing, you can lithify something, you can calcify something, you can cover something in rock. There's sedimentary rocks that go through diagenesis quite quickly. There's all sorts of different types of deposition that works for, and you can get diagenesis very quickly. Permineralization is its own thing. And so that's why you'll hear a lot of the time, you'll hear the Kent Hovens and all these people, they'll use the word petrified. They won't use talk fossil. This was petrified very quickly, because petrified is just, it's rock now. it's not permineralized. It's just covered in rock because petrified. And like, that's just their way of getting away from that Gesundheit. $5 from Taj. Saw an article on Archeo News. I don't know. Saying researchers found remnants of sea life dated 5,000 years ago with Noah's Ark at this formation, the Duru Pinar. I believe that's the one in Turkey, if I remember correctly. There is, if that is the one that I'm thinking of, let me double check. Duru Pinar.
Yeah, it's in Turkey.
Yeah. So that's the one that looks like a big vagina, if I remember correctly. Yes, it is. It's this massive, it's just a funky looking, I believe it's like a limestone deposit, and it looks like a big old vagina.
The amount of Ararat, which is why we're pointing to it.
The what?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. The mountains of Ararat are here, which is why it's always this one. Like the mountains of Ararat, and then also the biggest mountain of Ararat, which is Greater Mount Ararat, the summit, which is probably why they point to it.
Yeah. It's that, and then also it looks vaguely boat shaped. And so they have found like this, they supposedly have found Noah's Ark here 10,000 times. And every time they do, it's something that's very obvious and expected in a mountain range. Yeah, it's a weathering pattern that we expect in a mountain range. It's fossils of marine life that we expect in a mountain range. It's whatever else that we expect in a mountain range, and it happens to look a bit like a boat or a vagina. And so that's all. That's all it is.
Like, it's crazy to me too that, diluvialists, the modern flood geologists, think that this is such a big deal that it's like, oh my god, like we find fossilized critters on the tops of mountains. And it's like, meanwhile, the Greeks were like, we find fossilized critters on the top of mountains. I guess that shit used to be underwater, but now it's not anymore. Like, they just outlined what a marine transgression is. And then it took young Earth creationists are just rediscovering early Greek science.
Yep. The Greeks understood plate tectonics better than modern diluvial scientists do. $20 from Toby Tobias. Thank you for doing all you do. I appreciate it more than ever. We appreciate you, Toby Tobias. Thank you very much for sending us your $20. We will make good use of them.
It is our greatest pleasure. $10 from Ray Gatto. Erika, who would have a greater relative intelligence, a bonobo or Australopithecus? Bonobos seem to be smart, but what about our ancestors? Unquestionably Australopithecus. So Australopiths, for their body size, had larger brains than modern bonobos do, and also, like, just generally their brains are larger. You actually do see a slight encephalization occur along, like that means your brain is getting bigger, from early Miocene apes even to like later Australopithecus, which is interesting because people usually are like, oh, well, the brains only exploded after, we start to see genus Homo, but that's actually not the case. Encephalization did actually start. And I think this is not unsurprising because the very first stone tools that we find are associated with Australopithecus. At 3.4 million years ago, we find cut-marked bones at Dakika, and that's only Australopithecus is there, as far as we know, as a hominin. And then a little bit later, at 3.3 million years ago, at the site of Lamekwi, we have Australopithecus / Kenyanthropus platyops, depending on what you want to call it. And these are altered stone tools. So these aren't the types of stone tools that you see modern chimps using, where they find an anvil and they find a hammer and they, pick both of those tools based off of specific properties, and they're specific based off of the culture of chimps, and they use different tools for different types of nuts. They don't alter the stones though, right? They use a type of stone to crack a type of nut on a type of anvil. These Lamekwian stone tools are altered tools, right? So something picked up a rock and was like, I want this rock to look different to use for this purpose. And then they did do that. And evidently this rock was then used to separate meat from bone, at least in the case of Dakika. So Australopithecus would have had a bigger brain case size. And as I like to say and repeat as often as possible, who knows what their toolkits even look like? Because we only have the stone remnants of these kits. We don't know what they were using with like vegetation and sticks and, reeds and things like that, of which chimpanzees use a myriad of different sort of biotic factors for a myriad of different tools that don't fossilize or preserve. So it serves to reason something with a little bit bigger of a brain would have had an even bigger toolbox that we probably will never be fully privy to.
How big was Kenyanthropus?
How large physically or brain case size?
Yeah. Just like their overall body size.
About Australopithecus sized. And most people will be like Kenyanthropus is just Australopithecus afarensis. But at my university, I know some people who work at Lemekwi, and I don't think it's Australopithecus afarensis. And there are some really interesting people that think Kenyanthropus leads directly to Homo rudolfensis, which would be insane because that would make genus Homo paraphyletic, right? Because you've got Homo habilis and Homo rudolfensis descending from different, Australopith-like, Australopithecine ancestors. And $5 for my guess.
I don't.
Probably Kenyanthropus.
The issue that I have with it. Well, the issue that I have with it is that, I'm not a fan. So we only read like one brief thing about the Lemekwian tools, like when I'm in school, and so I just what I remember not being a fan of is the fact that like these tools were like 30 fucking pounds, and Kenyanthropus was not much bigger than that if it was at all. And so like, how the fuck are you telling me this thing was using this thing, as a modified stone tool for meat processing?
So some of them are that big. Some of them are quite a bit smaller. And capuchin monkeys have a similar, this is an interesting little relationship, but capuchin monkeys who use stone tools to crack open nuts, their stone tools are similarly sized, of their body size to the stone tool. They take both hands and pull the stone all the way above their head to crack open rocks, or to crack open nuts. So the idea would be that for Kenyanthropus, the tools that they're using at Lemekwi are not the same types of stone tools that they're using to process meat at Takika. Instead, at Lemekwi, they're using stone tools to crack bones open to get at the marrow inside, much like a capuchin would crack a nut open with a gigantic rock that it heaves above its head to get a maximum amount of momentum.
So it's a smashing tool instead of a chopping tool like an old wand chopper.
Theoretically, yes.
Huh.
For the bit.
Still not a fan, but that makes more sense than what I was taught. That's better than I thought. Yeah. Cool. $20 from the Green Man Dave. I'm so excited, and I can't wait to meet you both at BajaCon in August. I will bring devil duckies from hell. Michigan? Is hell is Michigan? And maybe Pfeffernusse if I can manage. You bring me fucking Pfeffernusse at fucking BajaCon. I'm gonna lose it. All right? I'm gonna freak out. Yeah, we got sorry? Oh, rock on. I thought you were saying BajaCon. Yeah, dude. I will be at BajaCon. I will also be, let's see here, I just finished Free Flow on the 6th of April. I'm going to be in Kansas City, the Kansas City Oasis. The beginning of May, I'm going to be at the Western Canadian Reason Conference. In the middle of May to the early June, I'm going to be in Borneo, going to the orangutan and proboscis monkeys and sun bears and all them. In July, I'm going to Freedom from Religion in the Ozarks. I'll be in Arkansas doing that. And then in August, I'll be at BajaCon with Erika. And then in August, the very end of August and the very beginning of September, I'll be at DragonCon in Atlanta. And then in November, over the Thanksgiving holiday, I'll be in Germany and Austria, and you can come see me at all of those things. And if you want to go with me to either Borneo or Germany and Austria, you can buy tickets to those things because there's still a couple of spots left, and ticket sales don't end on those until I think the beginning of next month. So go to valkailabs.com and sign up and come see me around the world. It'll be a lot of fun.
Is this me? 10 Canadian dollars from David Hexor. Science. That's so true.
$5 from Jason Jones. Forrest, if you just accept the truth and get 2 cats, you'd learn to love all 3. What? The Toxoplasma gondii will ensure you serve all 9. Oh, I get it. The number of cats keeps going up. I thought I was just misreading it. Yeah, fucking no. For a lot of reasons. No. Thank you, though. I will save a cat from the rain. I will be kind to a cat. I'm not going to go murder a cat. But I'm not going to let something that wipes its own ass with its tongue live in my fucking house. Because I'm not a gross person.
You wouldn't like my house. I have 3 dogs, and I'm pretty sure they all lick their own asses with their mouths. $5 from PT Colin. Do y'all ever think about how we were born to shit and forced to wipe? I think about that all the time. Constantly, I'm thinking about that.
Well, it's because we have these fucking gluteal muscles. Like, that's the thing. We got this big gluteal muscles, maximus, minimus, and medius, which allow us to do really important things like walking and making music videos. but they also mean that we can't just air wash our assholes. Nor are we flexible enough to just lick them like your disgusting fucking dogs, Erika, because as apes, we have short, stiff lower backs. And so we just got to deal.
We're mobile. We're wonderfully mobile, but and it doesn't. I would like to let everybody know that it doesn't help what we eat, because currently what we eat with our hyper omnivory, like meat is a lot more common of an item. Like a lot of people eat meat with every meal, or at least several times a week, which it's like that does not make pooping a pleasant experience if you're doing that a lot. Whereas people who have like a lot of potatoes and starchy foods and plants, it tends to be a lot easier for them to poop, because it's not, things come out consistently and their diets are consistent, and they're not having Chinese food one day and Mexican food another day and pizza another day and burgers the next day, and it goofs up their whole system. I've heard.
That is what psyllium husks are all about. The reason why people talk about fiber and roughage and all that thing, the reason why psyllium husks work as a laxative is because they're indigestible fiber, and they just scratch very gently at the insides of your intestines, which causes your intestines to produce mucus, and that extra mucus creates a slip and slide for your poops.
Yeah.
And so, that's what roughage is all about. When people say they need some roughage with their food, they mean salad, something that is an indigestible, insoluble fiber that'll scratch up your insides and allow you to poop better. It's just, if you can understand a little bit more about your intestines and how to stimulate them the right way, you're good to go.
There are a few free defecation. There are a few free defecation cultures that exist where they just kind of poop where they want. And those cultures, the people who I've known who have visited them, they say that things are always very consistent and always very solid. And I guess that sort of removes the need for excessive amounts of toilet paper for these folks, which is probably because, again, they have a lot of roughage and their diet is really consistent.
Right. Yeah.
$10 from
we learned that from human coprophages or coprolites too.
Yeah. My
early human
high
coprolites
school in Virginia put on the musical Children of Eden, which basically musicalifies the stories of Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, and Noah's Ark. Weird for a public school, but I have fun. Let me tell you, I find creationist media so fun and so charming sometimes. I love it. I have a great time every time I engage with it. Ooh, I love Trapped at the Night at the Ark Encounter, Night at the Creation Museum. Oh, I love it. I love seeing it's so gauche. It's so like kitschy. It's carnival coded.
Oh.
I really have a great time.
I fucking hated them, but I did it. But I powered through them because they were good videos.
I love them.
$5 from Mitchell Lang. Love the show, y'all. I can't support by joining, but becoming a member. Here's joining and becoming a member. I understand, but here's $5. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. It's very, very kind of you.
Thank you. $5 from JamNick06. I was going to list off a bunch of poop puns for Erika tonight, but after a weekend of free flow, I'm wiped. You are so lucky that profile pic has that cat in it. That saves you every time, because I see Jamnik, I start getting mad, and then I see your profile picture, and it's always that cute little kitty, and it makes me overlook for the time being your great friends.
I met Jamnik06 at Free Flow. We actually got to shake hands, and we talked about how much you actually love these puns and how they bring joy to your heart, and you have to pretend to be cold and hard-hearted and mean in order to maintain appearances, but in reality, this is your favorite part of the show that you look forward to the most, and it brings joy into your life because I'm your best friend, and you wouldn't know what to do without me. We talked about all these things, and we're on to you, is what I'm saying. Erika, we understand.
So how was tripping on ayahuasca with Jamnik06, where you concocted this mysterious fake story?
That's not what I'm talking about. That was a different situation.
Okay. Interesting. This one's you.
£5 from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. Do not hunt for something to worship merely because your faith was proven false. Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns Legion. That sounds like some shit, like some Warhammer 40k stuff is what that sounds like. You know what I mean? That's crazy. What an awesome quote.
The same thing. It tickled my eardrum for that as well. £5 from Derwin. Erika secretly loves poop jokes. She's using reverse psychology on those. on us to keep posting them. Don't fall for it. I'm seeing that there's this conspiracy theory now at work where you guys have all just decided that actually I love this. But the thing is, it doesn't make a difference because whether I love it or I hate it, you won't fucking stop. It never stops. It's like it's torrential every time I'm here. £4.99 by the humanistic Judaism. As humanistic Jews, we absolutely accept evolution and do not have supernatural beliefs. Check us out on the Society for Humanistic Judaism. Sweet. Totally. Love it.
There you go. Yeah,
we love
if anybody's into that, check that out.
Organization.
$5 from Jamnico6. I don't know. Erika might actually dislike the poop jokes. It's a fecal matter of opinion.
You can't just add a word to change it into you can't just add fecal matter to matter of opinion and make it work. That's low even for you, Jamnik. You're better than this.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this mystery about whether or not she likes poop jokes, because so far they just stink. $5 from Dern Wine. Forrest, if you use electrolysis on holy water and get holy hydrogen, can you outdo Monty Python and make a holy hydrogen bomb? I'd be into that. We had a whole conversation. I forgot who I was on with, but I had a 20-minute freak out rant trying to figure out the mechanics of holy water and could you dilute it? How much can you dilute holy water and have it still be holy? Yeah, it was with John Gleason. And we were talking about this. Could you, if you had a cup of holy water and I poured another cup of water, do I now have 2 cups of holy water, or is the holy water ruined? Because, if there's a gradient at which you can dilute holy water and it's no longer holy water, then that raises a lot of questions. To say it's diluted holy, it's less potent holy water, that makes sense. The molecules are holy. There's now less of them parts per million of that. But to say that it's no longer holy water doesn't track. So the question is, if you were to dilute holy water, what's the point that you dilute it to where it's no longer effective? What's the LD50 of holy water for vampires? How far can you dilute it where they can still drink it and be touched by it and be okay? Is that, what's going on with it?
I wonder if it has an emergent property like consciousness, where it's it's divine but can't be investigated. So there really is no way to find out whether or not what the LD50 actually is and how you determine the effective concentration of holy water, because it's only holy when you're perceiving it as holy.
I wonder about that. And then also maybe if it isn't, if it is a thing where can you evaporate and evapoconcentrate holy water is another question. Could you evaporate off? Maybe holy water works like other isotopologues of water that evaporate and precipitate in different rates. And so you can have differential fractionation of holy water based on the bond strength of individual holy water molecules, right? And so you have a way you could evapoconcentrate it, or if it evaporates non-differentially, then does it precipitate as holy water as well? And does it maintain holy water? Does it remain holy through that process? And my whole point at the end of it was
do you think that your blood becomes slightly infused, or do you think the holiness stays? Yeah, do you think the holiness stays behind and you piss it out, sort of like a toxin?
Could you take out destroy Nosferatu with a holy golden shower? Is the question. You know what I mean? Could you preserve that?
Really is it. That really is the ultimate question. That's then, you beat me there. I was going the same way.
If it saves it, Mike, at the end of the rant with John Gleason was that if it saves its property, then by this point there is some holy water in every part of the hydrological cycle, and that's why there's no more vampires, because every time it rains, it is blessing the entire fucking world. And
this is some birds aren't real level conspiracy thinking that I really think you could get out there and people would be like, that makes sense. That actually that makes sense. That
we could convert some people.
The medieval peasants had it figured out, where they were like, we've got this long con where we will eventually defeat these dark lords, but it's going to take a while. Wow, that's so fascinating. $10 from GM GURP
$10.
666. Forrest and Erika beat you to it. Thank you for helping me understand the wonderful spectrum of life. Erika, are you a metal fan? With all those skulls, it feels like you should be. I'm actually not a metal fan, but I am a fan of metal art. So I love their fonts. I enjoy them a lot. Yeah. But no, the music I listen to is a little bit weirder than that. Maybe I think $5. Oh wait, this is your turn.
$5 from Razor Sharp. The people who refuse pronouns sound like Grimlock from Transformers, but dumber. I don't get that reference. At least Grimlock was battle smart. Yeah. That's just like Grimlock, y'all. It's
that's
just
so
like
true.
that. I don't know what that is.
They're being a Grimlock when they should be a Starscream. I know that one.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a guy.
Bumblebee,
he's in there.
Optimus Prime.
And he's probably a sick-ass trans ally, too.
Megatron. Well, they're Transformers, so they have to be.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Why? It's why. Duh.
Did you see that? I love those fucking memes of J.K. Rowling going to the store and there's like, does this complete your transaction? My what action? So good.
I really loved her. I loved her mold up the wall arc where there was just like a hideous black mold going up her. It's actually fungi are transphobic, and it was sort of it took hold of her like a cordyceps fungus, and that's why she took that 7180. That's the Harry Potter fan code.
There's this thing going around on like a trend on TikTok for a while after that thing. They were calling her Moldemort. And there were all these fucking videos of like J.K. Rowling just in the corner, just like biting her nails, just trying to, and then the mold behind her, like, write more tweets about trans people. And she's like, no, please, you can't make me. And she's like, you know what will happen if you disobey me. It's like the mold's just controlling her like fucking venom. It's so good.
Like I loved that. I loved that whole. That's the reason why her book suddenly had was super transphobic. It was like straight up like a shitty comedy from the 60s or something. It was bizarre.
Yeah,
bizarre situation.
Austin Archer is one of our guests that we've had here a few times. Is one of my friends, and he was freaking out. He's like, I don't get how so many of you are just now realizing what a fucking idiot this person was. Like, yeah, she wrote some interesting fantasy books that helped us out when we were little kids, but like she named the Black Wizard Shacklebolt. Kingsley Shacklebolt. She named the one Asian person Cho Chang. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what is this?
Wait. One of the funniest tweets I saw about this was like J.K. Rowling writing an Irish person. Hello, my name is Car Bomb Potato Famine.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And it's like, dude. And then another one of my friends like, you realize the entire story. We all loved it at first because it was like this poor outcast boy literally coming out of the closet to find his magical powers, and we loved that. And then the end of the thing is that he's a cop that enforces the status quo, and that's how the book series ends, right? I don't know. I never paid attention to it, but apparently that's what happens, is that he just becomes basically a wizard cop. Like, it's just,
God.
I think my technique going forward to keep you guys on task is going to be that if you don't read the super chat in time, I'm just going to move on, and I'm not going to go back no matter what. So if it doesn't get read, it is 100% on your shoulders. So, and I don't care about the one I skipped. Chaz saying is going to know I skipped the last one. It doesn't matter. That person was being stupid. So that's the new rule going forward.
Well, I want to know what it was now. Well, I'm going to check
because you guys were holding that collar to the pronoun thing, and they're like, some people aren't comfortable giving them, and that's clearly not what was happening with that collar. So, anyway.
Okay, Forrest, that was $4.99 from somebody who said not everyone's comfortable enough with their gender identity. Grammar policing is just rude. Once again, go back and rewatch that call. That person wasn't uncomfortable with their gender identity. They were being a dick. Like, if someone just said, I don't want to declare pronouns, I'm moving like, okay, we'll call you they, and we'll move on.
I'm the world's biggest sucker when it comes to like assuming people are good faith actors, but that even I was capable of recognizing at the tail end of that.
Same thing. $5 from Pibble Punk, half dog, half canine. Don't like that. If a caller doesn't want to use pronouns, let caller deal with consequences of caller's stupidity and speak of caller by caller's name exclusively. Yeah, we tried a little bit, but it got annoying, which is why you use fucking pronouns.
Imagine that. It has a function that's crazy. 10 Canadian dollars from David Haxor. Haxor agrees that gender pronouns are stupid. Let's fix English so we don't get these stupid calls anymore. That's so true. Let's change the rules now that we've learned more. That's wait. No, we can't do that. No, we can't change the rules now that we've learned more. That's illegal. That's woke.
I literally had that exact argument with somebody on Instagram. I was actually going to post it, but like I think I took a screenshot of just like how fucking stupid it was. I'm not going to look for very long, and I am bored of it. But like, yeah, just like the whole thing of just like I need you to understand that we can learn new things. And it's like, well, this wasn't in our textbook 60 years ago. And I'm like, my brother, we learned a new thing. That's what happened. Well, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that we learned a new thing. That's where your actual hang up is. Thank you for being honest with me. But if that's where your actual hang up is, I don't know how to help you. That's why I need an EDD. That's why I need that, so I can help people in this position.
Yeah, I agree. But now I'm actually petrified that we're going to miss Super Chat. So $10 from Stomp10. Best argument against the Duru Pinar formation being Noah's Ark. I found an article debunking it, but my friend ignored it because it's 1994. Me and John Gleason were talking about this the other day. You can just beat modern creationism using Talk Origins for the most part, and they have not updated that site since like 2012 or some shit like that. But
it's true.
I like to keep things up to date. So you only get the freshest debunks from me. And from Forrest.
10 Canadian dollars from David Haxor. Gendered pronouns are stupid because you can't always guess someone's pronouns based on their name, history, profile, looks. It really is that easy. And that's why we just ask for your fucking preference. And it's not that goddamn hard. I just, man. If you go to
like,
my...
no. Like, I just don't.
Like,
it's just being nice, too. Like, it's just being kind and compassionate and, like, kind to be, like, just being polite as well. Like, it just, you never know, so it's good to ask. I don't know. I don't know why people are so up in arms about it, frankly. Like, I genuinely feel like there's a potent need to touch some grass, but whatever.
Yeah, dude. Are you taking this one?
$5 from Bryce Burnett 3D. Hi, Erika. I'm glad you saw the Mind Adapted 3D. Were you able to get the 3D to work on the Quest 2? If not, you can also use Anaglyph, red blue glasses. I actually think I have some Anaglyphs lying around. I think I was able to get it to work, but I would like to try it with the red blue glasses. I think that would be fun. So thank you so much, Bryce Burnett. It was very, very, very fun to watch, and I made my husband watch it too.
$4.99 from Endangered Languages. This is the same thing. Not cool to dump on someone because they're not comfortable discussing their pronouns. I encourage you, just rewatch that call and listen to that person. He was very comfortable using pronouns. He was very comfortable discussing pronouns. He was being a dick. That's what it was. Like, that was the whole thing.
Well, and I'd like to remind everybody that it started with Forrest just asking, like, he was like, basically like, is there a reason why you didn't want to do that? Because I'm sure I know, and I know all of you guys know this too. You know that if he had been like, yeah, I'm not comfortable discussing them, or had been even a little bit like reticent about, going gung-ho and like literally laughing on the phone about the concept of using pronouns, Forrest would have backed off. And we would have been able to read the room because, we're not dingbats, and we're able to read the room and understand when somebody's doing something. It's great to have a protocol for this, but sometimes you got to engage with like, okay, what is actually happening? Is someone just being a jerk for being a jerk's sake? And if they are, you're kind of allowed to respond in turn, I think. I don't think Forrest or I have ever acted maliciously for somebody's preferred pronouns. I certainly hope not.
No, we have people who call in and don't declare pronouns all the time. And if a single one of them ever just said, I am still figuring out what pronouns I prefer. I'm just not ready to really say anything yet. It just doesn't feel right yet. I'm just trying to figure out me. Can we just go with they, them, or whatever? No fucking problem. Wouldn't change me. Wouldn't phase me. Wouldn't change the conversation. We'd go right on ahead. If it ever happened, that'd be how we handled it. It doesn't ever happen. What always happens is, I don't mess with this pronoun stuff and all this woke, this is all this newfangled blah, blah, blah. And pronouns are just nouns, but different, but they're also DEI, and it's just all stupid. It's just all stupidity from top to bottom. $20 from Mr. Boricua. Scott is not able to use Scott's. I'm going with it. If I was going to see if we could both read at the same time. Scott, is Scott not able to use Scott's brain to understand that Scott is being willfully ignorant / dishonest? What does Scott need to do to make sure Scott doesn't get confused when language Scott is native to speak? Yeah.
I mean, yes. $10 from David Haxor, trans rights or human rights. True.
You're goddamn right they are. $5 from Austin Sims. Creationists won't accept science because scripture says God created, not God evolved. Choosing between facts and scripture, they'll always choose scripture. And you're preaching to the choir, yo. Yeah, that's unfortunately the truth.
It's literally not even scripture. It's their interpretation of scripture, which is the entire problem with starting with scripture, is that it has a massive subjective component to it, which is why half these people resort to, well, I'm just tighter with God, I guess. Like, and he revealed it to me. And it's like, okay, well, I don't believe you. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Neat.
Ugh. $5 from Razor Sharp. If Scott is so terrified of words he or she, I don't discriminate, should never speak again.
God. I don't like this whole grammar stuff. $4.99 from Los what? And all the poop jokes in the chat must have manifested this call. Who knows what call it was at this point?
Yeah, that I was going to say that narrows it down. $5 from Monkey a Typewriter. Does anyone know if there was a memo to the nation's right wing about making disingenuous the new primary style of discourse? Was there a mailer? I mean, personally, I suspect, and I've said this before, that I really do think that Trump just started lying and getting away with it, and people were like, "We can do that." They were like, "We can just do that. We can just make shit up and even when we get in trouble and when we get called out, we can just double down and say it's the art of having no shame." Yep. I wish I knew how to have no shame, but I don't.
Also, no, it was not in a memo because none of those motherfuckers can get through a word like disingenuous. They can't read that. $10 from Mr. Boricua 10 in reference to David Haxor. At least most of the Romance languages are gendered. Almost no room for neutral articles. Feels unnecessarily stifling as a Spanish-speaking person. You know what's funny? Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a thing.
Arden, I didn't sanction this. I just want you to know that. I didn't sanction the field trip.
It's all right. I can't blame you for this one.
This one's not on me. So I've stayed put.
This
Forrest is allegedly not diagnosed with ADHD.
This is a dictionary. All right. This is a dictionary. It is the New Winston Simplified Dictionary for Young People here. And I found this. It is published in, let me see when this is published. Oh my God. 1936. Copyright 1936. It has flags of the world. The flag of Germany is a swastika. That's how old this fucking thing is. Right?
Wow, that's crazy.
Yep. And if you go through this dictionary here from 1936 and you go to the G's and you find the word, where is it? No, that's G-A, genealogy, gender. Gender. In English grammar, any one of the 3 divisions, masculine, feminine, or neuter, into which nouns or pronouns are put, according to which things are regarded as male, female, or without sex. Gender is non-binary. And you're talking about this shit about this was not back in my day. Literally, here's a dictionary from the 1930s that says there's 3 options of gender and sex, either male, female, or without sex. You know? So these simple terms have always been non-binary. And you just fucking pretend like they're not. And I don't know how to handle that. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. I forgot what got us there because I'm supposedly undiagnosed ADHD. but
yeah, that's cool. Actually, it's weird. It's weird that you. Oh well, whatever. $10 from Braxton. Love you, Forrest and Erika. Hope to one day meet y'all and the gang and hang. Keep up the amazing work. Yes, Forrest. I need more science and reaction vids, please and thank you. Get on that, Forrest.
Working on it. I'm doing it. I've got a video coming out this month. It's probably a Reacteria, and it's if it is, it's about one of two things I'm trying to figure out. I recently did a video on TikTok of this girl who was saying like, one thing that I didn't like about public education is that they taught evolution as a fact and not a theory. And I just saw this video online where this guy really explained how evolution is on its way out and how all these scientists don't believe in it. And I watched the video, and it's from a really small channel, which I don't like doing reactions to small channels because I don't want to feel like a bully, you know? But holy shit, this guy hits every fucking Answers in Genesis talking point and then some. And so and he's got really good production quality. So he's making money. And I think I'm absolutely going to do a video about that guy.
You have to tell me who it is. I might know them.
Yeah, I don't want to say it now because I don't want to spoil it. But $5 from Stanley G. Hi, Forrest. Perhaps you could do a CC option and add citations after the fact. Maybe. It would just take a tremendous amount of work, and I don't have time for that right now. But that would be a good idea. I'll get around to it eventually, I'm sure. Or I'll just make it.
$5 from Monkey Typewriter. Hey, Dunk got shrunk, but here's some new evidence. Megalodon was substantially larger than previous estimates, so sometimes you get a win. I saw that, and my immediate thought was like, that one meme where it's like he wakes up and he's like, "I'm finally shrunk," and then he's like, "Where's Megalodon?" And it's like, "Who do you think took your mass?" And it's like Megalodon is like quadruple the size. Some people out there will know the shit post that I'm talking about.
$20 from Emily Perry. Thank you both for all you do. Forrest, it was great meeting you at Free Flow. Thank you for doing the promo for RFR. Keep up the great work. # science for the win. It is absolutely my pleasure to support RFR and all of their endeavors in any way that I can. So definitely, everybody, if you need them, check them out. They're really, really cool people. And it's great meeting you as well. Is this person?
£4.99 from Aberash TV. I do lived experience intersex activism. Many intersex people are uncomfortable when endosex people force them to use pronouns publicly.
Right.
This is the same guy commenting on the same thing. Or same person, I guess.
Can't stress enough how that isn't what was happening there. And if it was, we would have handled it differently. So I'm sorry if that got miscommunicated or if there was an issue there of like how that was perceived. But no. That's just not what happened. $50 from the Bobtail Trucker. Support for the channel / hosts. Cheers. Cheers to you as well, good sir. Or madam. Or non-binary pal.
We got $50 from Bobtail Trucker supporting the same cause. Love the PFP.
Goddamn.
Team Dragons are awesome. And thank you for the generous donation.
$10 from Soupy Dude. My sister defied all odds and was born with trisomy 22. That's fucking very rare. There are 20 people in America with T22, approximately 20. It's an incredible case study for this largely unstudied disease in humans. It is fucking nuts. That's I think it's 21, 17, and there's one other position where like you have like a modicum of survivability. 22 is not one. That is a very, very, very rare situation. So holy crap, that's crazy. I hope we learn a lot.
$19.99 from Ethereum Tool. Most of my scuba work is Great Lakes snapping turtles. We hunt meg teeth though. Hope you find your first tooth. We had one dive boat captain explain why there was only a 6-inch layer of fossil on the Gulf Ocean bottom YEC. Amazing.
That's wild. $5 from the Soul Phoenix. Any chance to get a guest on vaccines? We need a constant pushback against the nightmare of RFK Jr. Yeah, actually, I have a couple of doctor friends and biomedical science friends who are actual experts on vaccines and can talk a lot about vaccines, and I would like to get them on as guests. I just need to make sure they're comfortable with being on a primarily atheist show, because that is the hang up. I have a lot of friends who are like scientists of various calibers and various styles and various flavors, and like one of them, my buddy of mine is a neuroscientist, and he's publishing a book right now, and he was like, can we do a thing? And I was like, dude, I can put you on the show. We'll talk about neuroscience. We'll talk about the book. but you're going to take a lot of atheist calls, and we're going to be talking about atheism. And he was like, I can't do that because that's not me. So it's fine. It's just, if I can get people who are cool with arguing religion as well, and then we'll do that. I would love that. For until now, we have Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is the only medical professional who is also willing to do this shit with us.
We got $9.99 from Connor McGrath. It is time, Sand Brother. Spread the word of our Sand Society.
Yes. So this was in Ecuador. So some of you may know, I last year hosted tours around the Galapagos Islands to teach people about evolution. We did 5 tours, 5 weeks in the Galapagos, and the very first fucking one was the most insane. I would say everybody was great. I didn't have a bad trip, except for the one where I was puking a lot. But even then, the people were awesome. But like the first trip was just remarkably weird, and in all of the best ways. And there was this one moment where we were on Isabella Island, which is the biggest island and the least inhabited island, and it's the farthest out, and it's just like very like kind of like rural almost. And the sky is beautiful, and you can see the Southern Cross and the Big Dipper at the same time because we're right there on the equator, and it's crazy. And one of our people was in school to become an astrophysicist, and so we decided to go on like a midnight walk and just kind of go hang out and see what we could see. And so we walked down to the beach, and there's like this bar at the very, very end of civilization. And then there's just miles of beach that just goes out into the darkness. And so we just start walking, and it's pitch black, and it's just darker and darker and darker and darker as we go. And we get to this point where like it's nothing but just a sea of stars above us, and we're right there where the ocean is coming up, and as it goes out, the sand is reflective, so that same stars are just below us as well. And it's just fucking magical. And we spend like an hour like tucked up in this mangrove talking about life and anarchy and freedom and our plans and our dreams and all this stuff. And at a certain point, I got up and went out towards the water and just started like doing stuff. And we had like, I think 3 or 4 guys and 2 girls with us. And the girls were just laughing at us. And we were trying to convince them to participate because we were like, this is the chance. This is like our only chance right now. We are so far away from anywhere. We are so far from civilization. This is a magical experience. We've all opened up our hearts to each other, and we're all out here just fucking in the middle of nowhere with all these beautiful stars in a place we've all dreamed of going. This is the time to cast off the shackles of reality and the burden of society and just be fucking monkeys for a minute and just be weird and just dance and make noises and just be strange for just a second. Just be a fucking animal. And all the dudes are just having fun, and these 2 girls are just laughing at us, and we're like, get the fuck into this, dude. And they finally relented, and we finally just all are out there just like jamming, just starting a cult, just being weird. And at a certain point, we fucking dug our legs into the sand right at the place where the tide was like coming in. And so like the tide's hitting us and we're rocking, and we became one with the sand and one with the tides and one with the stars. And we were just vibing, and it was awesome. And then we walked back to the bar and had drinks and went back to the hotel. And the next day we had to go on like a 6-mile hike. And it was just like, we had to get up early, and we're all waking up and getting around the breakfast table, and as everybody comes down, we're like, yes, Sand Brother, good to see you today. It's another Sand Brother joining us for breakfast. And there's no way to convey this story that can really capture the magic, but holy shit, one of my favorite memories of last summer. It was absolutely incredible, and I still have a t-shirt about the Sand Brothers to this day. It's great. Our Sand family lives on.
What I gathered from that is society is constantly shackling Forrest from breaking out into strange dances, I guess.
Society is hindering us all in these ways. Yeah. Not just me.
I love this unmoored tale. I'm so glad to hear that you finally got to just kind of cast off the skin of humanity and embrace your inner hominoid. I love hearing that.
Oh, I love doing it, and it's a very rare thing that you get to do, and it's a few times in my life that I've really felt that separated from everything, and it's just wonderful, and more people should do that. It's great. Is this me?
€5.99 from love you both. Beat you.
Thank you very much. $5 a monkey, a typewriter. Erika, question: if life is found in any on another world, wouldn't it fundamentally be a part of a different tree of life since it doesn't share our Luca? It says a Luca, but certainly it shares a Luca, just not our Luca.
Yeah, it's more of like a the way that I'm picturing it is like a tree that has a trunk, and that trunk is being alive, and then it immediately splits into two branches, one of which contains the domains of life on Earth, and the other which contains the domains of life wherever we're looking. That's what I would imagine. $5 from Alea Shauna Silverbow. Oh, you're always trouble. How often should you tell a chemistry joke? Periodically. I think I lost an electron. In fact, I'm positive. Alea Shauna manages to fit 2 into 1 every single time. I bet this one was $5. So this person still managed to make it in under the $5 cut, which should let you know where we're at on these super chats.
Yeah, we got a few pages left, probably. I do want to ask you and Alea Shauna Silverbow, though, why does Piglet always smell so bad?
Why?
Because he's always playing with poo. $100 from Soupy Dude. Please host together again soon. I was trying to call in tonight, but didn't get the chance to tonight. Sad face. You are both so awesome. I love what you do. And Erika, Rise and the Reign of the Apes may be one of your best videos on YouTube. May want to be the best videos on YouTube. I watch it at least once a month. Hell yeah.
Soupy Dude, you'll be pleased to know that is similar to Forrest's Sex and Sensibility. I'm having to do an entire redo of basically my entire human evolution series thus far because I keep learning new stuff and then I keep having to add new stuff. And I would like to let you know, Forrest, that you just added new wrinkle lines in my forehead from that one. My wrinkle lines are growing deeper. They're growing more powerful. I'm going to have to get Botox at 30 because of you.
Yeah.
Next year.
That's what friends are for. You're welcome, by the way.
You are so fortunate about this PFP of that kitty with the shining tapetum lucidums. Secular Feelinist says, today I learned diarrhea is hereditary. It runs in your genes.
You know what? I love that joke. That's fantastic. And I like that it's it's about diarrhea, not constipation, because I don't think constipation is real. I think everybody says they're constipated. They're just full of crap.
Yeah. I literally saw where it's coming. I started bracing myself, and I kept myself from reacting because I knew that it was going to be a joke about not being able to shit. $10 from Greenman Dave. If organic basically means carbon-based, what would we call silicone-based life? Also, deuterostome.
Deuterostome.
AKA
unless you say deuterostome. Do you say deuterostome?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Fucking you and niche and deuterostome. I guess deuterostome sounds like doo-doo, so that's pretty cool. I don't know.
Yes, that is in part why, and it's about forming the asshole first, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I guess so. I call my fans. I call on my fans deuterostomes, and if you sign up for my if you become a member on my YouTube channel, you join. It says this person is now a deuterostome.
I feel like you really need to have some plush merch for your little silky anteater. I think that would be very cute.
Yes. How do you know? Did you see that video? Why would you know about that?
I saw that a while back. I saw your video. You were talking about a silky anteater. I try to support my friends' channels. I put my friends' channels on where I do stuff. I like to support them. What can I say?
Thank you, you fucking good friend asshole, for watching the thing that I made.
Yeah, that lets me know where you stand, Forrest, you dipshit. $4.99 from everyone.
I watch a lot of your stuff. I just don't watch enough to watch something like that.
I will shoot you with a gun. I was excited to see the movie Constipation, but it never came out. This is the same fucking joke. This is the same joke he just made. He just made this one. Forrest and Erika, you two are badasses. I have 2 words to say. Heat problem. You're lucky. You're lucky that you complimented me at the end. $25 from June. Why did the photographer who took mostly this is This is so roundabout to get to this punchline. Why did the photographer who took mostly candids hate working with human fat? Because he adipose tissue.
Nice.
You have to have such a specific setup to make that work. This is why I hate This is why I hate puns, because they're so specific that they can virtually never be funny and they're never surprising. $9.99 from Sarah. Christine, challenge accepted. Never change. Erika and Forrest with a cute earth. I do like that.
I do like that.
Forrest, am I the only one who remembers the silky anteater? Did that drop off a cliff? Did you just stop using that and then I brought it back to life?
I'm still doing that. Some people are on the ants tier now already. And like I'm just blown away that you saw of all my fucking videos that you could watch that one.
It's stuck in my brain. And you want to know why? Because I was
man.
That's such a bizarre choice for a mascot. But it's to the point that when I see videos of silky anteaters, I'm like, hey, that's Forrest's mascot. I have a gibbon for my mascot. I remember these things.
That's what I wanted, though. That's all I want. I fucking love anteaters and all their form. Somebody asked me recently on Instagram. They said they wanted to make some fan art of me, and they asked me what my favorite animal was. I told them it's a fucking tamandua, and so they made that.
Oh, they made you a furry? That's wow! I didn't know you were a furry, dude. That's so interesting.
New persona just dropped, y'all.
New persona just dropped. Interesting. That's so fascinating. Yeah. Okay, I would have picked silky anteater, I guess, but who gives a shit what I think? $5 Australian from Nixonus. Jesus said, "Come forth and enter my kingdom." Unfortunately, I came fifth, and I only won a $5 super chat. This one's fine because this is a regular joke.
Nice. That's a good joke. Why shouldn't you use the internet in the bathroom?
Because you're because you shit your pants. Because
you're gonna give away your IP address.
That's not funny, Forrest.
That's very funny. That's very funny. Again,
it's like, you can make a pun out of anything if you're allowed to make up insane batshit situations that no one would ever be in. Like, you can make a pun out of whatever you want if you're just making situations up. The only time they're even a little clever is when they're on the fly, and I think I've said this to you before, when they're on the fly and situational. Then you get a smidgen, a tiddlywink of credit from me. This shit where you're just like, what about if I just what do you call it when you're shitting in your DNA? You call it diarrhea in your genes. Like, that shit doesn't work. It's just you're making stuff
that
up.
wasn't the joke. The joke was very good. And here you've botched it because you didn't understand it and how wonderful it was.
I'm just saying, I really, 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 really feel strongly that it wasn't funny. $10 Australian from Eve of Everything. Here's a non-pun super chat you can potentially give to Forrest. But then he exploited this loophole. So I appreciate it, Eve, but if it was all for naught.
Exploited this loophole. $10 from Leah Shawn and Silver Bow. Iron's favorite ride is the Ferris wheel. Nice. What do you call two diamonds going for a meal together? Carbon dating. Awesome. A quantum physicist walks into a bar and doesn't enjoy.
See, that's at least
those are all good.
The last one's okay. The first two, again, you're setting things up. You're like, what if I created a sentence where the word I'm going to say has a double meaning? Like, it's just not clever. $10 from Ray Gatto.
You just don't like double entendres when they are the definition of cleverness.
You're right. I hate them. And I don't think they're clever. I was disappointed to hear that William Shatner's clothing brand has been discontinued. I guess Shatner Jeans was not a good. What if I made up a name? What if I made up a name where William Shatner's name is talking about him shitting his pants, and then he made a pants company, and then the joke is that if your name is Shatner, you shouldn't make pants. That's the joke. That's the whole joke here.
But that's funny, though. Did you ever see that Norm Macdonald bit talking about the worst airlines?
Norm Macdonald is very funny, though, and he carries it with his delivery.
He did this bit. It was so good. And he was like, it's just, Delta Airlines came in second to worst in terms of like customer satisfaction and trust. The worst airline for people is 9/11 Airlines. and just leave it. And then people are like, that's a terrible name. It reminds me of that tragedy. You know, and like just it's so good. Like that's
hysterical too, because I can hear Norm Macdonald saying that is the thing, and he makes me laugh. And Norm Macdonald makes me laugh. What can I say?
Because of him, anytime anybody mentions anything about 9/11, I'm just like, oh, it sounds like that one tragedy. And saying it that way, that one tragedy, is the funniest fucking way to say that. Did you see there was that bit of fucking like where you pick up a phone? There was this trend on TikTok for a while of like any reason you can to like just pick up a phone. Just like they hit the Pentagon, and like that's like just like the thing. So
no, but I have seen this trend on TikTok, but I see them reposted through Instagram because I'm a loser. But the one that I've been seeing and really enjoying lately is that it'll be something completely innocuous. It'll be like, what it was like getting ready in the 2000s, and it's like the super classic, like, you put on your Miss Me jeans, you're like flat ironing your shitty bangs, you're like putting on your earrings from Claire's, and then she walks in, and the vibe is that it's like, oh haha, I remember the early 2000s. That's so funny. And she walks into the kitchen and she's like pouring her coffee into like a early Starbucks mug, and then she turns on the TV and it's like a second plane has hit the tower, and it's like the joke like every time the joke is like, it's the early 2000s, so 9/11 happened, like
it's so good.
Hey,
there's that
real
video
quick, not trying to push we still have like 80 super chats to go, so keep that in mind. But are you flickering in and out for you guys? Because on my end, you guys are flickering in and out, and I'm getting a weird stream thing. Everyone says it's stable in chat, but it's weird on my end.
I'm getting a little. I've seen Erika give a couple of little like light flickers, and like sometimes she gets a little bit robot-y voice, but that's it. And I figured it was just a piping issue. I didn't think it was a big deal. I wasn't going to say anything about it.
I'm getting it from both of you on my own.
Ruin
but
the show.
Chat says it's fine, so I guess we can.
I don't want to ruin the magic for everybody watching.
No, I was just trying to make sure that. Yeah, okay. If everything's fine, then we're good. Keep at it.
Okay, $9.99 from Sarah Christine. Hey, Erika, when do you get what do you get when you poop in your overalls? Dungarees. Same joke. Doo-doo, but in pants. That's the joke.
I just put something in the chat that everybody should enjoy. Why do how many cops does it take to screw in a light bulb?
No, I actually know the answer to this. None. They just beat the room because it was black.
Yes, absolutely. See, that's jokes we can get behind.
I can get behind a joke like that because it's saying something. But I know Arden is wanting to go to bed. $10 from Hugh Per. Arden, make it $20 or higher to read the super chats. I dare you. I'm being the good guy here, Forrest.
That's happening. Super chat bumped up to $20 threshold now. Have a good night, everyone.
Including the screeners, producers, and everybody who make the show possible. Very punny show. Arden, I'm being the good guy. I'm trying. Forrest is the one who keeps getting up and getting dictionaries.
You're not going to get paid.
If you guys don't want to sleep and don't have work tomorrow, then so be it. But
I both of those things I do need. I'm desperately tired and I have shit to do tomorrow. But I care about our audience more, Arden. I care about this channel and the people who watch us. $10 from Man with a Drone. And the Lord said unto Adam, come forth and you shall receive eternal life. But Adam came fifth and won a toaster oven.
You were too late, Man with a Drone. We heard this one earlier, but at the pearly gates. $10 from Data Ray. Erika is a fellow PhD student. I'm sure you know my topologist friend. He was asked if the Earth is flat or round, and he replied with yes. Yeah, I do.
Nice.
Good one, Data Ray.
What's the craziest letter of the alphabet?
W.
D. D's nuts.
Why? Oh my God. That one was funny. Good, right? I can get on board with this post. $10 from Secular Feelings. Did you know deer can jump higher than the average house just because of their strong legs and the fact that the average house can't jump? Not all jokes are creepy. Jokes are fine, especially when they're not
That's really good.
they make them much funnier.
It's a great joke. That's really good. $20 from Yuri Barskov, a chemist who was excited to demonstrate the new catalyst, but the reaction produced only a faint fizzle and a lingering noble gas smell. There you go. Yeah.
$10 from Draven Dresden. Since Erika hates puns, I will provide you with a haiku. Rumbles in my gut. Pressure mounts. Oh no. A liquid nightmare. And it's about shitting your pants. I love it. That's just great.
Beautiful.
That's so great. I'm so glad that this has evolved from mere puns to being works of art, but related to shitting and defecation. That's just great. I love it.
When you think about shitting your pants, think about SkepTalk. That's what this is all about.
This is my legacy. This is my audience. This is what I leave behind. $10 Australian from Fake Gaming Nerd. I'm gutted and sick to Gibbons by Erika saying that bits can't be draining. If you can really commit to a bit, it can be biting and punishing. When Forrest said it was a bit for Erika. I was like, you're Erika. Fake Gaming Nerd, what is this? Did you... were you hitting the galaxy gas before this one, or what? Who was this? Who was the super chat?
That was rough.
You just slammed like 8 shots and run.
$10 from speaking of slamming 8 shots, I really want to make a video someday. You should fucking I want to get a bunch of people together and I want to get very drunk and I want to call it like drunk history, but with science. I want to do inebriated explanations and get shit faced and tell me like about your favorite thing. That'd be such a good show.
You guys don't know this, but I'm very fun drunk and I'm very funny when I drink. I'm not a mean or a crier. I'm a jovial. I'm jovial. $10 from Monkey at Typewriter. What is Erika's favorite superhero? The Punisher. What's Erika's favorite guitar? Gibbons Statistics Master. Can Erika say, no, she's never been out in anything but a pun tune boat. You invited this, madam. All low effort Monkey at Typewriter. Every single one. Again, you're just inventing situations that you can like slip puns or gutsy gibbon in there, and it's a 1 out of 10. Let's see, $10 from Soupy Dude. The largest ape in history got punched in the face. It got a black eye.
That's good.
I will say that I liked that one, and the reason I liked it is because obviously it had to do with Miocene apes. And because black eye, that is how you're supposed to say it. And I hear people, and I have even said it this way, where they say you blackie, and I'm just like, no, it's black eye because it's the name plus I, and then that will make me remember that forever. 1999 from Cranky Old Cuber. Okay, Forrest, but when you say female box, I get giggles because I'm a 12-year-old to 55-year-old man's body. That's a really good point. Much heart to Erika and you for your patience. Now your turn to read like 10 of them.
Okay. $10 from Connor Ellis. Erika, what type of trucks do they drive in Norway? Fjords.
What kind of bomb will I drop on your house? Atomic. 10 euros from Man with a Drone. Who's the first person to sail single-handed around the world? Captain Hook. That's just
nice.
So
nice.
Like, who was the biggest weightlifter? The Hulk, because he's like hulking, like it's silly. It just doesn't.
That was way better than that because he has one hand because he's Captain Hook, so he sailed single-handedly. That's great. Yeah, but that's very funny.
The joke is it's a fictional character. How can I make his name into a joke? And then you construct the word. You see what I mean? Like it's just like I'm not impressed.
You can do that with all sorts. What did Spock find in the toilet? The captain's log, right? That's a poop joke about fictional characters, but it's just the play on words that matters. You can have fictional characters in the joke. It's just about the poop.
No.
It has to be it's just about the poop.
First, you misunderstand. I'm not saying that was worse. I'm saying that what you just said was just as bad as the earlier one, and they are all in hell. All of them are at the we're talking bottom of the barrel. Like you guys went to Turkey and dug into the flaming hole. Like that's what I'm talking. The deep borehole is where all of those jokes belong.
$20 from Doobly Doop. Erika calling the poop jokes weasels while visibly fighting to avoid branding them as the poop heads. I love these long shows, y'all. You two are the best. And Arden, you're going to keep me sane here in Georgia. Well, that's very kind.
We're happy to do it. $10 from Hypa. Oh, monsieur. One diarrhea martini on the bowl. Flush, not swirled. I like that. Yeah, I'm imagining it's more in a French. I was like, oh, monsieur, one diarrhea martini on the bowl. Flush, not swelled. Thank you. Something along those lines.
Do the rest of the show with the accent.
No,
when you
the
think
French
of shitting your pants and French accents, think of SkepTalk.
The French have been trying to get me for a long time.
$11 from Silly Spaghetti. I love these two and the long shows. I don't love diarrhea martini though. Nobody does. Nobody does, except for the people who do. $10 from Trevor Grimm. Two biochemists on a bench. One says, yesterday, a girl in a sundress rode up on a bike, dismounted, and threw off her dress and said, take what you want. Two said, the bike? One said, of course, the dress wouldn't fit. I get where you're coming from. I'm into it.
€10 from Sir Richard Owen. Oh, Richard Owen! What's your opinion of Clint from Clint's Reptiles? I love all three of you. Y'all are an inspiration. I think Clint is super sweet, and I'm always happy to see somebody fighting misinformation here on the internet, especially someone who sort of started with a different angle and then carved their way into the debunking niche. I love to see it. So, love Clint.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with him. I understand he is a theist and still is trying to explain evolution and saying, hey, you can be theistic and believe in this stuff. And while I personally certainly don't agree with that, I appreciate him being a bridge for a lot of people that otherwise wouldn't be there. So like, yeah, and I do like, I've enjoyed quite a bit of his content and he seems like a nice guy. So I don't know anybody who has a personal problem with him, but I've never met him, but he seems cool.
$20 from the Raven 200.
Why did the plant become a therapist? Yeah, fucking. Why did the plant become a therapist? Because it had a natural ability to help others grow to find their root cause of their problems. Also, why did the dinosaur cross the road? The chicken didn't evolve yet. Love you, Erika. That's very nice. Those are funny and it's kind.
The second one is good. The first one, it could go back to the shop for a bit. $10 from Atheist Jesus. Homeboy is gone. He is past the solar system, reached relativistic speeds. He is literally going back in time. I can only assume who this is about. Which of our calls that was about.
Right? There was one of them that a lot of the chat thought was probably a little drunk. And like, yeah, it's
yeah.
I'm not going to accuse. I'm not going to, whatever. But $10 from Zerith Moonpaw. Why do astronauts use Linux? Because you can't open Windows in space. That's fantastic. That's a great that's really good. You have to say that's really good. That's fantastic.
That would be like why don't worms use Apple? Because they would eat it, right? Like oh wow, that's crazy. What if a worm eats an apple and Windows means it's window? You can't have a window.
That is nothing. That's nothing even close. You just don't understand fun, is what I think the problem. You don't understand jokes. You don't understand humor. That's what it is.
I have an intense understanding and love of fun. Just not that kind of fun, because it's not actually fun. It's mediocrity in disguise. $10 from the Raven 200. Why did the monkey break up with his girlfriend? Because she kept telling him he wasn't her prime mate. Okay, that was bad. Yes, it was. But if there were no bananas, what fruit would monkeys choose? Apricots. But they're monkeys, so why would they choose apricots? They're cercopithecoids, presumably. Why would they pick the hominoid fruit?
Because you can't. That's also a good one. There's a couple of good ones in there. Those are great. They're just dad jokes. Maybe that's the problem.
I know these are not all on the same playing field for you. I know that you have feelings about where these fall.
They're dad jokes. And you know when a joke becomes a dad joke, Erika?
When it's not funny anymore?
when it's apparent.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. I walked right into that one. I actually didn't see that.
Do you know when a joke becomes a my dad joke?
No, I've become wise to you, Forrest. I'm reading the super chat. $10 from Pibblepunk half dog canine. I wasted years of my life to refine myself as a man so I wouldn't have to accept that I was trans. It did not work. The utility of calling myself a woman now is that I don't want to die anymore.
That's incredibly cool and touching and sweet. Amazing. Thank you for sharing your story. Erika, do you know when a joke becomes a my dad joke?
Save me, Pibblepunk. Save me. Come back and save me.
When it gets cancer and dies.
Oh my God, Forrest.
$10 from the soupy dude. There's a recently discovered primate characterized by his fearful exclamations. It's true, the boho-no-bo.
Oh my God. I'm so glad that I was not the only one to witness that. $10. Do you need a hug? Oh my God. $10 from Super Squid Super Hunk. Forrest and Erika are great. Here's some dollars. I think you need to send enough dollars for Forrest to fucking see someone.
No, it was so worth it.
Homie is out here spinning the trauma for gotcha puns.
So worth it. Oh man. $10 from Super Squid Hunk. Forrest and Erika are great. Here's some dollars. Thank you so much.
Oh my God.
So my mouse just stopped working. So I guess you guys can rant for a hot minute while I solve this problem so that I'm able to send the next super chat.
All right.
Arden is being punished by the gods of fun to make sure that we continue as late as possible.
That's so good. Oh man. Now we're gonna get through to you. I think by the end of this stream, then I think you're gonna be loving the dad jokes. And if not this one, then we'll do another show sometime. And this will just be our rapport. When you think about bad jokes and shitting your pants and French accents, think of SkepTalk.
To me,
that's the connection.
To me, it's more like, we were talking about being in hell earlier. Like this is each hell that every individual person is living in has their own little personalized circle, like their own section. So, for each individual person, it's like, oh, you have to live in the world that we currently live in. But also, here's a little inconvenient thing that sucks. This is my circle. doing the end of SkepTalk with this bullshit is my circle. It's the cross that I have to bear, and it is positively Sisyphean. It's positively Sisyphean in that it happens every time, and it never stops forever until I'm dead.
Yeah.
What's your circle?
Yeah, but it's just a circle of hell, just the thing the cross that I have to bear, the Sisyphean task that I must partake.
Yeah.
I think it is, as of right now in my career, it's people telling me that a Catholic priest invented the Big Bang. That's what I'm dealing with at this moment. I put out a video on I made a TikTok video. It's just a stupid little meme of like a student struggling to understand evolution, and then a creationist comes in and is like, have you considered magic? And it's this silly little dancing meme. And on TikTok, it got about as much attention as it deserved, like 20,000 views or whatever. It blew the fuck up on Instagram, and it's up at like almost 2 million views on Instagram. And it hit super Christian Instagram. And so many people, I get 30 comments a day. Nobody tell this idiot that a priest invented the Big Bang Theory. And I comment on either one. I'm like, and what does that have to do with this? This video isn't about the Big Bang. Also, plenty of other people of various religions have invented and discovered all sorts of things. That doesn't mean that their religion's true. And what it always comes back to is evolution, the Big Bang, abiogenesis are all the same thing. And you believe that everybody came from nothing and that explosions can make planets. And it's like, nope, don't believe any of that. you can call me on the line every Sunday. And that's where the conversation ends. And I get 3 of them a day. And they never call in.
You
never call in. But that's where I'm at now. Every fucking time I interact with somebody online is that.
That's more Promethean, right? Like you're chained to the rock, and the eagle comes and bites out your liver.
Every day, and over. Absolutely. $10 from the Raven 200. No joke here. John came off as a bigot, even if he didn't consider yourself one. He was still talking like one. I still cringe that I used to think like him. Also, what do you call a fish with no eyes? A fish.
Yeah, what do you call a deer with no eyes? No idea. $9.99 from Hipster Doofus. SDDM. Stop drinking diarrhea martinis. That's so true. We should all live by that, I think.
Definitely. How do you catch a unique rabbit?
With a hat?
Unique up on it.
Well, why? What did the rabbit have to do with anything? You could have to do with any. You could be a mouse. It could be a squirrel. It could be a bug. It could be a person. It could be.
How do you?
Me
well, you could change
up
like,
on you with the mallet, and I slam you with the mallet, killing you instantly, and you turn into like a little pancake from Tom and Jerry, and then I fling it out the window like a frisbee dip.
How do you catch a tame rabbit?
You grab it by the ears.
Tame way, unique up on it.
Dude, how do you have this many of these memorized, or do you have them pulled up in the background?
That's for Eve, because Eve just sent $10, and so thank you, Promise, for sending us your money. I appreciate it. We'll give you some back.
I'm genuinely so curious. Like, do you have all of these memorized, or
a bunch of them? My dad used to tell me that.
There's like a Pokemon logo in your brain, you know?
The rabbit one was my dad's favorite joke. He told me that all the time. That was a my dad joke from long ago.
Now I feel bad about it because that is sentimental. $10 from Kate Space. John would have an absolute conniption if he saw Buck Angel walk into the female bathroom.
Seriously.
Yeah.
What do you call a deer that's missing their eyes and no idea? There you go. And what do you call them if they lose their legs? Still no idea.
This one's okay because I also came up with it or heard it from someone else. So I liked that. $4.99 from Eva's Frame. Grateful for both your voices. Erika, how have we not hosted together yet? Hopefully we can make that happen soon. Yes, I would love that. I don't think we have, and I think that would be great. I don't think so.
I watched the shit out of that episode.
Yeah, it would be super fun. Let's do it.
Absolutely.
Eve, get in here. Let's do it now. $10 from Zerk.
Fucking Promise. Pick up the phone. Call in.
Call in. Let's open the lines. Are you sure it's not a sex thing? It sounds like a sex thing. Yeah. It usually is.
It usually is. That is one thing that I took from your videos. I have actually quoted this. I don't remember what video it was in, but I remember said something about being a woman on the internet, especially like a woman scientist and everything. And you said there is a reason why the word feet is banned from my comments. And like I have talked about that specifically so many times. I couldn't even tell you. It's so fucking funny.
It's a really unique position to be in. And they're all complimentary, but I just, people check out the comment section. My mom checks out the comment section, and I really don't want her seeing people writing their little fics in the comment section about my feet. I thank you. I'm glad that they're, better than you expected as they write, but whatever.
Better than they expected. What did they expect? She's got all her toes. They're all there.
You get negged. You negged in your own comment section about the shape of my feet. $20 from JS. The diarrhea martini officially broke the dam. Erika's officially laughing at poop jokes. Chat, did we win? The poop jokes aren't the problem. It's the poop jokes combined with a pun. A shit post a la the diarrhea martini in a very literal way can sort of penetrate my defenses.
Diarrhea can penetrate her defenses. $10 from Draven Dresden. I had a bowl of alphabet cereal for breakfast today. I always try to make words. Today, however, all I got was oh. Turns out I was eating Cheerios. Where did the H come from? Unrelated diarrhea.
I was going to ask the same question. 1999 from Equal85. Great show with awesome hosts. ... Ominous.
$10 from Luke Robinson. I love when Forrest and Erika are together. I hope I can send y'all some fan mail. Also, Forrest, when did you get your LASIK surgery? When you got your LASIK surgery, did you have to ask not to be put under or not? No, it was an outpatient procedure, and they did not even offer to put me under. I just took some Ativan for the nerves and went right the fuck into it. It was awesome.
Hey, did you used to have glasses? Dork? Nerd?
I used to have glasses. I had glasses up until junior high, and then I wore contacts for a long time. And I got LASIK a couple of years ago. Best fucking decision. It was so much fun. It was awesome. I'd do it again if I could, and I see really well now and I don't have to worry about it. Seth Andrews and I were talking about LASIK, and I was grossing him out, describing the process, talking about corneal flaps, just getting them all grossed out. It was great. It was a tremendous amount of fun. It was really cool.
My dad's got bionic lenses, so he's got the artificial lenses. And he told me that they cut a hole, pulled his lens out, and then cut a hole in the other and pulled his lens out. And he was just sitting there, white knuckling the chair as he was lensless.
That sounds awesome. That sounds wild.
Sounds awesome. Sounds awful.
And
$9.99 from XWJC. A poem for John. Controlling identity by ignorance. You can't be what I don't understand. But what about when I'm not understood? Discrimination hurts more than I thought.
That was lovely. I'm into it. $10 from Kate Space. Forrest and Erika, you are my absolute favorite duo. I always look forward to your shows. Thanks for science nerding up line. Thanks for science nerding up the line real good. I understand now. I had a hard time. I can't.
You just got electrocuted. You just,
This is,
zapped. $10 from Raven 200. Is there a word that uses all the vowels and excluding Y? Unquestionably, Erika, I love space. I love the names of the other planets, especially Saturn. It has a nice ring to it. When you walk your way up to it, it loses its punch.
Do you know there's a word that is spelled incorrectly in every dictionary?
This is bait. I'm not taking the bait. $10 from Intently Purposeful.
It's the word incorrectly. It's spelled incorrectly.
I would say he does not feel in control. Nice job, Forrest. You always tell jokes when the serious super chats come in. I hope you're happy. I would say he does not feel in control, and he can't help his sister. He is searching for something familiar that has power to help her, and is disappointed when he remembers what God isn't. Nice, Forrest.
That's very powerful and impactful and deeply emotional. Thank you for sending that in. What do you call a skeleton that just wants to hug and kiss you? An exoskeleton.
Oh, because hugs and kisses. I do.
Yeah.
I like the image of a cute skeleton, like this guy back here. I'd hug this guy. I'd hug that guy too, and the one that you have. But still. $10 from Eliashana Silverbow. 2 blood cells. Here we go again. 2 blood cells met and fell in love. It was all in vain. If a king breaks wind, is it a noble guess? I don't like how they get 3. I don't like how they get 3 per super chat. Did you hear about the expert on nuclear energy? He was a real aficionado. And I also don't believe that these are all made up. I know some of these people are looking them up, and I suspect that you had a pun book that you memorized as a child at some point, and I think that's where all of this is coming from. $10 from Zurith Moonpaw. From Anna Cray on chat. In your best Barker voice. I don't have a Barker voice. Introducing Tommy
Valkai, the perpetual student. From me, pirate earrings art in 2 pair. Not bad for a buccaneer.
The last one was from
She said $2 a pair. Yeah, no, I get it.
$10 from Steph Kukla. Just wondering, Ms. Gibbon, if you've ever given any more thought to reactions of movies and TV shows depicting prehistoric humans, Missing Link, Quest for Fire, Out of Darkness. I've actually not seen Out of Darkness, and I've heard it's quite good. I've given thoughts to it, but the problem is it usually falls in line with like these massive projects that I take on, and then they expand beyond what I can take. And when I do reaction videos, they're supposed to be kind of funny, and I like to take my time with them. So it's on the list, but it's far down there.
I've got this series called Reacteria. If you ever want to hang out and do a movie review thing, we can make it happen.
Yeah, always. I'm always down.
Do you ever watch Pretty Much It?
Mm-mm.
Pretty Much It is a channel. They just do like they watch movies and they just have microphones and they just commentate over it, and like very funny channel. We could do one of those just to chill there and watch a thing and just scream at it and make that a video.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. I think that I'd be down. I want to do that for I don't know if you ever saw that shit movie 10,000 BC, but it was pretty bonkers. It's a pretty bonkers one for prehistory. It's a good one. Not good, but good for
that. Yeah, let's schedule that. That would be a very good video, and it would be easy content for both of us. We could put out half of it on each of our channels, or we could whatever, and it'd be we do that next time you're in town. Or if I'm where you're at.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we will partake and we will watch a thing and we will record it. $5 from Sylvie DB. Way off topic. Do you know of any physiological mechanisms one could use to help with a mild case of POTS? Pans. I can't make a joke out of it. I don't. I'm not a doctor person. I would ask the Dr. Ben because he might be able to help you. I'm sorry, I don't.
I don't either. I'm sorry.
You were talking about these skelemen hanging out behind us. This guy, he's fucking just trying to come up with something. You know why he's always cold?
Because he's skin and bone. Because his bones are cold.
He's just got no meat on him.
He's got no meat on him. My guy found that humorous, but I didn't. I want to beat you to death with this tibia.
I tried to get him to like put on some weight. I gave him some food. It just goes right through him.
These guys, as I'm sure you know, they come with quite a bit of plastic, like the little nerves that come out the side, like in doing the brachial plexus and then the sacral plexus. I would like to pull them out in a long sort of string and strangle you with them. That's what I want to do. That's my joke. I hope you guys like it.
He's ribbed for my pleasure. $5 $5.
Thank you.
From Raven Luna. Can we put just that? Also, just gross. The Raven Lunatic. Do noodles suffer from impasta syndrome? I once spent my entire life savings on pasta. It was worth every penny. $10 from Jamnick06. How do you think the unthinkable with an iceberg? What? I don't even get that one.
Jamnick, that's bad.
I get it. No, that's really good. The unthinkable with an iceberg. That's actually really good. It took me a second. That's great.
Okay, so 15 Australian dollars, and this one is for me in a good way. From Darren McCullough. Erika, whenever you feel bad about quoting that study wrong, remember that Forrest said understanding.
I did. And the other day I said, what was the other one that I said? It was validify. I was arguing with this theist guy and I was like, this doesn't validify your claims or some shit like that. And the chat tore me apart for it. And I'm still getting comments about Valkai, the validificator.
You just don't recover from some of this stuff. Like some of this stuff, you just never, that's it. You're cooked. Game over. Thank you, Darren. That does make me feel a little bit better, but it doesn't quite make me feel better enough when I'm remembering that I misquoted a study about prayer to help someone feel better about wanting to pray for their sick sister. It really doesn't.
The circumstances do make it exponentially worse.
The circumstances are really what make it the worst possible. Because very shortly after saying it, I was already looking at chat and realizing my mistake, and I had to sit in it because I was like, well, I can't take it back now. I used it to say something heartfelt, so that one's just on me. $10 from JNick06. Here's $10 to put in Raven Lunatics last 2-5 super through. Jim Nick, what is going on with you, dude? Some of these super chats are I need to like pull out a chicken and divine its entrail to know what you're saying. 10 Australian dollars from Raven Lunatic. Dude, oh, I see. Okay, I see. Do noodles suffer from imposter syndrome? Did you hear about Nancy from the Freddy movies? She suffered from Dunn-Kruger effect. Surely you are not putting these all on the same page. There's just no way. There's just no way these are all right. Highly
$10 from the Raven 200. What's a dinosaur's least favorite reindeer? Comet. What kind of music do pliosaurs, sorry. What kind of music does Pliosaurus listen to? Funky eye music. What did the shark say to his fish friend who made him mad? You're on thin ice, buddy. What did the fish say when it ran into a wall?
Damn, I know that one.
Yeah.
$10 from Monkey to Typewriter. NIH scientists have been advised to remove any mention of mRNA vaccines. The NIH has also had success with mRNA vaccines in curing pancreatic cancer. They're literally throwing out a cure for cancer. Yeah, you can't make it up. You really can't make it up. Poor Matt Stone and Trey Parker. They're going to have such a tough time writing anything for South Park ever again because this shit is just like beyond the pale.
The $10 from Cursed Chaos. The shit that has gone in the past years has radicalized my political philosophy so much that I'm like, there isn't much room to move, and I kind of can't see myself as anything else. PFP should hint. Talking about an anarchist with a multi-headed snake there. The three, I don't know. There's some symbolism there that I'm not familiar with, but I'll look into it. $10 from the Raven 200. Forrest referencing Alex Jones reminds me of when Alex tweeted essentially saying, F the bad guy from WW2. His 1488 fan base turned on him and called him a bunch of slurs. He was so shocked. It's funny when you build a fucking audience of Nazis.
This has happened more than a few times where you get some far-right content creator where they're like, I just don't understand how this could have happened. And it's like, really? Are you sure? Mm-hmm. Are you positive? You really can't puzzle it out? There were no hits, no clues. $10 from Mr. Kiki 1. It won't be until the majority of people in the country are suffering to a great degree that mass protests and resistance will occur. With the path we're on, violence will be inevitable, and it sucks. I've had the same thought myself recently.
It is worrying. And you look at Greece, I think it is Greece right now, where they had a train derailment and 50 people died. And the government isn't doing enough to fix it. And the entire fucking country is out just insane protests. I don't condone violence. I really don't. But they're fucking throwing fireworks and shit in the streets and tearing the riot shields away from cops and shit because 50 people died in a train accident and the government didn't take it seriously. And you're telling me that here in the US of A, we can have a school shooting every week and we all just we just got to go to work. We got shit to do. Man, I
have to believe that some of it is just a difference in age. I have to believe that. I have to believe that some of it is that it's just we're comparatively a nascent country. We're used to comfort. We're used to economic enjoyment. We have no idea what to do. It takes a lot. It's going to take a lot to push us over the edge the first time. Meanwhile, France is it's another decade. It's time for another revolution. So, that's my only hope. Otherwise, you have to come to terms with the fact that we're actually a very weak people. And I would really like it if that wasn't the case.
That's why I say we had to go to work, because we are so burdened by capitalism that that really is just you will not survive if you miss your paycheck. So get to fucking work. You do not get to protest. And it's a very effective tool. It's a very effective strategy. $20 from Brandon Wheeler. Hey, I just found your show recently. While I was wondering when the next time both of you will be on to tomorrow. No, it won't. I'm starting my master in biotechnology this fall. I would love to have a conversation with you two. I don't know. We do these ones from time to time, the two of us. I don't think we have one scheduled for anytime soon between just you and I.
When the planets are in alignment and the chicken entrails point north by northwest and the silver compass needle manages to split the hair, that's when we typically come on. We have to consult a lot of Yeah, we have to consult a lot of different sort of ethereal things before we decide to have one of these shows. And we have to beg a Morgan or Arden to put up with us for 6 to stay up
all fucking night. We would. I'm telling one of these days, you and me, for real, we need to figure out, because I believe Amargan said that he would do it. We need to see just genuinely how long can you and I take? Because if we do a 24-hour show, it would be fucking historical. It would be amazing.
Dude,
the
thing is I know that you could do it, and you would be like, you would hit the manic mode so fast where you would just be like tired and punchy. And I would hit the sleepy peep mode at about probably 12 hours. Even if we started like in the morning at about 12 hours, I'd be like, I could maybe just kind of go for a little quick. And then it would basically be me trying to stay awake for 12 hours. And then I would get punchy, and then we would be fine. But there would be a lull in there.
There'd have to be a dip. We'd have to be there for each other, like friends.
Yeah.
We'd have to stick up for each other. Yeah,
I like friends.
$10
like friends
from
who
Aaliyah
watch each
Shauna
other's
Silver.
videos.
Yeah. I do watch some of yours, just apparently not enough. I'll watch more. $10
from only a Shauna Silverbow. Chemistry is like cooking, but don't ever lick the spoon. I heard oxygen and magnesium were going on a date, and I was like, OMG. How do scientists freshen their breath with experiments? These have to be coming from a list. I really believe that. I really do believe that.
Erika, knock knock.
Who's there?
I eat mop.
No, I don't do that. $9.99 from Leilani. It's only 6:12 in Hawaii. You guys could go for another 4 hours here. Love you, Forrest and Erika. We're being limited by Arden, and I'm acquiescing like the good host, and Forrest is pushing it.
Oh.
This came in 2 hours ago.
You're acquiescing like the good employee. I'm fighting forward like the good host, because the audience is what matters.
I'm a passenger
I don't know how
princess.
to fix the brightness on my thing. I look like this. I look like I'm in the fucking dark void. I'm all broody and shit. And I'm here trying to save the audience. I still don't know how to fix this. Oh, hell
$10 from Nixonus. Where do they lay their eggs? No idea. It's a secret.
Nice.
That one at least was topical. We need to send your BMs to our DMs merch. $10 from Kate Space. Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Hell yeah. $10 from John Urich. This is the best tangent. Keep going. The fans demand more. You hear that, Arden? We could be making so much more money if we just
the fans want to start sending me personally $100 an hour extra. Then we can keep going.
Can we agree? So $100 super chat and we go for another hour.
Sorry.
That's
somebody out there is going to do that. $500 extra.
I was just going to say,
$500 super chats.
Lowballed yourself.
And we go for another hour. That's what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. $9.99 from Vanessa Beasley. I agree with Erika. People aren't my favorite either. However, they're a solid number 2. Sorry, that was a shit joke. You know, the first half was at least okay, but the second part, but I liked the profile picture. The profile picture was good.
What's the difference between wallpaper and toilet paper?
One goes on your wall and one goes on your ass.
Well, yeah, presumably, yeah.
$10 from Cyril.
It was going to be gross if you just said what. I was just going to say it's gross that you don't know, but hey, you knew. All right, cool.
Oh my god, are you
joke
serious?
Is when someone says I don't know what, and you just go, oh, that's gross that you don't know the difference between wallpaper and I'm not coming to your house, you know.
The thing is, I'm very good at outsmarting these because I just give you the deadpan, what is the actual answer to your question? So I'm impervious to this particular type of joke. $10 from Cyril. I didn't think Forrest saying, fuck you, I'm here for the horses, bitch, was going to make me laugh so hard. Happy St. Patrick's Day. and Slanti Mahath, y'all. Yeah, I also thought that was a very interesting thing for Forrest to say. He was very horse forward with that tangent.
Very horse forward. What do you call a a Hungarian pinworm?
Hungarian pinworm. I don't. Annelid? An annelid?
A booty pest.
Oh, because it's a pinworm that goes up your butt and it's in the boot. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Booty makes me laugh. That's just when anybody uses the word booty or hiney. Both of those are funny to me. So it's not because it's a pun. It's because booty was in there. I think that is a cute way to talk about your ass. $20 from the Raven 200. My favorite story from my tribe is when Coyote turned himself into a baby so he could trick 5 monster women into adopting him so that he could break a river dam. He whined for water until he was told to get his own. It worked. I'm kind of interested in this 5 monster women situation. What kind of monsters are we talking about here? $10 from Monster Fucker Jones. He wants to know. He wants to know what kind of monster.
I was gonna say right away.
How far back do we have a pretty good idea of direct human ancestry? Most of our history seems to be broad strokes or start at 7 million years ago. For definitive, it gets pretty tough the second you don't have aDNA anymore. You can use synapomorphies to get you pretty far. Like, for instance, I think it's pretty safe to say that humans and Neanderthals and Denisovans form a little triad, with Neanderthals and Denisovans being sister species and humans being a sister to that group. Their last common ancestor is generally thought to be Homo erectus, but Homo erectus is kind of a messy taxon, in my opinion, because it's like 2 million years old and like a shit ton of stuff falls into it. So I prefer to point to something like Homo ergaster or the Dmanisi stuff, the Homo georgicus specimens, as being sort of a pretty diverse bunch of like 1.7 to 2 million years ago as the last common ancestor between a lot of our sort of late surviving hominids. That's what I would say.
I just put a link. I just put a link in the chat of humanorigins.si.edu, and it's all of these different species. And if you scroll down to the bottom, there is a very unique, it's not really a cladogram. It just shows like where we see each of these species coming into the fossil record. Now the fossil record, and like the fuzzy ends is like the fuzziness of that end of the fossil record. And so it doesn't draw lines, but you can see like where the overlaps are and like what you might see some connections. And that's why it's so fucking tricky, because there are just so many fucking fossils. And so it's like hard to say.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah. Yeah. $9.99 from Sarah Talks Podcast. Saw the threshold too late. So sending again in thanks for being my solace and safe space when I'm struggling. Thank you for trusting us. And thank you for being here.
Our pleasure. We are happy to do it. 10 Australian dollars from Elizabeth Tonovic. Fun fact, the Aussie equivalent of a dingleberry is a dag. Of course, we Aussies want to do. We have turned dag into a term of endearment. Someone who is dorky but lovable. Love you, dags. That is so cute.
Yep. I love that.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
That's a very Australian thing.
That is. 10 pounds from the Fuzzy Logic. It's 5 a.m. here. I'd love to stick around, but after staying up all night with Erika and Forrest, I'm pooped. I'm not even sure if that's related to the poop jokes. I have to imagine that it is. And I think the laughing face cements it, but it also could just be a general comment of our longevity here.
You know, some thieves they released a new Thor movie, but like a bunch of thieves broke in and got all the press attention. They really stole his thunder.
See, that's one of those dog shit ones, and you know that is. You know that that's a dog shit one, because it's like it's a hyper specific situation with the thieves going to see Thor. You know that that's the worst possible kind. If there was shit involved, it would be the lowest of the low, and I think you know that, Forrest. $10 from One Eye Heathen. How many mics does it take to screw on a light bulb? Only 2. The trick is getting them inside the light bulb. See, that's a good joke. That's an example of what a good joke looks like. Love both of you. Never had a bad poop.
What do you call the Russian homosexual knight at King Arthur's round table?
This is like, this would never happen. I'm not even interested. You go ahead, give your little punch. Sergey. Sergey isn't even Russian to me. That's like an Italian name in my mind. 10 pounds from Sejel, or euros, excuse me, sorry. You're still on, my workday's only 6 hours. Are you new here? I will do overtime because of you. Shame, shame, shame. Love you all. We tend to go long.
We do. $10 from Heather Roshi, talking about what people can pronounce. Want to hear y'all say Dokosakazenoic? Dokosakazenoic? Acid? Is what I'm guessing.
I would say docosahexaenoic. Docosahexaenoic.
Oh, it probably would be. Probably would be hexa. I don't know why it's separated that way. Hexa, you're absolutely right. It would be something like that. I was just thinking, like, for some reason in my head, I was like saccharin, like sahakan or something, like, you know?
Yeah. Holy mackerel. $99.99 from Demouser. I did a check on Ground News. I compared stories that were not reported on from both sides, and the factuality from the Republicans only reported was very low to mixed at best. The facility for the Dem only reported was mixed to very factual at best. It's a systemic problem. I think that's true, and I think that Ground News knows that's true, and I think what they're doing is very admirable because they're coming at this from a look at things from all sides, but we know what looking at it from all sides is going to do. It's going to give you a picture like the one you just described, which will hopefully maybe de-radicalize some folks or radicalize them, but good.
But good. There's some really good like media bias charts out there that you can find to see like who you should actually be listening to. And even then, you should still remain skeptical. Don't just assume, because like I fucking love NPR. I listen to NPR all the time. I get all like most of my news. I try to fact check it through NPR. Also, the way that NPR has been horribly mishandling the genocide in Gaza, and just like it can't get through the way that they continue to say like these Israeli victims were killed by Hamas, and then like 13,000 Palestinian children died somehow. Yeah, and it's like, come on, like thank you for reporting, but like what's going on?
You get it.
$10 from Elia Shauna Silverbow. What's the difference between a dog and a marine biologist? One wags a tail, the other tags a whale. What did Charge Adam say to each other? I got my eye on you. Hashtag jokes we all know Erika loves. Did you hear there's a dude who's been stealing the wheels off of cop cars? They're working tirelessly to catch him.
What was the name of the book, Forrest? Did you buy it at the Scholastic Book Fair? I know it was at one of these, or you were like dumped at the library for the afternoon. Like I know that this came from somewhere. There's no way that you're creating all of these grassroots. I know some of them are, because some of them they have that non-play tested stink to them. I'm looking at the Thor stealing your thunder joke. $10 Canadian from Zanato Dualmont, a group of 5. The end of civilization, looking for a good time is the start of many horror movies. Horror movie title, what would it be? Go. A group of 5 at the end of civilization looking for a good time is the start of many horror movies. What would the title be? Go. I'm going to go with 5 Till Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Because the 5 people trying to survive till the dawn of the next civilization. But also, it's like a night-based. It's going to be a night-based apocalypse, like a darkness-based apocalypse. So, like, you have to survive till dawn, like literally till dawn. That's what I would do.
Mm-hmm. I also like leaning into the 5, because I would say like Left 4 Dead having the 4 people in it kind of thing.
Yeah,
I feel like that's definitely the way to go with it. I don't know. It's looking for a good time. Good time here for. It might be too long, but like here for a good time, not a long time would be the pun direction that I would take it, because it's the end of the world. That was, I forgot, but yes, it was a group of 5 at the end of civilization. So like a good time, not a long time, or something like that is what I would. But I don't know. Maybe that's too stupid. I don't have too much on that right now.
You could have like a sundial, and there are 5 individuals standing like on the edges of the sundial, like to make a 5. It's also 5 o'clock. You got to bring that in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure. That's definitely.
Gemnik, I will find you. This is your most offensive super chat yet. It's $10 from Gemnik06. The Forrest is a closeted furry, just like Erika. Cool. It's a mascot. It's not a fursona, and I need you to know that, and I need you all to know that, and cram that into your brains. Mascot, not fur. It's hard for apes to be furries because it's too close. I say this every time. It's too close. They don't make good fursonas. That's how I get by. That's how I sneak past the
fact, you know what? You're sitting here trying to adamantly defend that you're not a furry because you have strong opinions on which fursonas are best. It's like arguing, like, I don't really like dubstep. I like the wah-wah stuff, not the deep stuff. It's like, you know enough dubstep to know the difference between different types of dubstep. You're enough of a furry to be able to sit here and differentiate between the best fursonas. You're not making a case for yourself. I'm sorry.
I'm not hearing you deny the allegations either, Forrest. I'm just kind of hearing you sit with it. Like you're kind of just like, well, yes. I guess maybe it's Mandula is my vibe, or maybe it's Silky Anteater. I don't know. That,
my dear friend Erika, is that I am a professional content creator on the internet. So I know the second I deny something, it becomes true, and the more I ignore something, just the funnier it gets. So, like, I don't understand why you're leaning into this and giving them fodder. Hashtag Erika's a furry.
No, because the logic doesn't work. The thing is, the logic doesn't work, and the chat knows they will not betray me on this because they're aware that you can't have a gibbon furry. That the furries in chat will not throw their own culture to the side, as you so callously are directing them to do, to direct the attention away from the fact that you, my friend, have not denied the allegations and are sitting back, comfortable in the knowledge you had furry art drawn of you, a Tamandua, in an outfit.
First of all, if you think that's the first time somebody drew furry art of me, you are sorely fucking mistaken. My fan base is the best.
I don't believe that.
I have been drawn many ways.
Don't believe that. I agree. I'm sure this has been a repeat offense.
You think that I'm not just going to fucking sit here and lean into it and like roll with it? You think that I'm just going to let it happen and not like just be a part of it? Come on now. I don't know if this even counts, but it's what's happening.
Yeah, I actually... Forrest is safe. I've seen enough pictures of the neon wolf masks that they used to know that you, my friend, putting that on, that was actually your best maneuver. Brilliant gambit, me lord. That's the only way you could have convinced them. Because that shit's the only thing you have is the neon. The teeth are all over the place. It doesn't have a adjustable mouth. It doesn't have the body that with the tail.
It's just got this little window here, you know?
Yeah. And it's just obviously you in there.
It's just obviously me in here.
Half Long, Half Canine, the Sand Society story is a really relatable story. That's really, I appreciate that. One benefit of having grown up in the middle of nowhere is having fond memories of running naked through the woods. And if you don't scream at the moon every now and again, then, what's this all been about?
That's what I'm talking about. You gotta shake off the shackles of society every now and then. It's a phenomenally fun thing to do, and not enough people get the opportunity to do it. So if you get the opportunity, go do it.
I'm a big pant hooter myself. I like to do like a loud chimpanzee scream, and too many people call the police. You guys need to know that it's extremely accurate. I once did the call for the son of the Gombe Stream National Park current head manager, and I was told that it is one of the most accurate human pant hoots that he has ever heard. So just be aware.
I only know the Gombe, the hello, where you start with the low hoots and get up to the loud ahs. You know what I mean? Like, I know that one, but I don't know the sun one. I'll do the hello if you do the sun.
No, I'm saying the son, like the actual progeny of the current manager, heard my pant hoot and then had me do it for his dad. And then I did it for his dad over Zoom because we were in Kenya. And he was like, the fuck? That is super accurate.
I misunderstood. I thought you were implying that the chimpanzees in Gombe had a particular call for the sun, like a sound that they made when they saw the sun.
They do for storms. When storms are coming, they have like a riot. It's really crazy. They don't like thunder.
Is it a particular one that you can know this is the storm sound?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's more of an anxious general pant hoot from my experience. It's like, it's the same kind of hoot that you're going to do if you're anxious because a coup is going on versus you're anxious because thunder is coming. So I don't think it's a specific call. But they have a lot of specific signs.
Right. Yeah, I remember learning. It was I think it was Jane Goodall was talking about, and she was like, if she actually started several talks where she would come up on stage and she'd say, "This is how I would greet you if I was a chimpanzee," and she did the whole like the whoo, 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 and she did like the whole like the slow build. And I listened to her do it enough, and I practiced it enough. And I'm just saying, you should do yours and like let people hear that. I think people would love to hear, but that's just me.
No, I literally can't do it because my husband is asleep. It is cacophonous. You have absolutely no idea how loud and how accurate it is. I've actually never done it on camera because one time my husband was like, if you do that, it's gonna get clipped because it is so bizarre and accurate. It's gonna be clip chimped, ironically, because it's just this random woman like being a chimp. One day I will do it though. I'm thinking actually for like when I hit 200K, I'm thinking about being like, oh, okay, I'll teach you how to do a chimpanzee call. But it's a power that few can handle wielding.
That should be your 250,000 celebration. I've never done, I never did any like cross a sub threshold celebration thing. The most I ever did was I posted about it on Instagram. But like that'd be a good one if you were gonna do one.
Again, I'm anxious about giving that power to others because it's a lot. It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah. You're deciding. You're setting the rules, but I do love that. I do love that.
I know it.
I think
I'm deadly serious.
Didn't advance the slide yet because she's just so fucking blown away and impressed by my awesome fucking alien head.
I really think that's part of it.
Yeah. $10 from Jamnick06. Safety message. Do not run with scissors. Poop joke. Do not scissor with the runs.
I think that one's pretty funny.
That's
also,
really good.
The gross ones sometimes get me because they're just so. It's just like, why would you even say that? And it kind of makes me laugh.
Right.
$10 for Purple Punk half dog half canine. Also, the half canine thing is poking fun at creationists for phrases like ape man. Just to clarify, of course.
Gotcha.
This is a classic.
Like
this is a Pibble Punk legacy name.
That guy on that was interviewing R and Roz, like, have you ever seen an ape turn into a human and just genuinely could not understand how questions work? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've seen Aaron get very mad on a few occasions, and I think a few of them have been the repetition of that particular trope.
Yep. $10 from Noir Mood. Sometimes it's hard to see the forest for the sand fleas. Let me tell you about fucking sand fleas, y'all. I'm not gonna. $9.99 from D Mouser. These puns are making that gibbon gut sick.
I like it because it's about me, but that's the only reason.
Nice.
$20 from Nico6. Speaking of Captain Hook, you know where he got his hook from? A second-hand store. I feel like Gemnet looks these up too. Like I simply refuse to believe that all of you have this many off the top of your head, but it might just be because I genuinely can't think of them off the cuff. And maybe you guys are maybe this is like the inner monologue thing where it's just like some people are like deficient in their ability to come up with puns.
Do you know which vegetable is awesome but only sometimes?
A cucumber?
Radish.
See, this is just you thinking like, okay, things that have like subwords within them that I can use and then form a sentence around. It's like, this is just how puns operate. $20 from Alien Ace Cat. Struggling to find the poop joke about turkey and the flaming hole. Oh, because we were talking about flaming holes, that's true. But I know it's in there somewhere, I just can't squeeze it out, so it will remain silent, but I'm sure it's deadly. Love y'all. Yeah, I did. You're the only one who seized on the flaming hole. I was surprised that didn't get more attention. But thank you, Alien Ace Cat, for sort of desecrating my funny joke or my funny phrasing with a pun. I really appreciate that.
$10 from Ben X. Please, can either of you run for U.S. president? I mean, I don't fucking want to do that shit. But like, yeah, but like, no. I want to make big changes and I want to help people and I want to affect major political change in this country, but I don't want that shitty fucking job, dude.
I'm too neurotic for that. You don't want me. You don't want my hand on that button. $20 from it's Motherfucker Jones, not Monster Fucker Jones. That's my bad. That's my bad, Motherfucker Jones. I shouldn't have.
It depends on what kind of mother you have.
We were talking about alien women adopting, or not alien, monster women adopting coyotes. So puns follow the joke formula of rhetorical misdirection, emphasizing phonetic wordplay over semantic wordplay, but both are valid joke structures. I accept that they are a type of joke. I'm not saying that they're not a type of joke. I'm just saying it's not a good type of joke. I think it's lower effort.
You know, it's funny. I actually took a poll. I took a poll. Nobody in the tent approved.
$20 from Wikipedia. I got fired from the federal government. Oh shit. But I never worked for the federal government. I'm kind of unemployed now, but I can't do super chats anymore. It's weird. Sorry, Arden. Let's do some fucking science. Shit is fucking weird. I agree with.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry you lost your job or whatever, but fucking, I can't tell if that was a joke or not, saying I got fired from this, but I never really worked for them. 20 cuck coins from Man with a Drone. 3 in a bed is a threesome. 2 in a bed is a twosome. Now you know why they call Forrest handsome.
I'm married. Love that Man with the Drone. I love that Man with the Drone. No, that makes it way funnier. That actually, to me, is what makes the joke. The fact that you're married is what makes the joke so funny.
What do you call a person who cries when he masturbates?
There's something here. I don't know. I was gonna say like a boner alert or something. I don't know. $20 from News. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. I think that's a Star Wars reference.
It is. It is.
A man that's crying while he's masturbating. How dare you insult so many denizens of the internet? $20 from Drunk Ape. If I wanted a good statistical method for measuring Pliopithecus tooth size between sexes, what would you recommend? Also, wish list for your skullcast. Oh gosh, it depends on the teeth. So if you're doing canines, you're gonna want to do the mesiodistal. That's the sort of length of the canine, and then the buccolingual breadth. And then you want to do the height of the tooth from the cemented enamel junction to the apex of the tooth. And you're going to want to make sure that all the specimens that you're looking at are relatively within the same wear stages, because primates use their canines for fighting a lot of the time. And if they're big in both sexes use them for fighting a lot of the time. So they can break, they can wear. You want to make sure you're not, measuring something that's worn to the nub, an old baboon male with a, female whose canines have just erupted. You're going to get some erroneous dimorphism results. But if you're looking at something like incisors or premolars or molars, you're going to want to measure them just mesiodistal buccolingual, I would say. Don't worry too much about the height. Oh, and wish list on the skull casts? Golly. Probably the Pyrrholopithecus face.
There you go.
Are we done?
I think that's it.
Arden's like,
yo, that's it, everyone. Goodbye.
It's been a great show. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you to our host.
Okay, good night. Just kidding. Nah. You guys can get final words if you want. We're still live. Go for it.
Oh, okay. I was going to say thank you to our call screeners, and thank you to our callers, and thank you to Erika for hosting, and thank you to Arden, and thank you to who else? Fire Halo, and to all of our callers and all of our chatters. And don't forget, never shout into a colander because you'll strain your voice.
Wait. Can I please tell a joke? I have one joke to tell, and I think it's very apropos for our current situation. This is how I feel every day. And, thumbs ups in the chat if this is how you feel too. So a man is living and selling magazines at a magazine stand in the Soviet Union. And every day, a man walks up to his magazine stand and he picks up a newspaper on the top and he looks at it for 2 seconds and he puts it down. And then he leaves. And he does this every single day for like many, many years. And finally, the magazine stand owner gets it in him to ask the guy, he's like, why do you come and look at the newspaper just for 1 second? Like, why don't you just buy it? And he goes, well, I don't need it for much. I'm just looking for an obituary. And he says, but the obituary is on the last page. And he goes, not the one I'm looking for.
We did get 2 more super chats. I wanna let them This is a question for Erika specifically, so.
Ooh, 1999 from a Lapid Skeptic. Erika, is there a way to reach out to you personally to ask about spontaneous decidualization in other apes aside from ourselves and chimps, possibly evolutionary papers on it? Yes, email me at gutsickgibbon@gmail.com, but I am behind on my emails virtually always. Still, shoot for that one and I'll get back to you within the next week or so because I'm a little bit more ahead on them than normal, but thank you for the question. Cool question.
And news with fun. Anyway, good night, everyone. See you guys later.
Wait, I can't. We're not even gonna read it. Shame on us for letting our audience down. I bet the joke was funny. I bet it was great.
It was about gay wolves.
I doubt it.
So basic. Thanks for being here, everybody. See you later. Never stop learning. Bye.
I hate you all.